Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Toru giggled nervously, trying to appease him with her cuteness. Roy rolled his eyes. Uffus, now do you understand why I haven't fulfilled my promise to help you defeat Great Red, even though I have the power to do so? I understand. I won't take Great Red's head. Uffus said with a nod. Huh? Roy was surprised by her sudden change of heart. Toru, Kana, and the others were also surprised. Because I have a new goal now. Uffus explained. A new goal? Is it to defeat Regalsva from the world of X? But with your current strength, that would be difficult. So, let me do it. I promise I won't lie to you this time. I'll definitely bring back Regalsva's head. Roy declared. No, my new goal is to have a child with Roy. Uffus said with her usual blank expression. The girls were speechless. They hadn't expected Uffus to say such a thing. But Uffus-chan, you're still too young for that. Just like Kana. Toru said with a chuckle, patting Uffus's head. It's fine. I can grow up. Uffus replied. Her body glowed, and she transformed from a little girl into a young woman with a youthful face and a voluptuous figure. She was also much taller now. Her figure was now comparable to Lukoa's. Is this better? Uffus asked with a rare smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Kana puffed out her cheeks, jealous that she hadn't thought of this before. She had wanted to do comfortable things with Roy, but he had always refused, saying she was too young. But she was over 10,000 years old. Just a bit younger than Toru. Seeing Uffus's actions gave her an idea. She also started to grow, eventually reaching a size similar to Toru's. Roy's eyes widened. Although Kana was adorable as a little girl, she was also quite attractive in her mature form. Is this okay now? Toru-sama won't stop me now, right? Kana asked smugly. Toru pouted and thought for a moment. She couldn't find a reason to object. Roy, Kana started to say. Roy was speechless. The next day, Roy decided to take Uffus to find Great Red. He didn't know when the evil gods from the world of X would arrive. Perhaps things wouldn't go as planned. And his power had plateaued. Even contracting the two world consciousnesses in the Fate universe hadn't allowed him to reach the stellar level. He was currently at the peak of the planetary level. But if he contracted Great Red and Uffus, he might be able to reach the stellar level. Well, one thing was different now. Uffus wasn't a little girl anymore. She was a young woman. He slipped away from Ryas and the others with Uffus and used a spell to clean them both up. Then, while no one was paying attention, he took Uffus and entered the dimensional gap. So this is the dimensional gap. But how do we find Great Red? Roy wondered, looking at the chaotic space around them. The dimensional gap was filled with unstable spatial currents and dangerous storms. Without immense power or a spatial artifact, it was difficult to navigate. But this didn't pose much of a problem for Roy and Uffus. The only issue was that their senses were greatly diminished. Roy frowned in thought. I wonder if I can use prophecy to find Great Red. He mused. He activated the authority. A wave of energy washed over him. He saw a vision of a massive dragon soaring through the dimensional gap. Great Red seemed to have noticed something and stopped, waiting. In the next moment, Roy and Uffus appeared before her. Wow! Last time, I only saw a fleeting shadow, but seeing her in person is even more impressive. Roy exclaimed. Great Red true form was massive, perhaps even half the size of a planet. Even Lukoa wasn't this big. Of course, size wasn't everything. Uffus, why have you returned to the dimensional gap? Didn't I tell you not to come back? Great Red asked, her voice echoing through the void. I'm not here to take your head. I'm here to protect you. Uffus replied with a blank expression. After Roy's explanation, she no longer held any animosity towards Great Red. In fact, she felt a sense of kinship with her fellow dragon. After all, they were both born in the dimensional gap. They were practically sisters. Great Red was surprised, then said coldly, I don't need your protection. Leave the dimensional gap, or I'll force you out myself. Her harsh words angered Uffus, and she almost attacked. But Roy stopped her. Uffus, let me handle this. He said, patting her head, then turned to Great Red. Great Red, I've learned that powerful beings from another dimension are planning to invade. You won't be able to face them alone. Oh? How did you learn about this? Great Red asked, surprised. As the guardian of this world, she was aware of the impending invasion, but she hadn't expected a devil to know about it. I have the authority of prophecy. I saw a vision of you being killed by an extra-dimensional god. Roy explained. Is that so? Perhaps that's my fate. Great Red replied calmly. As the guardian, she wouldn't run away, even if she knew she would die. Are you really prepared to die just like that? Without you, this world will be destroyed. Roy said, his expression unreadable. He waited for her response. Devil, do you have a solution? She finally asked. Of course I do. What do you think of my power? Roy asked instead of answering directly. Great Red examined him, but she couldn't see through his strength. This surprised her. She was the strongest being in this world. How could there be a devil she couldn't comprehend? Hey! Roy chuckled and released a fraction of his power. Great Red felt his aura and was shocked. He was stronger than her. Someone more powerful than her had appeared in this world. It was unbelievable. Great Red, you might think I'm strong, but even with our combined strength, we're no match for the extra-dimensional gods. Roy explained. The strongest beings in the world of X were the three main gods, the malevolent god, the wicked god, and the fierce god. The malevolent god was the strongest of the three. And the one who would kill Great Red was Regalsva, the fierce god. Below the three main gods were beings like Great Red and Aphis. For example, Rise of Imli von Lucifer, the leader of the Chaos Brigade, and Apophis, the Egyptian god of chaos. And the three main gods' subordinates were all as powerful as Great Red. This meant that the three main gods were likely stellar-level beings. The difference between the stellar and planetary levels was like the difference between the planetary level and ultimate class. There was a massive gap. It was no wonder Great Red had been instantly killed by Regalsva. Chapter 217, officially a stellar-level being subduing the Great Red Testament of Sister New Devil World. Even so, I won't back down. Great Red declared after a moment of silence. Protecting this world was her duty. Don't worry, Great Red. Since I'm here, I'll definitely find a way to stop the invasion. Roy assured her, then opened his palm, revealing an evil piece. If you accept this evil piece, your power will increase significantly. So you want to make me your servant? Great Red asked, understanding his intention. But she didn't believe that an evil piece could make her stronger. This isn't an ordinary evil piece. You can take a look. Roy said, knowing she was skeptical. Great Red's massive eyes focused on the evil piece in his hand, almost crossing. Roy couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After examining it for a moment, Great Red realized that it was not a common evil piece. Even she couldn't see through it. But that wasn't enough to convince her that it could make her stronger. A devil's servant was, in a sense, a family member. But it was also a subordinate. Even if it was to protect the world from invasion, becoming someone else's subordinate wasn't an easy decision for Great Red. Seeing her stubbornness, Roy wondered if he should resort to force. But a fight between them would be catastrophic. He had an idea. It seems you don't believe the evil piece can make you stronger. In that case, let's have Aphis try it. He said, then turned to Aphis. Aphis, would you accept the power of the evil piece? Yes. Aphis replied without hesitation. Although she was an emotionless little girl, she trusted Roy completely after becoming his woman. Roy smiled and handed her the evil piece. Aphis merged it with her body without a second thought. At their level, there was no need for a ritual. Aphis's aura surged as she absorbed the evil piece's power, growing stronger and stronger. She had been at the early stage of the planetary level, but now, she had reached to the mid-stage. Although it was just a small step, the difference was significant. Great Red was also at the peak of the early stage of the planetary level. Previously, she could easily defeat Aphis. But now, Aphis could easily overpower her. Great Red's eyes widened in shock. She hadn't expected the evil piece to be this effective. It had increased Aphis's power by a whole level. If Aphis had tried to achieve this through normal means, it would have taken her a lifetime. Although they were born with immense power, it was incredibly difficult for them to grow stronger through training. There was almost no hope for them to progress further. Aphis finally retracted her aura. Roy, I'm stronger now. She exclaimed, her usually expressionless face filled with surprise and joy. See? I didn't lie to you. Roy said with a chuckle, patting her head, then turned to Great Red. After contracting Aphis, he could feel his own power reaching a critical point. If he contracted Great Red, he would definitely progress to the stellar level. I believe you. To protect this world from the invasion, I'm prepared to become your servant. Great Red finally agreed after a moment of contemplation. Protecting this world was her mission. Even if it meant paying a price, she would do it. Then accept the power of the evil piece," Roy said, summoning another evil piece and sending it towards her. Great Red didn't resist this time. The evil piece merged with her. A powerful aura erupted, shaking the entire dimensional gap. Roy quickly transported them to the subspace. His own power surged uncontrollably, and an even more powerful aura exploded outwards. This aura transcended the subspace and enveloped the entire realm of DxD. The underworld heaven Asgard. Everyone felt the oppressive pressure. What's happening? Countless powerful beings wondered, confused and alarmed. This aura. Xerxes, feeling the pressure, recognized it. It was his brother-in-law. Only Roy could have this unfathomable power. The oppressive aura soon subsided. Roy is officially a stellar-level being. And Great Red's power had also increased to the high stage of the planetary level. She had jumped 2 levels. "Great Red, you should transform into your human form," Roy said, staring at her massive eye with a slight discomfort. "Yes, Master," Great Red replied. A blinding light flashed, and she transformed into a beautiful young woman, similar in appearance to Aphis. Perhaps she had modeled her human form after Aphis. But why was she naked? Roy sighed. He snapped his fingers, and a dress materialized on her body. Roy nodded in satisfaction, looking at the now clothed Great Red. "Great Red. That's not a very personal name. How about I give you a new one?" he said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "How about Akaheim?" It was a combination of Great Red's name and the name of the Red Dragon Emperor. He was quite proud of his naming sense. "Okay." Akaheim agreed. "Now, come home with me." Roy took Aphis and Akaheim's hands, ready to teleport back home. But Akaheim shook her head. "No, I have to stay here and guard this world." As the guardian, she couldn't leave her post. "I see." Roy frowned. "How about this, Akaheim? Come home with us and meet everyone, then you can return. You're my servant now, so you should at least visit your new home," Roy suggested. Akaheim considered it. Leaving for a short while shouldn't be a problem. She nodded in agreement. "Let's go then." Roy smiled and snapped his fingers, and they vanished from the dimensional gap. They reappeared in the living room of Roy's mansion. "You're finally back," a sulky voice said from behind him. Ryaz, what's wrong?" Roy asked with an awkward chuckle. "Humphrey. Going out early in the morning and bringing back another beautiful woman. You're quite something, aren't you?" Ryaz pouted, glaring at Akaheim. "Ahem. Ryaz, this is Great Red, the guardian of this world. You've met her before, haven't you?" Roy explained, trying to appease her. "Great Red?" Ryaz's jealousy subsided as she recalled the massive dragon she had seen before. "You mean she's the one we saw last time?" "That's right. Call everyone. Akaheim is part of our family now," Roy declared. Ryaz was no longer jealous. She was simply amazed by his accomplishment. He had even managed to make Great Red his servant. It was unbelievable. Roy gathered everyone in the living room and introduced Akaheim. Akaheim was surprised to see Taru, Elma, Ilyalu, Kana, and Lukoa. She hadn't expected there to be so many dragons in this world, and she hadn't even noticed their presence. But it was understandable. They had been discreet, not revealing their true power. Akaheim, after enjoying the hospitality and delicious food, returned to the dimensional gap. But she promised to visit often. Roy didn't stop her. He was no longer worried about her safety. With the devil contract, he could reach her instantly, no matter where she was. Just like with Yasaka in Kyoto, he would visit Akaheim from time to time. Having resolved the issue with Great Red, Roy decided to go on another adventure to further increase his power. The system had already refreshed several new worlds. He wasn't familiar with Undefeated Bahamut Chronicle, so he skipped it. The Testament of Sister New Devil. The protagonist, Mio-Naruse, looked almost identical to Ryaz. But that was to be expected, as Shinmei Imao no Testament was inspired by High School DxD. But in some ways, it was even more extreme than High School DxD. Shinmei Imao no Testament only focused on fan service. The main characters did almost everything except the final act. It was practically a hinda and a very effective one at that. But despite being more explicit, it wasn't as popular as High School DxD. High School DxD had more than just fan service. It also had exciting battles. The battles in Shinmei Imao no Testament, on the other hand, were a bit underwhelming. But Roy, seeing that it was a Ryaz clone, decided to visit that world. He couldn't let anyone else have her. He also saw the world of Arcane, but he hadn't watched it before, so he ignored it. And so, he set off to rescue Ryaz clone. Chapter 218, First Meeting with Mio-Naruse and Maria-Naruse's New Little Sisters. Having decided to rescue Mio-Naruse, Roy immediately set his plan in motion. But first, he informed Ryaz and the others, even though he would be back in a flash. He didn't want them to worry. Ryaz and Sana readily agreed and didn't ask to come with him. They knew that if Roy wanted them to come, he would have said so. There was no need for them to accompany him to the world of Shinmi Imao no Testament. And so, Roy vanished from the room. Under the bright night sky, Roy appeared above a bustling city. So this is the world of Shinmi Imao no Testament. He mused, a smirk playing on his lips. He scanned the city with his senses, instantly pinpointing the current time and location. He found Mio Naruse and Maria Naruse fleeing through a dark alley. Mio was one of the main heroines of this world. And Maria was a succubus who had been threatened into serving as Mio's guardian. They were being chased by a group of stray demons. Mio had inherited immense power from her father, the previous demon lord, making her a target for both stray demons and demons from the demon realm. But she couldn't control her inherited power yet. Although she has great potential, her own power was being suppressed by her father's conflicting energy. She couldn't even defeat a few stray demons. And Maria, tasked with watching over Mio, was essentially useless in battle. So, they had no choice but to run. Roy, observing the scene, stroked his chin thoughtfully. He teleported to a location ahead of Mio and Maria. There was an old, abandoned house. Roy waved his hand, and the dilapidated house instantly transformed into a beautiful two-story mansion with a small garden filled with flowers and trees. It wasn't a grand castle, but it was cozy and comfortable. Roy nodded in satisfaction. He entered the house. It was fully furnished, with everything they might need. He then cast a subtle suggestion spell on Mio and Maria. When they reached this place, they would enter the house and hide. And he had placed a barrier around the house, preventing the stray demons from entering. Having made all the necessary arrangements, Roy brewed a cup of tea, turned on the TV, and waited for the two girls to arrive. "Mio-sama, be careful!" Maria exclaimed. Mio and Maria were still running. These stray demons were different from the ones in the world of high school DxD. They were more like ghosts, appearing and disappearing without warning. A stray demon suddenly materialized behind Mio, and Maria cried out in alarm. Mio also noticed the attacker. She leaped forward, narrowly dodging the attack. Then, she spun around and faced the stray demon, summoning a magic circle that unleashed a torrent of crimson flames. Boom! The stray demon was instantly incinerated. Mio sighed in relief, exhausted from the constant running and fighting. She collapsed to the ground. "Mio-sama, we have to keep moving," Maria urged, helping her up. Mio knew they couldn't stay here, so she forced herself to stand. "Let's go." They continued running, supported by Maria. After a while, they realized that there were no more stray demons pursuing them. "It seems they've given up for now. Let's rest for a bit," Mio said, her face grimy and exhausted. "Yes, Mio-sama. That house over there looks nice. Let's go there," Maria suggested, pointing towards the beautiful mansion. "But isn't that inappropriate? There might be someone living there." Mio hesitated. "Don't worry, Mio-sama. We'll just stay for one night and leave tomorrow. The owner won't even know we were here," Maria reassured her. She had done this many times before. They would leave before the owner woke up, and she would cast a spell to erase their memories. "All right," Mio agreed. They entered the courtyard and admired the beautiful garden. Mio wondered what kind of person lived here. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Roy, knowing they had arrived, opened the door. "May I help you?" he asked with a smile, looking at the two girls. On the left was Mio Naruse, who looked almost identical to Ryaz, especially with her long red hair. And on the right was Maria Naruse, a petite silver-haired succubus. Mio and Maria were stunned by Roy's appearance. They had seen many handsome men, and this wasn't a world where looks mattered. But they had never met anyone as naturally handsome and charming as Roy. Their first impression of him was excellent. Mio blushed and looked down, flustered. Maria, on the other hand, grinned mischievously. "From today onwards, we're your little sisters," she declared. She then cast a charm spell on Roy. An ordinary person would instantly accept them as his sisters under the influence of this spell. Of course, Roy wasn't affected by such a low-level spell, but he decided to play along. "Welcome home, my dear little sisters," he said with a warm smile, inviting them inside. "Maria, is this really okay? I don't want to lie to him anymore," Mio said, her conscience bothering her. She didn't want to manipulate this kind man. "Mio-sama, we can't be picky now. Besides, wouldn't it be nice to have this handsome man as our older brother?" Maria asked with a playful grin. Mio was conflicted. She couldn't deny that the idea was tempting. It would be wonderful to have a caring older brother. "My dear little sisters, you must be hungry. I'll prepare dinner for you," Roy said, leading them into the house. "Wow! It's so clean here. Maria exclaimed, impressed by the tidy living room. It seems our new brother really cares about us. Mayo commented with a smile. After running for so long, she was indeed quite hungry. Yes, he's so kind. Maria agreed. Soon, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. Mayo and Maria couldn't help but salivate. They wondered what he was cooking. They tiptoed towards the kitchen and peeked inside. Oniai-chan, what are you making? It smells so good. Maria asked, sniffing the air. Roy turned around with a smile. It's ramen. It'll be ready soon. I can't wait. Mayo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The ramen was soon ready. Roy brought the bowls to the dining table. Maria was about to dig in, but Roy stopped her. You have to wash your hands before eating. Ugh. Maria pouted, clearly unhappy. Yes, Oniai-chan. Mayo said, taking Maria to the bathroom to wash their hands. This is so troublesome. Maria grumbled in the bathroom. Washing hands before meals is important. You're just lazy. Mayo scolded playfully. Fine. But this brother is different from the other humans we've charmed before. He's actually taking care of us. Maria commented, recalling their past experiences with the charm spell. Those who were charmed usually became a bit dull and unresponsive, not this attentive. Maybe he really does have a little sister. Mayo suggested. She didn't find anything strange about Roy's behavior. She simply felt safe and comfortable around him. They finished washing their hands and returned to the dining table. Here you go. Roy said, placing the bowls and utensils before them. They eagerly took a bite. This is delicious. Maria exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. This was the best ramen she had ever tasted. Mayo also nodded in agreement. The flavor was incredible. Eat as much as you want. There's plenty more. Roy said with a chuckle. He was amused by their reactions. His cooking skills were top-notch, of course. Another bowl. Maria finished her bowl in record time and held it out for more. Roy smiled and refilled her bowl. Oniai-chan, please. Mayo also requested a refill, her face slightly red. Roy filled her bowl as well. Both of them had quite the appetite. They ate several bowls before finally feeling full. They leaned back in their chairs, satisfied. But when they saw Roy clearing the table, Mayo immediately stood up. Oniai-chan, let us do that. She offered, taking the dishes from him. They felt bad for having eaten so much delicious food without doing anything in return. All right, then I'll leave it to you. Roy said with a smile. The two girls started cleaning up. In the kitchen. Mayo-sama, why are we doing this? It's so boring. Maria complained as she washed the dishes. Oniai-chan made such delicious food for us. It's the least we can do. Mayo replied. But we're leaving tomorrow, aren't we? Maria asked, realizing that Mayo wasn't planning on leaving. Mayo fell silent. She had started to see Roy as her real brother. After their adoptive parents were killed by Zolgir, they had been on the run constantly. They had finally found a warm and welcoming home, and a kind older brother. She didn't want to leave. Maria, seeing her expression, understood her thoughts. If you don't want to leave, Mayo-sama, then let's stay. She said. But. Mayo was tempted, but she was also hesitant. There were stray demons constantly trying to attack her. She didn't want to bring danger to her new brother. Don't worry, Mayo-sama. There's no danger now. If there is, we can always leave. Maria reassured her. All right. Mayo finally agreed. They decided to stay. Roy, in the living room, overheard their conversation and smirked. Everything was going according to plan. Here's your room, Mayo. Roy said, showing her to a guest room. The room was fully furnished and decorated with feminine touches. Mayo instantly fell in love with it. Thank you, Oniai-chan. You're welcome. Get some rest. Roy said, patting her head gently. Mayo blushed, enjoying his touch. Oniai-chan, where's my room? Maria asked. It's next door. I'll show you. No need. I'll stay in Mayo-sama's room. Maria decided. It was better to stay with Mayo and protect her in case of a stray demon attack. Maria, you should go to your own room. Mayo suggested. But Mayo-sama. It's fine. I'll be okay. All right. Maria reluctantly agreed. Good night. Roy said with a smile, then left the room. Chapter 219, Mayo Narusa's first kiss. The blue-haired girl, Yuki Nonaka Oniai-chan is so kind. Mayo said, her face flushed as she watched Roy leave the room. Something feels off. Maria mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. She felt that something was strange about Roy, but she could also sense that her charm spell was working on him. Maria, there's nothing wrong with Oniai-chan. Now, go get some rest. Mio said, crossing her arms with a slight pout. Alright, Mio-sama. Good night. Maria reluctantly left the room. But she wasn't going to sleep just yet. She had to protect Mio. Ever since she was assigned to watch over Mio, she had been working hard every night, eliminating the stray demons attracted to Mio's power. So, after leaving Mio's room, Maria went outside to patrol the area, as usual. However, hours passed, and she didn't encounter a single stray demon. She was starting to feel sleepy. That's strange. Why aren't there any stray demons tonight? She wondered. She carefully examined the surroundings but couldn't find anything unusual. Finally, she gave up and went back to sleep. The next morning, Roy was sleeping soundly when he heard the door open. He peeked through his eyelashes and saw Mio entering the room. What is she doing? He wondered. He decided to pretend to be asleep and observe her. Onii-chan looks cute when he's sleeping. Mio giggled, approaching the bed and looking at Roy with amusement. According to the knowledge Maria gave me, this is how you wake someone up, she muttered to herself, then climbed onto the bed and sat on Roy's lap. Dressed only in shorts and a tank top, she seemed oblivious to how suggestive her actions were. Onii-chan, wake up. She whispered, leaning down and resting her head on his chest. Roy decided to play along and opened his eyes. Ugh. Mio. He mumbled, rubbing his eyes and forcing a sleepy smile. Yes, I'm here to wake you up, Onii-chan. Mio replied with a bright smile. Okay. Roy nodded and wrapped his arms around her waist. Mio froze, her body stiffening. Onii-chan. She stammered, her voice trembling with embarrassment. Mio, aren't you forgetting something? The good morning kiss? Roy asked, feigning confusion. Gee, good morning kiss? Mio's face flushed crimson. Yes, we always do that, don't we? Mio, seeing his confused expression, instantly understood. She assumed that Roy's memories were influenced by the charm spell. That's why he remembered their past together. And in those memories, he always received a good morning kiss from his little sister when she woke him up. Mio's face turned even redder. But she realized that if she didn't play along, the charm spell might wear off. So, she did it. She gave him her first kiss. After a while, they finally left the room. Onii-chan, breakfast is almost ready. Maria called out from the kitchen. Good work, Maria. Roy said, entering the kitchen after washing up. Hey, it's nothing. But my cooking isn't as good as yours, Onii-chan. Maria replied, a bit embarrassed. Her cooking was nowhere near as good as Roy's. Don't worry, let me see. Roy examined the dishes Maria had prepared, then added some seasonings. Wow, it smells so good now. How did you do that? Maria asked in surprise. It's all about the seasoning. I can teach you if you want. Roy offered with a smile. Really? That would be great. Maria exclaimed, thrilled. They soon enjoyed a delicious breakfast. Mio and Maria ate with gusto, not caring about their table manners. After breakfast. Mio, Maria, it's time for school. Roy announced. School. Mio and Maria exchanged hesitant glances. They hadn't been to school in days due to the constant attacks from stray demons. And they didn't want to bring those demons to school. Yes, of course, you have to go to school. It's Monday, remember? Roy insisted. Mio and Maria reluctantly agreed and got ready. Onii-chan, what class are you in? Mio asked as they walked to school. They were surprised to find that Roy attended the same school as them. I'm in the same class as you, Mio. Don't you remember? Roy replied casually. Oh really? Mio was confused. She didn't remember having a classmate named Roy. Perhaps he had transferred during her absence. She couldn't think of any other explanation. Roy had just arrived in this world. Of course, he wasn't in the same class as Mio. He had simply made it up. But with a simple spell to alter perceptions, he could make everyone in the school believe he was a student. Even the powerful beings in the school wouldn't notice anything amiss. At school several girls greeted Roy enthusiastically. Huh? When did Onii-chan become so popular at school? Mio wondered, feeling a bit annoyed by the attention he was receiving. Onii-chan is handsome. It's normal for him to attract girls. Maria replied matter-of-factly. I guess so. Mio agreed. Roy simply smiled without saying anything. Maria wasn't attending this school, as she was only here to protect Mio. So, only Roy and Mio entered the school. The classroom fell silent as they entered. Then, it erupted in whispers. Mio-san and Roy-san came to school together. Mio-san was on leave, wasn't she? I wonder what their relationship is. Damn it. Is Mio-san going to steal Roy-san away from us? I'm not giving up. This new guy is infuriating. He's already close to two of the school's most beautiful girls. Mio blushed, hearing their comments. The desks were separate, so Roy and Mio weren't sitting together. Instead, Roy was sitting next to a blue-haired girl. Roy recognized her as Yuki Nanaka, a member of the Hero Clan and one of the main heroines. The power structure in this world was similar to that of high school DxD. There were demons, gods, as well as heroes. The three factions maintained a delicate balance of power. Yuki was here to monitor Mio, the heir to the Demon Lord. And since the Hero Clan was monitoring Mio, the demon and gods factions must have sent their own representatives as well. There was also Chisato Hasegawa, a mature woman with long black hair and glasses. Her true identity was a former high-ranking god amongst the 10 gods of the divine realm. However, most of her powers were sealed, leaving her with only defensive and support abilities. Her true strength was probably comparable to a Mao class. Roy was interested in her, but she wouldn't be easy to win over. Chisato Hasegawa was a close friend of Jinkaju and a former goddess, while also being the cousin of Basarataju's mother. That's why she had readily given herself to Basara in the anime. But Roy didn't have such a connection with her. However, that wouldn't stop him. Roy found the class boring and decided to take a nap. The teacher didn't seem to mind. Thanks to his altered perception spell, which was based on Kua Academy, he had top grades, so the teachers didn't bother him. Roy-san. Roy-san, wake up. Roy was suddenly nudged awake. He blinked and saw Yuki Nanaka looking at him. What is it, Nanaka-san? He asked. I need to talk to you. Come with me. Yuki said, taking his hand and pulling him out of the classroom. The other students were shocked. Yuki Nanaka was holding a boy's hand in public. This was big news. Mio, seeing her brother being dragged away, was furious and chased after them. They reached the staircase leading to the rooftop. Roy was pulled along by Yuki, with Mio following close behind. Yuki Nanaka, where are you taking my brother? Mio demanded, blocking their path. Your brother? Yuki's eyes narrowed. She didn't remember Mio having a brother. She realized that Roy must be under the influence of a charm spell. That's why he came to school with Mio today. He's not your brother, is he? Step aside, or else. Yuki threatened. Mio flinched, afraid that Yuki would tell Roy the truth and break the spell. She didn't want to lose her brother. Chapter 220, Rooftop Rivalry between Yuki Nanaka and Mio Naru's Yaehiro Takigawa's probe. Yuki had brought Roy to the rooftop to get him away from Mio and the conflict between the various factions. Now that she knew he was under a charm spell, she would naturally try to break it. Under the influence of Roy's perception-altering magic, he was the Prince Charming of all the girls in school, and Yuki was no exception. Although she still cherished the memories of her childhood sweetheart, those feelings had faded over the years. Mio reluctantly stepped aside but followed them to the rooftop. So, Nanaka-san, what did you want to talk to me about? Roy asked, breaking the tense silence. Roy-san, I want you to leave Mio-san. Yuki said with a serious expression. Mio glared at her, feeling both angry and worried. Nanaka-san, don't joke around. Mio is my little sister. I would never leave her. Roy replied with a smile. As I suspected. Yuki thought. Roy was definitely under a spell. She was about to dispel the magic when Mio suddenly stepped in front of Roy, facing Yuki. I won't let you touch my brother. Mio declared, her eyes filled with determination. You're the one who's hurting Roy-san by using magic. Yuki retorted calmly. Mio froze. Yuki was right. They were the ones who had wronged Roy by intruding into his home and using charm magic on him. Nanaka-san, I don't know what you're talking about, but Mio didn't hurt me. Roy said, stepping forward to defend Mio. Mio's eyes welled up with tears, touched by his words. Just then, a figure appeared on the rooftop, overlooking them. Ha ha ha, this is interesting. Mio Naru's has involved a human. Are you trying to get him killed? The newcomer taunted. He was dressed in a tuxedo and wore a mask, concealing his identity. Who are you? Yuki and Mio asked warily. They hadn't noticed his presence at all. Roy, however, instantly recognized him as Yaehiro Takigawa, their classmate and the demon sent by the new Demon Lord faction to monitor Mio. Hey! Yaehiro didn't answer. He suddenly attacked, firing a beam of light towards Roy. Look out! Mio cried, instinctively trying to shield Roy, but she was too slow. She could only watch helplessly as the black beam struck Roy. Yuki, however, remained calm. Did you do something? Roy asked, playing the role of an oblivious student. Anii-chan, are you alright? Mio asked, relieved that Roy wasn't hurt. She realized that the stranger hadn't attacked him but had tried to dispel the charm spell. Mio, what are you talking about? I'm fine. Roy replied with a confused expression. Mio sighed in relief, seeing that he hadn't lost his memories. Yaehiro, however, was confused. He should have dispelled the charm spell, but Roy seemed unaffected. He examined Roy closely and realized that the spell was still in place. He was puzzled. He knew it was Maria's charm magic, and with his power, he should have been able to dispel it easily. Yuki was also confused. Roy, seeing their confusion, smirked inwardly. The charm spell on him was just a facade. It would be strange if they could dispel it. Interesting. Hiro muttered, sensing that there was more to Roy than met the eye. He decided not to probe further and left the rooftop. Ding dong ding. The bell rang, signaling the start of the next class. Nanaka-san, please stop bothering my brother. Anii-chan, let's go. Mio said, taking Roy's hand and leading him away. Yuki watched them leave with a frown, still puzzled by the charm spell that wouldn't break. Roy, being pulled along by Mio, asked, Mio, what was it all about? They mentioned magic? And why did that guy suddenly disappear? He played the role of a confused and curious student. Mio didn't know how to explain. Anii-chan, we'll talk about it later. Class is starting. Mio said, flustered, and dragged Roy back to the classroom. Yuki was already seated at her desk. When Roy and Mio entered, they were met with hostile glares from the boys in the class. After all, Roy held hands with two of the school's beauties today. The class was boring, and soon, it was time to go home. Roy and Mio left the school, where Maria was waiting for them. Mio-sama, Anii-chan, you're finally back. She greeted them with a smile. Yes, Maria, let's go home. Roy replied with a nod, taking their hands. It was evening, and the sun was setting. As they walked home, Maria noticed something strange. This street was usually quiet, but today it was eerily silent. She scanned the surroundings, then her expression changed. She tugged on Mio's sleeve, gesturing behind Roy. Mio looked at her questioningly. There's a stray demon. Maria mouthed. Mio's eyes widened in alarm. They couldn't fight here with Roy. Anii-chan present. Anii-chan, I just remembered something. Can you go ahead? I'll be right back. Mio said to Roy. She turned and ran back towards the school, with Maria following close behind. Don't worry, Anii-chan. We'll be back soon. Maria called out. Roy shrugged and chuckled, seeing their hurried retreat. They clearly didn't want him to get involved. The stray demons were after Mio. If she left, they would naturally follow her. But was it really that simple? Mio and Maria reached a deserted alley. A stray demon suddenly attacked. Mio-sama, be careful. Maria shouted, then started fighting the stray demons that were appearing around them. They battled in the alley. There were over 10 stray demons. Although they weren't very strong individually, their numbers made them a formidable opponent. After a fierce struggle, Mio and Maria finally managed to defeat all the stray demons. Maria, let's go back. Mio said, panting heavily. She was eager to return to Roy. Yes, Mio-sama. Let's go. Those stray demons shouldn't reappear for a while. Maria agreed with a sigh of relief. They headed back, exhausted. But to their surprise, Roy was still waiting for them. Anii-chan, why didn't you go back? Mio exclaimed, throwing her arms around him in a hug. Maria also hugged him. How could I leave my little sisters behind? Roy chuckled, embracing them both. Wah. Mio was touched. Suddenly, Roy's eyes narrowed. He saw a figure standing on a nearby rooftop, watching them with a smirk. It was Yaehiro Takigawa, their classmate. Hey, let's see what you're made of. Yaehiro muttered. Just then, a stray demon materialized behind Roy. Mio and Maria gasped in horror. The stray demon's claws slashed towards Roy's head. No. Mio cried out, trying to push Roy out of the way, but she was too exhausted to react in time. The claws struck Roy's head. Mio's eyes widened in shock and despair, and a surge of crimson energy erupted from her, threatening to go berserk. But then, both Mio and Maria froze. The stray demon's claws had passed harmlessly through Roy's head. And the demon itself suddenly vanished into thin air. This. Mio and Maria were speechless. Roy was unharmed, and the stray demon was dead. What had just happened? Even Yaehiro, watching from afar, was stunned. He had been controlling that stray demon. This wasn't the outcome he had expected. Who are you? He muttered, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. To survive a stray demon's attack unscathed and then effortlessly kill it. This couldn't be a human. Chapter 221, The Sensual Test. Maria's probing. Anii-chan, are you alright? Mio asked, her voice filled with concern. She had finally recovered from her shock and carefully examined Roy, relieved to find that he was unharmed. Mio, what are you talking about? Of course, I'm alright. Let's go home. Roy replied casually. Mio and Maria were stunned. But Anii-chan, there was a stray demon behind you. Behind me? Roy turned around and looked. There's nothing there. Mayo and Maria exchanged glances. Roy didn't seem to be faking it. Had he really not noticed the stray demon's attack? Come on, it's getting late. Let's go, Roy said, taking their hands and leading them away before they could question him further. The two girls were puzzled as they walked home. All right, I'll go make dinner. Be good, okay? Roy said, patting their heads before heading to the kitchen. Maria, who do you think Onii-chan really is? Mayo asked once Roy was gone. I don't know, but he's definitely not an average human. Maria replied, thinking about the events of the day. Not an average human? Then why did he fall for your charm spell? That. Maria didn't have an answer. It doesn't matter who he is as long as he's still the same kind Onii-chan. Mayo declared, crossing her arms. She decided not to dwell on it. Maria, however, remained deep in thought. She couldn't figure out Roy's true identity. She decided to report this to Zolgir later. Why don't we test him? She suddenly suggested. Test him? Isn't that a bit risky? Mayo hesitated. Don't worry, I'll make sure he doesn't get angry. Maria assured her with a mischievous grin. She had a plan. Unbeknownst to them, Roy had overheard their conversation. Dinner's ready. Go wash your hands. He called out from the kitchen. It smells so good. Mayo and Maria exclaimed, already waiting at the table with their hands washed. Roy chuckled, seeing their eager expressions. Dig in. Itadakimasu. They started eating with gusto. This is delicious. So flavorful. Mayo and Maria couldn't stop praising his cooking. Roy was amused. Soon, they finished their meal and went to wash the dishes. Roy was about to take a bath when Maria stopped him. Let me give you a massage, Onii-chan. She offered with a sweet smile, gently massaging his shoulders. It felt quite good. A while later, Maria watched Mayo enter the bathroom and smirked. Onii-chan, go take a bath. I've prepared everything for you, she said, handing him a change of clothes and pushing him towards the bathroom. Roy knew she was up to something. But he wasn't going to back down. He entered the bathroom confidently. As expected, Mayo was already in the shower. Her face turned bright red when she saw him, and she let out a yelp. Ah! Onii-chan, why are you here? Roy calmly admired her figure and replied, Maria told me to come in and take a bath. The bathroom is big enough for both of us. Besides, we used to bathe together when we were younger, remember? He started to undress. Mayo gritted her teeth. So this was Maria's test. But seeing Roy's naked body, her face turned even redder. Roy continued showering as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Mayo, can you wash my back? He asked, turning to her. Huh? Oh, okay. Mayo was flustered, but she still shyly started washing his back after their bath. Mayo stormed into Maria's room. Maria, is this what you meant by test? You have some explaining to do, she demanded, her hands on her hips. It was a good test, wasn't it? If Onii-chan wasn't an average human, he would have noticed you in the bathroom. Maria replied with an awkward laugh. But he still came in. So, he didn't notice me? Well, maybe. Maria had initially intended it as a prank. There was no real point to this test. Maria. Mayo glared at her, realizing what she had done. Mayo-sama, I'm going to check for stray demons, Maria said, quickly escaping the room. Mayo sighed, watching Maria flee. But there was no point in dwelling on it now. She blushed, remembering that Roy had seen her naked. Meanwhile, Maria was puzzled. She had searched the entire perimeter of the house but couldn't find any stray demons. Yesterday, she hadn't found any either, but she had assumed they were just not around at that moment. But today, they had encountered stray demons on their way home from school. Yet, there were none around the house now. This was strange. After pondering for a while, she decided to report this to Zolgir. Zolgir, upon hearing this, became interested in Roy. He sent a few artificial humans to investigate. Maria felt guilty, but she had no choice. Zolgir was holding her mother hostage. To ensure her mother's safety, she had to obey his orders. However, she didn't realize that Roy was watching her every move. Zolgir, huh? If you weren't still useful, you would have been dead already, Roy muttered with a smirk, observing Maria from the window. He didn't care much about Zolgir. But tonight would be a sleepless night. After receiving Zolgir's orders, several stray demons and artificial humans headed towards Roy's house. The barrier Roy had set up could only block auras. It wasn't very effective against targeted attacks. As expected, in the middle of the night, several stray demons, controlled by the artificial humans, arrived at the house. These artificial humans were magical beings created by Zolgir, modeled after his lovers. They had no will of their own, just mindless tools. Mayo, who had just fallen asleep, suddenly sensed the presence of stray demons and woke up with a start. Stray demons? She rushed out of bed and went to Maria's room. "Mio-sama, you felt it too, didn't you?" Maria said. She had been waiting for them. "Yes. We have to lure them away. We can't fight here," Mio said, worried about waking Roy. "Okay." Maria nodded. Zolgir had sent these demons to test Roy. They couldn't interfere with his plan. They left the house. Several stray demons followed them. Mio smiled and led the demons to a deserted area to fight them. After defeating the last stray demon, Mio sighed in relief. But then, her expression changed. The number of stray demons seemed off. There should have been more, based on the aura she had sensed earlier. Something's wrong. Onii-chan is in danger. "Maria, let's go." Mio grabbed Maria's hand and ran back towards the house. They soon reached the house. Seeing that it was still intact, Mio sighed in relief. "It seems I was worried for nothing," she said to Maria. "Yeah." Maria replied, but she was confused. There should have been stray demons and artificial humans attacking Roy. But there were no signs of a battle. Stray demons weren't known for their gentleness. The house should have been damaged. But it was perfectly fine. What was going on? They returned to their room, but nothing seemed out of place. Mio cautiously opened the door to Roy's room and peeked inside. Roy was sleeping peacefully. She closed the door and sighed in relief. "It seems I was overthinking it. We must have lured all the stray demons away," she said. "I guess so," Maria replied, though she was still suspicious. "Let's get some rest. There shouldn't be any more stray demons tonight," Mio said, yawning and returning to her room. Maria, however, reported the situation to Zolgir. Zolgir, realizing that the demons and artificial humans he had sent hadn't returned, frowned. This Roy was more mysterious than he had anticipated. But he still didn't think much of it. He assumed Roy was just a human with some special abilities. He then gave Maria another order, which she reluctantly accepted. Chapter 222, Mio Naru's and Maria's confession forming a contract. The next morning, Roy woke up to find Mio sleeping beside him. She must have come in during the night, worried about him. Her crimson hair looked radiant in the sunlight, reminding him of Ryaz. The only difference was that Mio was still a bit childish. Roy gently stroked her hair, then got out of bed to prepare breakfast. To his surprise, Maria was already up and about, preparing breakfast in the kitchen. "Good morning, Maria." Roy greeted her with a smile. "Morning, Onii-chan. I'll take care of breakfast," Maria replied, turning around with a spatula in her hand. "Thanks," Roy said with a nod. Mio soon woke up and panicked when she didn't find Roy beside her. She rushed out of the room, still half-dressed, only to find Roy sitting in the living room. "Good morning, Mio." Roy chuckled, amused by her flustered appearance. "Onii-chan." Mio breathed a sigh of relief, then blushed and scurried back to her room to get dressed. After breakfast, the three of them went to school. "Good morning, Roy-san." Yuki Nanaka greeted him with a neutral expression as he entered the classroom. She studied him intently, as if trying to see through his disguise. As the Hero Clan's representative tasked with monitoring Mio, she had followed them last night. She had witnessed the stray demon attack and Roy's effortless defense. She tried to investigate his background but couldn't find anything useful. "Good morning, Nanaka-san," Roy replied with a smile. Hiro Takigawa, sitting nearby, remained silent, his eyes fixed on Roy. He was also curious about Roy's identity after yesterday's failed attempt to dispel the charm spell. During lunch break, Maria pulled Mio aside. "Mio-sama, I have something to tell you." "What is it, Maria?" Mio asked. "I think it's time we tell Onii-chan the truth about our identities," Maria declared. "What? Why?" Mio was surprised. "It's not fair to him to keep deceiving him. We should be honest," Maria explained. But, Mio hesitated. What if Roy rejected them after learning the truth? "Mio-sama, he'll find out eventually. It's better to tell him now," Maria insisted. "If he truly cares about you, he won't mind having a daemon and a succubus as his little sisters." Mio's heart wavered. She also didn't want to keep deceiving Roy with the charm spell. She was constantly worried that he would discover the truth and abandon them. "All right, Maria, I agree," Mio finally said with a nod. "Great." Maria beamed, but her true intentions remained hidden. That night, after dinner, Mio and Maria sat down with Roy in the living room. "Mio, is there something you want to tell me?" Roy asked with a smile, gently patting her head. Mio blushed, fidgeting with her fingers. "Onii-chan." She tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come out. Maria, growing impatient, decided to take action. "Let me do it," she exclaimed, then dispelled the charm spell on Roy. However, Roy hadn't been under any spell. He had simply been pretending. So, he remained the same, his expression unchanged. Anii-chan? Mio asked cautiously. Yes, Mio. What's wrong? Roy replied with a gentle smile. You weren't affected by the magic? Mio asked in surprise. Magic? What magic? Roy feigned ignorance. My magic didn't work on you, Anii-chan. Maria also exclaimed in disbelief. I don't know what you're talking about, but I haven't been affected by anything. Roy said with a shrug. But when we first came here, Mio was confused. Maria had used her charm spell on him that day. The first day? Oh, that's because Maria said you would be my little sisters. And I've always wanted cute little sisters, so I played along. Roy explained. Huh? Mio and Maria stared at each other in stunned silence. Roy hadn't been under Maria's spell at all. He had been acting with them all along. Mio wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. She had been calling him Anii-chan and acting like his little sister all this time. How embarrassing. After the initial embarrassment subsided, Mio became worried. Anii-chan, what about you? Hey, as long as you don't mind, Mio, I'll always treat you as my little sister. Roy replied with a smile, gently stroking her head. Mio blushed, her ruby eyes sparkling with gratitude. What about me, Anii-chan? Maria chimed in, feeling a pang of envy. The same goes for you, Maria. I'll always be your big brother. Roy reassured her, also patting her head. Anii-chan is so kind. Maria exclaimed, snuggling against him. Mio puffed out her cheeks, feeling a bit jealous. By the way, Anii-chan, we have something to tell you. Maria said, remembering their mission. What is it, Maria? Roy asked with a smile. Mio looked at him nervously, wondering how he would react to the truth about their magic. We're not actually humans, Maria declared, stepping in front of Roy. A bright light enveloped her, and she transformed from a cute and innocent girl into a seductive succubus. Although Maria was still petite, her charm as a succubus was undeniable. Even Roy was momentarily stunned by her beauty, but then he frowned. Maria, you look lovely, but you should only dress like this at home. It's not appropriate to show this much skin in public. He chided. Maria was taken aback. He was worried about her being seen by others after she had transformed into a succubus. And this was her battle attire. Roy, aren't you curious about magic? Mio asked, surprised by his reaction. Of course I am. But you'll tell me eventually, won't you? Roy replied with a chuckle. Actually, Maria and I aren't human. She's a succubus, and I'm a demon. Mio confessed, her body glowing with a red light as she activated her magic. Her hair flowed in a non-existent breeze, giving her a mysterious and noble aura. Mio, you're beautiful. Roy complimented with a smile. Eh? Thank you. Mio blushed. Anii-chan, you're focusing on the wrong thing. I'm a succubus. Maria exclaimed, approaching Roy and pressing herself against him. Although she was petite, her charm as a succubus was potent. Most men wouldn't be able to resist her advances. I know. So? He asked with a shrug and a smirk. Ugh. Maria was speechless. Anii-chan, do you already know about the demons? Mio asked curiously. Not really. Perhaps I'm just very accepting. Roy replied vaguely. Mio looked at him skeptically. Mio-sama, there's another possibility. Maria said thoughtfully. What? He might be a human with powerful magic potential. Maria explained. In this world, humans could also possess magical talent. So, Maria theorized that Roy has a huge magical potential. That would explain why he was unharmed by the stray demon's attack. Is that so? Mio asked, still unsure. There's no other explanation. It must be true. Maria insisted with a nod. Mio, convinced by her words, nodded in agreement. Roy chuckled inwardly, watching them make assumptions. He didn't have to explain himself after all. Anii-chan will protect his little sisters, right? Maria finally revealed their true motive. Of course. Roy replied without hesitation. Maria nodded in satisfaction. But Anii-chan isn't strong enough to protect us yet. So, form a contract with Mio-sama. Eh? Mio was surprised. They hadn't discussed this. A contract? No problem. Roy agreed, recalling the rather suggestive contract-forming ritual in the original story. Mio-sama, you too. Maria said, turning to Mio. But Mio hesitated. Forming a servant contract with her brother felt disrespectful. Mio-sama, don't hesitate. Anii-chan has great magical potential. If we teach him some magic, he'll be able to protect us. Maria explained. Maria is right, Mio. Make a contract with me. Roy urged with a smile. Of course, he wasn't going to become anyone's servant. But in the original story, Maria had tricked Mio into becoming the servant instead. And whenever Mio had any bad thoughts, the contract would activate. She would act strangely and need to be punished to return to normal. Roy was quite intrigued by this unique contract and its effects. Chapter 223, The Servant Contract. Mio Narusa's bashfulness. Mio hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Alright, Unyai-chan. I'll form a contract with you. She agreed. Maria, seeing that they had both agreed, grinned triumphantly. She began drawing a magic circle. As a succubus, the magic she used often had strange side effects. This particular contract magic circle, for example, would cause an uncontrollable desire for physical intimacy if the servant disobeyed their master's orders or felt guilty. The only way to alleviate this side effect was through, well, you know. Otherwise, it would persist indefinitely. Roy watched Maria prepare the magic circle with amusement. Unyai-chan, let me tell you about the demon realm. Mio offered, explaining the various factions and their relationships. Roy listened with interest. Mio's father was the previous demon lord, an incredibly powerful being. Although he was rumored to be dead, he had actually faked his death. Roy didn't know why he had done that. Maria's father was also the previous demon lord, making Mio and Maria half-sisters. Mio, with her exceptional talent and strength, surpassed all her peers and even some older demons. But the immense power inherited from her father was suppressing her own abilities. Roy found this rather ironic. The old demon lord hadn't made proper arrangements for his daughter before his death and had instead created problems for her. He chuckled and shook his head, then turned his attention back to Maria. Unyai-chan, Mio-sama, the contract magic circle is ready. We can begin now. Maria announced with a smile. Alright, let's start. Roy said, taking Mio to the center of the magic circle. Since this is Mio-sama's first time using contract magic, let me assist you. Maria offered, taking Mio's hand. Mio didn't refuse. Unyai-chan, all you have to do is kiss the magic circle that will appear on Mio-sama's arm. Maria explained to Roy. Okay. Roy replied with a nod. Maria activated the magic circle. But the magic circle didn't appear on Mio's arm. It appeared on Roy's arm instead. As expected, Maria had tricked them. She must have been following Zolgir's orders, and there was definitely some hidden motive behind this. Wait, Maria, what's going on? Mio exclaimed, confused and flustered as she saw the glowing magic circle on Roy's arm. Oh? That's strange. It seems I made a mistake somewhere. Maria replied with a faint innocence. What do we do now? Mio asked, worried. Well, the magic has already been activated. We can't stop it now. How about Mio-sama kisses Unyai-chan's hand instead? Maria suggested with a mischievous grin. What? Mio blushed. She didn't mind becoming Roy's servant, but the thought of it made her incredibly shy. After all, she would have to obey her master unconditionally. She glanced at Roy, her face burning red. Mio-sama, hurry up. The magic circle on Unyai-chan's arm is about to disappear. If you don't kiss it in time, there might be consequences. Maria urged, noticing that the magic circle was flickering. Ah. Mio hesitated, her heart pounding. After a brief internal struggle, she finally made up her mind. She approached Roy and gently kissed the back of his hand. However, due to her hesitation, the magic circle had already vanished by the time her lips touched his skin. It's gone. Maria exclaimed in surprise. Mio froze, her body suddenly paralyzed. A purple collar with a heart-shaped pattern appeared around her neck. What's happening? She stammered, a strange sensation coursing through her body. She collapsed to the ground, her legs no longer able to support her. What's wrong? Roy asked, pretending to be concerned, though he was secretly thrilled. The curse has been activated. Maria explained. Curse? Roy asked, playing along. Maria giggled nervously, then explained, the master-servant contract is meant to ensure the servant's loyalty. But because I used my magic, if the servant disobeys the master's orders, they'll become insatiable. Mio, lying on the floor, her face flushed and her body tingling, moaned, stop talking and help me. Even Roy couldn't help but gulp, seeing Mio's alluring state. Don't worry, as long as you obey master's orders, the curse will be lifted. Maria reassured her with a smile. Mio looked at Roy with pleading eyes. Unyai-chan, please help me. Roy couldn't refuse such a request. Ignoring Maria's presence, he began to discipline Mio. Amazing. Maria cheered from the sidelines, her face flushed with excitement. Roy was speechless. Not only was Maria not embarrassed, but she was actively cheering him on. It seemed he would have to discipline her as well. He couldn't let her keep leading him around by the nose. Within few minutes, Mayo had climaxed 7 times, eventually passing out from exhaustion. Roy glared at Maria, who was still cheering. Maria, sensing his dangerous gaze, chuckled nervously. Anya-chan, I'll go back to my room and sleep now. She scurried away. Roy sighed and carried Mayo to bed. The next morning, Roy woke up to find Mayo staring at him with a love-struck expression. Mayo, what are you looking at? Anya-chan, I. Mayo stammered, then buried her face in his chest, flustered. Roy chuckled. Mayo was quite shy, it seemed. But although she could control her words, her body was honest. And due to the side effect of the contract, whenever Mayo disobeyed her master's orders, she would experience a strange sensation. A purple, heart-shaped collar appeared around her neck. Mayo moaned, her face turning crimson. Mayo, what's wrong? Roy asked with a playful smirk. Anya-chan. Mayo, seeing his teasing expression, realized he was just messing with her. She pouted and snuggled closer. Haha, alright, I get it. Roy said, giving into her adorable act. He spent the morning training her until Maria's calls finally forced them out of bed. During breakfast, Mayo glared at Maria, who was smirking at her. If it weren't for Maria's messed up spell, she wouldn't be in this state. But it wasn't so bad either. She glanced at Roy and blushed. Mayo, I don't think we should let Maria tease you like this. How about we make her sign a contract with me too? Roy suggested with a chuckle after breakfast, while Maria was cleaning up in the kitchen. Mayo's eyes lit up. This was a perfect opportunity for revenge. That's a great idea. I'll go talk to her. If she doesn't agree, I'm free. Mayo declared with a mischievous grin. She went to the kitchen and told Maria about the plan. Maria froze, hearing Mayo's words. She hadn't expected this. Although she was a succubus, she valued her chastity. Even Zolgir hadn't been able to sway her. She had used a special lock to protect herself. No one could take her first time without her consent. Maria actually had a more developed figure than Mayo, but due to the lock, she appeared as a little girl. But Mayo-sama, the contract magic can only be activated during a full moon. Maria said with a nervous laugh. Is that so? Mayo asked suspiciously. Of course. Maria insisted with a nod. Fine. We'll just have to wait until next month then. Mayo said, disappointed that she couldn't enact her revenge immediately. But she wasn't going to let Maria off the hook. The full moon had already passed. They would have to wait for the next one. Ugh. Maria's face fell. She reluctantly agreed. She had a month to come up with a plan. Roy, in the living room, overheard their conversation and chuckled. Maria wouldn't be able to escape now. At school. Good morning, Nanaka-san. Roy greeted Yuki with a smile as he entered the classroom. Yuki frowned, seeing Roy and Mayo holding hands. Chapter 224, Yuki Nanaka bento feeding Mayo until she's full. Yuki couldn't explain why, but she didn't want Roy to get involved with Mayo. However, things seemed to be heading in the opposite direction of her wishes. Roy, seeing her silence, shrugged. It seemed that without a childhood friend-like relationship, it was indeed difficult to win her over. Especially with someone like Yuki, who was rather reserved. But to his surprise, Yuki invited him to lunch. I'd like to invite you to have lunch with me, Roy-san. I made you a bento. She said, offering him a beautifully prepared lunchbox. The entire class erupted in gasps and whispers. Yuki Nanaka, one of the school's beauties, had personally made a bento for him? The rumors about them were definitely true. The other students were filled with envy and jealousy. No, you can't. Anya-chan is having lunch with me. Mayo suddenly declared, clinging to Roy's arm and glaring at Yuki. Roy sighed. It seemed Mayo was feeling threatened. He accepted the bento. If he didn't, Yuki probably wouldn't back down. Mayo puffed out her cheeks, displeased. Mayo, be a good girl, okay? Roy said gently, patting her head. Ugh, fine. Mayo grumbled, still pouting, but she agreed. Please follow me. Yuki said to Roy, then left the classroom. Roy followed her, with Mayo trailing behind them, eager to eavesdrop on their conversation. They arrived on the rooftop. Nanaka-san, what did you want to talk about? Roy asked, getting straight to the point. Yuki hesitated for a moment, then said, Roy-san, you probably don't know Mayo-san's true identity, do you? Mayo, hiding near the stairwell, thought, as expected, she brought Roy here to expose my identity. But we already told Anya-chan the truth. There's nothing to worry about. I know. Mayo told me last night. Roy replied calmly. Yuki was surprised. Mayo Naruse had told him? Then you should know how dangerous it is to be with her. She said. Of course. But I'll protect Mayo. Roy said with a confident smile. But you're just a human. It doesn't matter. Mio said I have magic potential, and she'll teach me magic. Yuki was surprised again. He had magic potential? Usually, those with magic potential were from special groups, like the Hero Clan's village. After a long silence, Yuki looked at Roy with a serious expression. Mio Naruse has inherited the power of a demon lord. She attracts stray demons constantly. If she poses a threat to humans, our Hero Clan will eliminate her. So, I hope we won't become enemies. I hope so too. But I won't let Mio get hurt. Roy replied with a confident grin. Yuki was puzzled by his calm demeanor. Most people would be panicking in this situation, but Roy seemed completely unfazed. She didn't dwell on it, though. After giving him a long look, she left the rooftop. She saw Mio eavesdropping but didn't say anything. Mio, however, was acting strangely. A purple collar appeared around her neck, and she started rubbing her legs together, her breathing becoming erratic. Roy instantly recognized the signs. The curse was acting up again. Mio, what's wrong? He asked playfully, approaching her. Mio had become insecure after he readily agreed to Yuki's invitation. But after hearing their conversation, she was touched. However, she also felt guilty for doubting him. And so, the succubus curse activated. Unai-chan, quickly. Mio pleaded, her face flushed. Quickly what? Roy teased, gently poking her cheek. Mio let out a yelp and climaxed. The curse made her incredibly sensitive. Roy, seeing her reaction, stopped teasing her and took care of her. Over the next few days, Yuki didn't approach Roy again, but he knew she was still watching them from the shadows. Mio and Maria began teaching Roy magic. With his magic authority, Roy could be considered a god of magic. But now, he was being taught magic by others. It was a bit ironic. But he enjoyed spending time with Mio. Her curse would activate at random moments, such as in the bathroom, the school's changing room, the nurse's office, the restroom, and even the empty classroom after school. They had trained in various locations. It was quite exciting. Tonight, Mio and Maria were taking Roy to practice magic. They had been teaching him the basics, and it was time for him to try casting a spell. They went to a deserted forest, a perfect location for practicing magic without being disturbed. Unai-chan, do you remember the magic bullet spell we taught you? Maria asked. Yes, I remember it well. Roy replied with a smile and a nod. The magic bullet was a basic spell. Roy had learned it after hearing it just once. It was easy for him. Then try casting it, Unai-chan. Don't worry, no one will disturb us here. Maria said with a grin. Mio also looked at him expectantly. All right. Roy nodded. He extended his hand, and a fist-sized ball of magical energy formed in his palm. Wow! You succeeded on your first try. Mio and Maria cheered, hugging each other excitedly. Roy, however, simply smirked. Did I? I wonder how powerful it is. Yes, we haven't tested its power yet. If it's too weak, it won't be effective against stray demons. Maria said, pointing at a 10-meter tall boulder. Unai-chan, try hitting that boulder. Mio suggested. Okay. Roy casually tossed the magic bullet towards the boulder. The white ball of energy glowed like a light bulb as it slowly flew towards the boulder. As it neared the boulder, the light suddenly vanished. Mio and Maria were confused. It failed? It seems the power is lacking. But don't be discouraged, Unai-chan. You succeeded on your first try. They tried to comfort him, much to Roy's amusement. It's not over yet. Look. Roy said, pointing at the boulder. Mio and Maria turned to look. Suddenly, several beams of light shot out from the seemingly extinguished magic bullet, and it exploded. Boom. Ah! Mio and Maria screamed, shielding their eyes from the blinding light and instinctively grabbing Roy's arms. The ground shook violently. The forest was filled with the sounds of startled birds and insects. After a while, the light subsided. Mio and Maria opened their eyes. They stared at the scene in stunned silence. Where the boulder had been, there was now a crater over 10 meters wide. The boulder itself was completely gone. This. Maria was speechless. Even with all her power, she couldn't create a magic bullet with this destructive force. Amazing. Mio was also stunned. This was just a basic magic bullet. How powerful would his stronger spells be? She couldn't imagine. Roy chuckled inwardly, seeing their shocked expressions. He could create thousands of these magic bullets in an instant. When playing bullet hell games with Toru, Kana, and the others, magic bullet was just a basic attack. Unai-chan, you're so incredible. Mio exclaimed, hugging him tightly. Hey, you don't even know the half of it. Roy teased. Mio blushed. Roy was indeed incredible in many ways. She used to worry about him not being able to keep up with her, as he was just a human, and she was a demon. But after that one lesson where she had been trained until she fainted, She no longer had such concerns. This is bad, Unyai-chan, Mio-sama. Someone must have noticed the commotion. We should leave. Maria suddenly exclaimed. She had initially thought that causing a scene in this deserted forest wouldn't be a problem, but Roy's magic bullet had caused an earthquake. Such a powerful display of magic would definitely attract stray demons or other factions. Alright, let's go back. Roy agreed. He wasn't that interested in practicing magic anyway. They quickly left the forest. As expected, soon after they left, several people arrived to investigate the scene. Chapter 225, The Power of a Demon Lord is a Burden Meeting Chisato Hasegawa. After Roy and the girls left, a group of teenagers arrived at the scene of the explosion. They examined a large crater with serious expressions. What happened here? How did this crater appear? I don't know. There are traces of magic, but no signs of a battle. Was it caused by someone practicing magic? Yuki, you're monitoring the Demon Lord's successor. Have you noticed anything unusual lately? This group was also from the Hero clan, and the girl they addressed was Yuki Nanaka. Mio Naru's recently acquired an older brother. Nothing else out of the ordinary. Yuki replied calmly. A brother? One of the boys scoffed. We should report this to the village. And the village elders seem to have a negative view of the Demon Lord's successor. They might order us to eliminate her soon, another boy with short blonde hair said with a frown. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. We just have to follow orders. A third boy shrugged. Unbeknownst to them, a masked figure was watching them from a nearby tree. It was Yaehiro Takigawa. He smirked, listening to their conversation. Roy, you're more than you appear to be. He muttered. He had witnessed Roy's magic bullet and was shocked by its destructive power. It was unbelievable that an average magic bullet could be so powerful. This further confirmed his suspicions about Roy. He decided to test Roy again. Meanwhile, Mio and Maria were even more enthusiastic about teaching Roy magic. If an average magic bullet could be so powerful, how strong would his more advanced spells be? One day at school, Mio suddenly felt unwell, and Roy took her to the nurse's office. The school nurse was Chisato Hasegawa, a mature and beautiful woman. She was also a Fura, former high-ranking god amongst the 10 gods of the divine realm. Hasegawa-sensei, is Mio alright? Roy asked. He was surprised that Mio could get sick. It didn't seem logical. Chisato chuckled and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She's fine. It's just her time of the month. Oh. Roy was relieved. He hadn't expected Mio to be too embarrassed to tell him about it. So, don't do anything naughty to her during this time, okay? Chisato warned, playfully poking Roy's forehead. Roy's face twitched. He was embarrassed that she had seen through him. Ahem. I understand, Hasegawa-sensei. He replied awkwardly. Good. Chisato smiled and left the room. Roy sighed. That was embarrassing. Mio, why didn't you tell me? He asked, turning to Mio. Mio blushed and looked away. How could she tell him something like that? Roy turned to get her a glass of water. But Mio grabbed his arm. Don't go. She pleaded. Don't worry, I'm not leaving. I'm just getting you some water. Roy reassured her, gently patting her head. Mio relaxed. She took the glass of water he offered and sipped it, her face still flushed. She began hesitantly. What is it, Mio? Roy asked, looking at her curiously. What if the curse activates? She asked in a small voice. Roy almost laughed. Did she think the curse meant she had to do that with him? He leaned closer and whispered in her ear, don't worry, there's another place we can do it. What? Mio gasped, her face turning crimson. They stayed in the nurse's office for a while longer until Mio felt better. It was already evening when they finally left. Just as they stepped out of the office, Maria came running towards them. Maria, what's wrong? Mio asked, surprised by her panicked expression. Mio-sama, it's terrible. There are stray demons surrounding the school. Maria exclaimed. Mio frowned. Let's go check it out. Roy suggested. He had noticed Yuki Nanaka fighting the stray demons outside. And more stray demons were gathering. There were already over 20 of them, and their numbers were still increasing. Mio and Maria nodded in agreement. They couldn't run away now that the stray demons had surrounded the school. And they couldn't let the demons harm the students who would be coming to school tomorrow. They reached the school grounds and saw Yuki battling the stray demons. She was wearing armor on her arms and legs and wielding a sharp sword. Her usually calm and collected demeanor was replaced by a fierce determination. Even Roy was impressed. Let's help her. Mio said. If we don't stop these stray demons, they'll destroy the school. Alright. Maria agreed, transforming into her succubus battle form. She charged into the fray, punching a stray demon and shattering it. Yuki glanced at her but didn't say anything. Now wasn't the time for arguments. They had to focus on defeating the stray demons. As a member of the hero clan, her duty was not only to monitor Mio but also to protect humans. Seeing so many stray demons, she immediately suspected Mio. Only the Demon Lord's successor could attract so many demons. Anai-chan, let's help too. But remember what I told you, don't use too much magic. Mio reminded Roy. She didn't want him to accidentally destroy the school, like he had done with the magic bullet in the forest. Don't worry, I can control my magic now. Roy assured her with a sigh. He was a bit annoyed that his control over magic was being questioned. But as someone with the magic authority, he could indeed control his power perfectly. Okay, then let's go. Mio nodded, then raised her hand, summoning several magic circles in the air. The magic circles glowed, and several stray demons were instantly incinerated. It seemed she was trying to show off in front of Roy. Roy chuckled, then waved his hand, creating countless magic bullets behind him. The magic bullets swarmed towards the remaining stray demons. Bang! 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 After a series of explosions, all the stray demons were eliminated. This Mio, Maria, and even Yuki were stunned. Hiro Takigawa, who had been watching from the shadows, was also shocked. He had always thought highly of Roy, but he had still underestimated him. To be able to wipe out so many stray demons in an instant, even he couldn't do that. But seeing Roy's nonchalant expression, his suspicion grew. There was another person watching the battle from the window of a classroom in the school building. It was Chisato Hasegawa. Witnessing Roy's overwhelming power, she couldn't help but adjust her glasses, a glint of interest in her eyes. Roy, you're quite interesting. She muttered with a smirk. The battle wasn't over yet. More stray demons appeared as soon as the previous ones were defeated. And Hiro Takigawa, wearing his mask, emerged from the shadows. Of course, Roy knew that this was just a puppet controlled by the real Hiro. Hiro wouldn't risk exposing himself directly. Who are you? Mio demanded, glaring at the masked figure. Maria and Yuki also looked at him warily. Ha ha, successor of the Demon Lord, you should know that your demonic power constantly attracts stray demons. Why don't you just hand it over? Hiro's voice was distorted by the mask, sounding strange and metallic. Hey! You're the one who brought these stray demons here. Don't try to frame Mio-sama. Maria retorted. Yuki frowned. She had initially assumed that Mio was responsible for attracting the stray demons. But it seemed that wasn't the case. Mio also glared at Hiro angrily. Ha ha, you're wrong. Both the stray demons and I were attracted by the Demon Lord's power. Hiro cackled. They were speechless. He was right. It's not just me. More and more powerful and evil beings will come for you. So, hand over the Demon Lord's power. Or those around you will eventually get hurt. Hiro continued. Mio lowered her head, her resolve wavering. He was right. What would she do if she encountered someone she couldn't defeat? The thought of Roy getting hurt, or even killed, terrified her. She began, but Roy interrupted her. Leave this to me. He said gently, patting her head. Mio looked at him with her big, innocent eyes, then nodded. Roy was actually in favor of Mio giving up the Demon Lord's power. She already possessed great potential and strength. Hiro was just a boy her age. If it weren't for the burden of the Demon Lord's power, she could easily defeat him. The Demon Lord's power was currently hindering her growth. Chapter 226, Provocation from the Hero Clan taking advantage of Kurumi no Naka. Roy stepped forward and sneered at Hiro. The Demon Lord's power isn't a toy for you to covet. An invisible pressure descended upon them, and countless magic bullets materialized behind Roy. Hiro's eyes widened in shock and fear. He had seen Roy use this attack before and assumed he had exhausted his magic power. That's why he had appeared to force Mio to surrender the Demon Lord's power. But Roy was still capable of unleashing another powerful attack. This was beyond his expectations. Before he could react, the magic bullets engulfed him. When the dust settled, all the stray demons and Hiro's puppet were gone. Mio and Maria were stunned. Was this godlike being there on Ai-chan? But Mio didn't feel any fear or estrangement. She had already entrusted everything to Roy. Hiro, hiding in the shadows, was pale with fear. Although the one who had been destroyed was just a puppet, he could still feel the terror of those magic bullets. He glanced at Roy, who remained calm and composed, then turned and fled without hesitation. Roy didn't bother pursuing him. Hiro might still be useful. Meanwhile, Chisato Hasegawa, observing the scene from the rooftop, was also shocked. According to her investigation, Roy was just an average human with some magic potential. But his power had grown tremendously in just a few days. If she hadn't sensed any other power within him, she would have suspected that he was some powerful god in disguise. Ai-chan, are you alright? Mayo asked worriedly, clinging to Roy. I'm fine. I could go another 300 rounds with you, Mayo. Roy teased, hugging her back. No. Mayo protested, burying her face in his chest. But she had forgotten that disobeying her master's orders would activate the curse. As soon as she finished her sentence, the purple collar reappeared around her neck, and she moaned. Mayo, you say you don't want to? Roy chuckled, then added with a suggestive grin, Mayo, you're on your period, right? Then I'll just have to take the back door. Mayo was speechless. Maria, let's go home. Roy said, taking Mayo's hand. Okay. Maria replied, then looked at Roy's back with a thoughtful expression. She was considering telling him everything. Roy's performance today had been incredible. He had become so powerful after just a few days of learning magic. If she asked for his help, would he agree? But she held back. Although Roy was strong, he was still no match for a demon cadre like Zolgir. However, she couldn't help but see Roy as a glimmer of hope for saving her mother. The next few days were peaceful. Roy, Mayo, and Maria went to school together as usual. But today was different. Due to Mayo's presence, the school was attacked by a large number of stray demons, disrupting the lives of ordinary students. The hero clan finally decided to eliminate Mayo. And the demon faction, disappointed with Ye Hero's incompetence, sent a new representative to monitor Mayo. As Roy and the girls were leaving school that day, they were intercepted by a group of 4 from the hero clan. Mayo Naros, you've become a threat to humans. The hero clan has decided to eliminate you. Surrender now. A young man with blonde hair named Takashi Hayase declared. Roy-san, I advise you to leave Mayo-san. You can't protect her this time. Yuki also said. After spending time with him, she had developed some feelings for Roy. Yuki, don't bother. He's just an idiot who's been seduced by a succubus. Another young man named Kichi Shiba scoffed. You're right, On-chan. He's not worth it. If he tries to interfere with our mission, we'll just have to kill him. A petite girl with blue hair added. This was Kurumi Nanaka, Yuki's younger sister. Yuki, hearing their words, remained silent. Mayo and Maria frowned. It seemed a battle was unavoidable. Of course, we won't fight here. We'll set up a barrier in an empty field south of here tomorrow. We expect you to be there. Takashi said arrogantly, then turned to leave. Hey, I don't think that will be necessary. Roy chuckled, looking at them as if they were clowns. What? Takashi turned back, confused. I said we can settle this here and now. Roy repeated. There was no one else around. This was the perfect place to deal with them. He didn't want to waste time. Takashi and the others scowled. Are you underestimating us? Kurumi demanded angrily. You'll pay for your arrogance, Takashi sneered. Anii-chan. Mayo and Marie looked at him worriedly. Don't worry, it won't take long. We have a movie to watch tomorrow, remember? I don't want to miss our date because of these guys. Roy reassured them with a smile. Takashi and the others couldn't stand his arrogance any longer. Kurumi stepped forward. You overconfident fool. I'll make you regret that. She declared. Oh, really? Roy chuckled, then turned to Yuki. Is she your sister? Yuki hesitated, then nodded. Yes. Then I'll go easy on her. Kurumi's face turned red with anger. I don't need my sister's help. I can defeat you myself. Is that so? Then come at me. Roy challenged, gesturing for her to attack. If we fight here, the village elders will be furious. Kichi Shiba muttered with a sigh. But Kurumi didn't care. She charged at Roy, her body surrounded by swirling winds. She was a master of wind magic. A small tornado formed and rushed towards Roy. Wind magic, huh? I can do that too. Roy said with a smirk, snapping his fingers. A tornado several times larger than Kurumi's appeared before him. The street was filled with howling winds, and people fled in panic. Chow. Kurumi gasped, shocked by the power of Roy's magic. But she quickly regained her composure. Don't underestimate me. She shouted, focusing her magic power. She created a tornado equal in size to Roy's. The two tornadoes clashed, tearing at the surroundings. Eventually, they cancelled each other out. After all, they were just magic, not real tornadoes. Kurumi sighed in relief. Humphrey, you're not so tough. She scoffed, convinced that Roy had been bluffing. Really? Roy smirked, then waved his hand again. 4 even more powerful tornadoes appeared, heading towards Takashi and the others. He wasn't going to waste any more time. He would defeat them all at once. What? Takashi was stunned. He hadn't expected Roy to attack all 4 of them simultaneously. Seeing the power of the tornadoes, his expression turned grim. Even they had to be careful against magic of this caliber. But no matter how careful they were, it was useless. Even Takashi's Byakko, His divine beast couldn't withstand the force of the tornadoes. They were completely outmatched. Ah! Yuki and Kurumi were swept up into the air, screaming as they were tossed around by the wind. Roy, seeing this, dispelled two of the tornadoes and gently lowered the girls to the ground. But they lost their balance and fell again, screaming. Roy caught them, one in each arm. Eh? They blinked, surprised that they hadn't hit the ground. They looked up and saw Roy holding them, their faces flushing as they met his gaze. Ah! Kurumi suddenly yelped and jumped out of his arms, her face red with embarrassment. Kurumi, what's wrong? Yuki asked, confused. Pervert. Kurumi shouted at Roy. Ahem. Sorry. Roy coughed awkwardly. He had accidentally placed his hands in the wrong places when he caught them. Yuki pulled Kurumi behind her, glaring at Roy suspiciously. Roy shrugged helplessly. Takashi and Keiichi, who had also been caught by the tornadoes, were finally released. They crashed to the ground with a thud. Yuki, seeing that they were defeated, knew their mission had failed. Roy was far stronger than they had imagined. They were no match for him. Nanaka-san, take them and leave. And don't come back to cause trouble again. Otherwise, Roy warned. I understand. Yuki replied, her voice trembling slightly as she met his gaze. She knew he was serious. She then left with Takashi and the others. Unai-chan is powerful. Maio and Maria exclaimed, throwing their arms around him in admiration. Chapter 227, Maria's little scheme forming a contract with Yuki, Nanaka and Maria. After dealing with the hero clan, Roy and the girls were heading home when they encountered another problem. Zolgir had sent a new daemon Velga to monitor Maio after Yahiro's failure. Boom! The wall at the entrance of the alley crumbled as a muscular, bald figure emerged from the dust cloud. Ha ha, there you are. Let me see the power you inherited from the Demon Lord. Velga roared, throwing a punch at Roy, Maio, and Maria. A shockwave erupted. Look out! Maria and Maio cried, trying to pull Roy out of the way. But Roy didn't move. He simply raised his hand, creating a red magic circle that effortlessly blocked the attack. Maio and Maria sighed in relief. Oh? You blocked my punch? Who are you? Velga asked, surprised. Dead men tell no tales. Roy replied calmly, then summoned ice shards from the magic circle and launched them towards Velga. Velga didn't bother dodging. He thought they were just some ice shards. But before he could finish his sentence, his entire body was encased in ice. Crack. 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 Shatter. The ice exploded, and Velga's frozen body crumbled into dust. Maio and Maria stared at the scene in disbelief. They could sense his power growing steadily. He was becoming incredibly strong. Maria's eyes gleamed with a calculating light. Soon, she thought, he will be strong enough to help me rescue my mother. When that time comes, he'll definitely agree to help me, right? I have to be more proactive. The next morning, Roy woke up to find Maria snuggled against him. Maria, what are you doing? He asked, bewildered. Hee, I'm here to wake you up, Unai-chan. Maria giggled. Was this a freebie? Roy wondered. Well, he wasn't going to let this opportunity slip away. Wake me up, huh? Come here then. He pulled Maria closer and hugged her. Eh? Unai-chan, what? What are you doing? Maria asked, flustered. Usually, you should give your brother a good morning kiss when you wake him up. Roy asked rhetorically. Eh? Is that so? Of course it is. Maria knew that, of course. She was an expert in conquering, having played countless dating sims. She was just shy. Maio was still fast asleep, having stayed up late last night since it was the weekend. Seeing that Roy wouldn't let her go without a kiss, Maria reluctantly gave him her first kiss. But it was a small price to pay for her mother's freedom. Besides, after spending so much time with Roy, she had started to develop feelings for him. But when they finally parted, they saw Maio glaring at them with a furious expression. Maria, you traitor. I'll kill you 100 times. She shrieked, pouncing on Maria. Maio-sama, please spare me. Maria cried, surrendering as Maio tickled her mercilessly. They tumbled around playfully. In the following days, Roy and the girls continued their peaceful school life. But there was a new addition to their group now. Yuki Nanaka. It seemed that after their last encounter, Yuki's feelings towards Roy had changed. She had become quite fond of him. She even started competing with Maio for his attention. Roy's life was becoming increasingly lively. You're saying that Maio and Roy formed a contract? Yuki asked Maria, pulling her aside in an isolated corner of the school grounds. They were discussing Maio's power, and Maria had casually mentioned the contract. Yuki, intrigued by this magical contract, had an idea. That's right. Thanks to the contract, Unai-chan has become so much stronger. It's a win-win situation. Maria explained, shamelessly taking credit for Roy's increased power. Really? Yuki's eyes sparkled with interest. Yes, and the next full moon is approaching. That's the perfect time to form a contract. Maria added. Maria, I'm counting on you. Yuki said. Leave it to me. Maria grinned and puffed out her chest confidently. They had a plan. As the full moon approached, Maria's anticipation grew. She and Mio had been diligently teaching Roy all the magic they knew. They wanted him to become even stronger, given his exceptional talent. Maria even taught him her unique succubus magic. She had initially just wanted to see if he could learn it, but to her surprise, he mastered it instantly. She couldn't help but marvel at his monstrous talent. Finally, the night of the full moon arrived. Roy, Mio, Maria, and Yuki were gathered in the living room. Maria had already prepared the magic circle. So, who wants to go first? Roy asked with a playful grin, looking at Mio and Yuki. I'll go first. Yuki volunteered, her face slightly flushed. Maria sighed in relief. She was nervous. After all, forming a contract with Roy meant betraying Zolgir. If she didn't rescue her mother before Zolgir found out, she would be in trouble. She decided to confess everything to Roy later. For now, she focused on activating the contract magic. Yuki-san, after the contract is activated, you have to kiss the magic mark that appears on Onii-chan's arm, okay? Maria reminded her. Is my Onaru's like that too? Yuki suddenly asked, her face flushed. No, she's not. That's why my Osama often acts indecently and begs Onii-chan for. 4. Maria trailed off, unable to finish the sentence due to embarrassment. Yuki's face turned even redder. The magic mark has appeared. Roy announced, raising his arm to show a circular mark on his skin. Alright, Nanaka-san, quickly kiss the mark. Maria urged. No. Yuki refused. Huh? Maria was stunned. Why wouldn't she do it? Mio was also confused. She wasn't happy about Yuki becoming Roy's contractor too. Yuki glanced at Mio, then said, I want the same treatment as her. Maria and Mio were speechless. They hadn't expected that. Meanwhile, the magic mark on Roy's arm faded. Yuki suddenly collapsed. Roy quickly caught her. But there was no rush. He still had to deal with Maria. Maria, you too. He said. Eh? Maria fidgeted nervously. This. Don't worry, I can handle all three of you. Roy reassured her with a chuckle, patting her head. Maria blushed, then nodded. Okay. But I have something to tell you, Onii-chan. Roy knew what she wanted to say. No matter what it is, I'll help you, Maria. He promised. Really? Maria's eyes lit up. With his promise, she no longer felt the need to rush. She activated the contract magic. Maria, the magic mark has appeared. Roy said, showing her the back of his hand. Actually, I also want the same treatment as my Osama. Maria confessed, glancing at Mio. Mio puffed out her cheeks. It wasn't like she had volunteered for this. Why was everyone comparing themselves to her? Although she was a bit jealous, she didn't stop them. She had already been conquered by Roy. Soon, Maria also had a purple collar around her neck. She swayed and almost fell, but Roy caught her just in time. He carried both of them to his room. Yuki was already dazed and out of it. Just as Roy was about to discipline her, Maria suddenly sat up, her face filled with determination. Maria, what's wrong? Roy asked, curious. Onii-chan, wait a moment. Maria said, then focused her magic power. A key materialized in her hand and magically inserted itself into a keyhole on her collar. Click. The lock on her collar sprang open. Maria transformed from a petite girl into a mature young woman with a voluptuous figure. Even Mio was stunned by the sudden change. Onii-chan. Maria purred, throwing herself into Roy's arms. Roy realized that the lock was a magic tool to protect her chastity. After all, Zolgir had tried to make her part of his harem. It seemed he could finally get rid of Zolgir and rescue Maria's mother. Roy didn't hesitate any longer. Chapter 228, This succubus is a bit much. The artificial demon, Zest. The next morning, Roy stretched and disentangled himself from Mio and Yuki, who were clinging to him like koala bears. Maria was nowhere to be seen. She must be preparing breakfast in the kitchen. He got out of bed and went to the kitchen. As expected, Maria was busy cooking. Maria, you're up early. Roy commented, gently patting her head. He felt a pang of affection for her. After all, she had just become his woman last night. But he also couldn't help but admire her skills. As a succubus she was a natural in bed, and her techniques were impressive. Even Roy, with his experience, was surprised. But no matter how skilled she was still no match for him. I wanted to make a delicious breakfast for Onii-chan. Maria replied with a bright smile. Thank you for your hard work. But let me take over today, Roy said, taking the spatula from her. Really? Maria's eyes lit up. Roy's cooking was the best she had ever tasted. Of course, Roy confirmed with a nod. Yay! Maria cheered. But first, you have to lie down on the counter, Roy added with a mischievous grin. Maria was confused, but she complied. She lay down on the counter and looked at Roy expectantly. Like this? Yes, perfect? Roy nodded, then. Maria was stunned. She hadn't expected this. Roy, meanwhile, started asking her some questions. Now that he had conquered her, there was no need to keep pretending to be an average human. Playing the fool was fun occasionally, but it was time to get down to business. Maria, you said you had something to tell me, right? Ah, yes, that's right. What is it? Tell me, and I'll help you. It's about my mother. She was captured by Zolgir, a cadre of the demon faction. And he's been threatening me. Maria finally confessed, her voice trembling. She revealed everything, her mission to spy on Mio, Zolgir's plot. And she even climaxed twice during their conversation. I see. Don't worry, Maria. I'll definitely rescue your mother. Roy promised. Thank you, Anya-chan. It's no problem. Just trust me. Roy easily agreed. Rescuing Maria's mother was a simple task for him. Soon, a delicious breakfast was ready. Dear Oma woke up Mio and Yuki. Wow! Anya-chan made breakfast. This is great! Mio exclaimed excitedly. Even Yuki couldn't help but drool, despite not knowing what he had cooked. During breakfast, Roy told them about Maria's situation. Mio was initially upset that Maria had been spying on her, but she eventually forgave her after Roy explained everything. After all, Maria had been forced to do it, and she hadn't harmed Mio in any way. So, Maria, do you know where Zolgir is? If we know his location, we can go rescue your mother. Roy asked. I'm sorry, Anya-chan. I don't know where he is, or where my mother is being held. Maria replied sadly. Don't worry, we'll find a way. Roy reassured her, patting her head gently. Even if we knew his location, we can't just barge in there. Yuki said with a frown. Although she knew Roy was powerful, Zolgir was a demon cadre and had hostages. Rescuing Maria's mother wouldn't be easy. Mio agreed. Even if they could defeat Zolgir, he must have many subordinates. It would be difficult for them to rescue Maria's mother with just the four of them. Roy, hearing their concerns, chuckled. Don't worry. Once we find Zolgir's base, I'll find a way to rescue the hostages. Trust me. The girls nodded, convinced by his confidence. Finding Zolgir's base was easy. Hiro Takigawa, the demon sent to monitor Mio, would definitely know its location. They just had to ask him. After breakfast, they went to school. Hiro Takigawa, come with me, Roy said, calling him out of the classroom. Hiro was surprised. He rarely interacted with Roy, and Roy had never paid much attention to him. Why was he calling him out now? Had his identity been exposed? He hesitantly followed Roy, Mio, and the others to the rooftop. The rooftop, where they had fought before, had a nice view. Hiro Takigawa, do you know why you're still alive? Roy asked, his back turned towards Hiro as he looked at the scenery. Hiro frowned. I don't understand what you mean. Hey, you don't? Then let me tell you. You should have died after you controlled that stray demon to attack us last time. Understand? Hiro's expression changed. He had been discovered. A chill ran down his spine. Roy suddenly seemed much more menacing. Mio, Maria, and Yuki were stunned. So it was their classmate who had orchestrated the stray demon attack? They were furious. What do you want? Hiro asked, already thinking of ways to escape. This wasn't a puppet. It was his real body. If he was killed here, he would truly die. Don't worry, you're still alive because you're still useful, Roy said with a smirk. Hiro's expression turned grim. He was no match for Roy, and he didn't believe Roy had shown his true strength yet. What do you want me to do? Simple. Take us to Zolgir, Roy replied calmly. Hiro's eyes widened. So Roy was planning to confront Zolgir. He actually had a grudge against Zolgir. His adoptive parents, who were high-ranking demons serving the previous demon lord, had been killed by Zolgir. Alright, I agree. He would gladly help Roy deal with Zolgir. Maria was overjoyed and threw her arms around Roy. Thank you, Anya-chan. It's nothing. Roy chuckled, patting her head. Maria was even more grateful and determined to reward him properly tonight. They followed Hiro to a castle. This is Zolgir's current base. Hiro explained. Roy sensed Zolgir's presence inside. You can leave now, Roy said to Hiro, then took Maria's hand and entered the castle. "Let me come too," Hero suddenly said, kneeling on one knee. "I also have a grudge against Zolgir. Could you let me witness his death?" Roy glanced at him. "Fine." Hero's face lit up with joy, and he followed them inside. "Who's there?" Just as Roy was about to push the door open, a girl with short white hair, tan skin, and revealing clothes blocked their path. "That's Zest, one of Zolgir's artificial demon subordinates," Hero explained. "How dare you betray Master Zolgir Hero Takigawa?" Zest snarled. Hero simply smirked without replying. Zest's shout alerted the other artificial beings within the castle. They swarmed out, mindless and hostile, and attacked. "Oniai-chan, what do we do?" Mayo and Maria asked nervously, seeing the approaching horde. "Don't worry, I've got this," Roy said with a smile, then snapped his fingers. Snap. The ground froze over, and all the artificial demons except for Zest were encased in ice. Shatter. The ice exploded, and the artificial demons vanished into dust. Hero's eyes widened in shock, and a cold sweat trickled down his forehead. As he had suspected, Roy was incredibly powerful. Mayo, Maria, and Yuki were also stunned. "Did we teach Oniai-chan that spell?" "No, we don't even know that spell," Mayo whispered to Maria. "It doesn't matter. As long as it's Oniai-chan, it's fine," Maria replied, shrugging. They couldn't explain it, but they trusted Roy implicitly. They had already entrusted everything to him. Chapter 229, Maria's mother Sheila. The only surviving artificial demon, Zest, trembled with fear, her body frozen in place. Just then. Bang. Zest was blasted away by a surge of magic, crashing into the wall. Damn it. Why were all my other artificial demons destroyed, but this defective one survived? Zolgir snarled, glaring at Zest, who was struggling to get up. He had always considered Zest to be a failure because she wasn't as obedient and fearless as the others. But her fear also meant she was no longer just a mindless weapon. She was becoming a real person. "Zolgir-sama." Zest whimpered, confused and hurt. She was still too naive to understand the complexities of emotions. "Maria, what do you think you're doing? Do you want your mother to die?" Zolgir threatened, turning to Maria. He had chosen this castle as his base because it was actually the body of a magical beast. He used the beast's magical energy to create his artificial demons. And now, all his creations were destroyed, years of effort wasted. He was furious. He waved his hand, and an image of Maria's mother trapped in a cage appeared before them. With another wave of his hand, he could activate the trap within the cage and kill her. "Mother!" Maria cried out, her eyes filled with worry. She clung to Roy's arm, her hope for rescuing her mother resting entirely on him. "Maria's mother, you say? Let me see. There she is." Roy's senses swept through the entire castle, and he quickly located Maria's mother. He reached out with his magic. In the image, a sphere of magic enveloped Maria's mother, breaking her out of the cage and flying towards them. Zolgir's eyes bulged in shock. His carefully crafted trap had been effortlessly bypassed. "Damn it! What did you do?" he roared, finally realizing that Roy and the others were responsible. Roy simply smirked without replying. Just then. Crash. The wall exploded, and Maria's mother Sheila flew towards them, encased in a sphere of magic. "Mom!" Maria cried, catching her mother in her arms. "Eh? Maria, what's going on?" Sheila asked, confused and disoriented. "Mom, Oniai-chan saved you," Maria explained, stepping back and gesturing towards Roy. "Oh? Is that so?" Sheila looked at Roy, then back at Maria. She could tell that her daughter had given herself to this man. She was curious about Roy and trusted her daughter's judgment. Roy, looking at Sheila, was surprised. He hadn't expected her to be so petite, even smaller than her daughter. She was like a little mother-in-law. "Who are you?" Zolgir demanded, fear creeping into his voice. This man had effortlessly rescued the hostage from afar. Such power was beyond even a demon lord. "Dead men tell no tales," Roy replied with a chuckle, then casually reached out towards Zolgir with his magic. The air froze, and Zolgir unleashed his magic power to resist. But it was futile. He was instantly frozen solid. Crack. 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 Shatter. Zolgir's body exploded into icy dust. Hiro Takigawa, watching from the sidelines, was stunned. Zolgir had been defeated so easily? Zolgir was a powerful demon, a trusted subordinate of the current demon lord. Even the demon lord himself might not be able to defeat him so effortlessly. "Alright, now that that's taken care of, let's get out of here," Roy said to the girls. They were inside the belly of a magical beast. Once Zolgir's magic faded, this place would revert to its original form. Okay. They left the castle. As soon as they left, the castle transformed into a massive, fleshy monster. This is bad. If this monster keeps devouring everything around it, the world will be destroyed. Mio exclaimed, her face pale with fear. Of course she was exaggerating. Destroying the world wasn't that easy. Even if this monster could devour everything, it would take hundreds of years for it to consume the entire planet. But it was still a threat that needed to be dealt with. Freeze. Roy calmly raised his hand, and the monstrous creature was instantly encased in ice. Shatter. The ice exploded, and the monster vanished into thin air. Mio, Maria, and Yuki were no longer surprised by Roy's power. But Sheila was stunned. Such power was godlike. It seemed her daughter had made the right choice. Sheila smiled at Maria, offering her silent blessings. As the former Demon Lord's woman, Sheila hadn't had a happy life. Maria's birth had been an accident. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been captured and imprisoned by Zolgir after the previous Demon Lord's death. All right, everything's settled. Let's go home, Roy said with a smile. I should take my leave now. Yehiro said, bowing deeply. Roy glanced at him, then waved him away. Although Yehiro had attacked them before, he had also indirectly helped Roy conquer the girls. And he had been helpful in this mission as well. So, Roy decided to let him go. Yehiro quickly left. Roy and the girls returned home. Meanwhile, news of Zolgir's death spread throughout the factions. The demons, gods and even the hero factions were all intrigued by the mysterious figure who had killed a demon cadre. What a pity. I was hoping to have those two girls as my daughters-in-law, but someone beat me to it. A bespectacled man with a gentle demeanor muttered as he stood in a desolate wasteland filled with monsters. This was Jin Tuju, the father of the protagonist, Basara Tuju, and a legendary hero known as the God of War. It was said that the previous Demon Lord, Mio's father, had ended the war between the demons and the heroes because of Jin Tuju. Jin checked the message on his phone, then lit a cigarette and chuckled. A powerful being has appeared. Let's see if you're human or demon. He left the wasteland and went to visit his son, who was living an ordinary life. Jin sighed. Perhaps this peaceful life was the best for his son after all. Meanwhile, when Roy returned home with Mio and the others, he was surprised to find Zest following them. Master. Zest knelt before Roy with an expression of absolute loyalty. Roy was stunned. Why was she suddenly pledging her allegiance to him? I've been abandoned and you didn't kill me. So, naturally, you're my new master now. Zest explained, her head lowered respectfully. As an artificial being, she didn't understand much about the world. But she knew that Roy was her new master. Mio and Maria exchanged surprised glances. They hadn't expected her to become Roy's servant. Anii-chan, I think you should accept her. After all, a powerful being like you needs someone to attend to your needs. Maria said with a sly grin. Roy's lips twitched. Maria was good. She knew how to appeal to a man's desires. And honestly, Zest was quite attractive. Who wouldn't want such a loyal and beautiful girl by their side? Ahem. Very well. I accept your allegiance, Roy declared. Mio and Yuki were about to protest, but Roy had already made his decision. Thank you, Master. Zest exclaimed, overjoyed. That night, to celebrate Maria's reunion with her mother and Zest's addition to the family, Maria and Sheila prepared a feast. Roy, looking at the similar-looking mother and daughter, had a naughty thought. But he kept it to himself for now. Maria certainly lived up to her promise that night, using all sorts of techniques to please Roy. Even Mio couldn't help but blush. Sheila, in her room, couldn't sleep. The next day, Roy went to school with Mio and Yuki. Yehiro wasn't there. It seemed the new Demon Lord was taking the task of monitoring Mio seriously. He wouldn't send anyone else until he knew Roy's true identity. Roy had one last target, Chisato Hasegawa, the school nurse. She had came to the human world with her powers sealed to help Basara Tuju control his unique abilities. This made things a bit tricky. Lost in thought, Roy arrived at the nurse's office. A mature and beautiful woman was busy working inside. Chapter 230, Chisato Hasegawa returning to DxD Universe. Hello there, Hasegawa-sensei. Roy greeted Chisato with a smile. Chisato turned around, surprised to see Roy. Roy-san, are you feeling unwell? She asked, trying to maintain her composure. She wondered why he was here. This was the nurse's office. I'm curious, Goddess Afura, why are you here? Roy asked with a smirk. What? Chisato's eyes widened in shock. Her true identity was a closely guarded secret. How did he know? Who are you? She demanded, her brow furrowed. I'm the god who will rule this world, Roy declared half-jokingly. Chisato scoffed. She didn't believe him. Then just forget about who I am, Roy said with a shrug. What's your purpose in finding me? Chisato pressed. She didn't believe Roy had exposed her identity without a reason. Roy smirked. I want you to become my servant. As a high-ranking goddess, Chizato's strength was at least Mao class. Servant? Are you a demon? Chizato asked, finally understanding his intentions. Only demons collected servants. That's right. Roy confirmed with a nod. Chizato was confused. She didn't recognize Roy as any of the known demons. Roy simply smiled without explaining. So, what do you say, Hasegawa-sensei? Will you accept? No, I won't. Chizato refused firmly. She had came to this world with her powers sealed to help Basaratuju, the protagonist, control his powers. She wouldn't become anyone's servant. Oh? Not even if that boy you care about dies? Roy asked with a sly grin. He waved his hand, and an image of Basaratuju appeared beside them. Chizato's eyes widened in shock. How did he know about Basara? And he was using Basara to threaten her? That boy is your cousin's son, right? You care about him deeply. You even came here for him. Roy explained. Chizato was even more shocked. He knew everything. What are you going to do? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Roy approached her with a predatory smile. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you. He looked like a villain. And Roy had to admit, it was fun to play the villain sometimes. Chizato's body trembled, but she quickly regained her composure. He's protected by the god of war. I don't know who you are, but you're no match for him. You mean Jintadu? Roy chuckled, then turned towards a figure hiding nearby. Speak of the devil, he's here. Let's see what the god of war is capable of. He snapped his fingers, and the three of them were transported to the subspace. Jintadu was disoriented for a moment, then quickly realized what had happened. I've been discovered? He muttered, taking off his glasses, cleaning them, and putting them back on. He examined Roy carefully. Roy's power was strange. He didn't seem that strong, but Jin could sense a hidden threat. Chizato was shocked again. They had been transported to the subspace in an instant, and the god of war had been nearby all along. Jintadu, what are you doing here? Roy asked curiously. He had just used Jin's son as a threat, and Jin had appeared immediately. What a coincidence. Haha, I just heard about a powerful individual and came to see for myself. Jin replied with a casual laugh. So it was a coincidence. Roy nodded. In that case, let's fight. Oh? Now it was Jin's turn to be curious. Roy had challenged him after revealing his identity and even asked him to attack first. This was either a sign of foolishness or immense confidence. Jin naturally assumed it was the latter. He drew his sword and said with a smile, then I'll show you what I can do. He charged towards Roy and swung his sword. But to his and Chizato's surprise, Roy simply raised 2 fingers. Was he trying to block his attack with just 2 fingers? Jin felt insulted. Then, they were both stunned. Roy's 2 fingers effortlessly caught Jin's blade. Jintadu was the god of war, even stronger than the previous demon lord. And his attack had been blocked by 2 fingers? It was unbelievable, even though Jin wasn't using his full strength. Tiju-san, underestimating your opponent can be dangerous. Roy said with a smirk, then unleashed a gust of wind that sent Jin flying backwards. Jin landed roughly on the ground, his expression turning serious. Hey, it seems I have to get serious now. He said, a playful grin returning to his face. He still hadn't realized how outmatched he was. He unleashed his full power and swung his sword again. This attack was several times faster and stronger than the previous one. But even with his full strength, he was only at the super devil level, far weaker than Roy. Roy once again caught his sword with 2 fingers, and Jin's eyes widened in shock. Even Chizato was stunned. Jintadu was the legendary god of war. No one had ever blocked his attacks this effortlessly. And Roy looked like he was playing with a child. Roy casually tossed Jin and his sword aside, then yawned. This is so boring. He muttered. He dispelled the subspace, and they returned to reality. Jin was frustrated. He had been defeated so thoroughly. This man's power was horrifying. But seeing that Roy had brought them back to the real world instead of killing him, he decided not to push his luck. He simply turned and left. So, Hasegawa-sensei, will you submit to me? Roy asked, glancing at Chizato. Chizato hesitated for a moment, then sighed in defeat. She couldn't resist him, especially with her powers sealed. I accept. But you must promise not to harm Visera, she said. No problem. I have no interest in him. Roy replied with a wave of his hand. He sat down on the office chair in the nurse's office and beckoned Chizato over. Chizato obediently knelt before him and did as he pleased. Roy enjoyed playing the villain for a bit. But now that he had settled things here, it was time to return home. But before that, he had one more thing to do, help Mio cause some chaos in the demon realm. He vaguely remembered that Mio's father, the previous demon lord, wasn't actually dead. But it didn't matter. The previous demon lord wasn't a good person anyway. Back at the mansion, Roy told the girls about his plan to help Mio reclaim the demon lord's throne. But Mio hesitated. She was happy with her current life. She didn't want to return to the demon realm and become the demon lord. Maria was also hesitant. She didn't want to go back to the demon realm either. With no place for them there, she was reluctant to return. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, leave everything to me. Roy reassured them, patting their heads gently. Okay. Mio and Maria trusted him. That night, Roy turned his attention to Sheila. He shared his plan with Maria. Maria was shocked. How could he ask her to help him conquer her own mother? But after a moment of hesitation, she agreed. She was the type of person who would do anything for the one she loved. And so, Roy enjoyed another rewarding experience. He was quite proud of himself for fulfilling such a bold fantasy. After enjoying a few days of peaceful domestic bliss, Roy took Mio, Maria, Sheila, Yuki, Kurami, Chisato, and Zest to the demon realm. With a display of his aura, he effortlessly subdued the current demon lord. Then, after defeating a few rebellious demon cadres, he easily claimed the demon lord's throne. But the throne meant nothing to him. He wasn't going to leave Mio here to rule the demon realm. He glanced at Yaehiro Takigawa and decided to give him the throne. Ignoring the reactions of the other demons, he left the world of Shinmei Imao no Testament with Mio, Maria, Sheila, Yuki, Kurami, Chisato, and Zest. They returned to the world of high school DxD. Chapter 231, Capturing Older Sister Greyfire heading to the Konosuba world. Ryaz, I'm back. Roy announced, returning after a brief absence. Welcome back. Ryaz, Akano, Konko, and the others greeted him. Who is she? Ryaz asked, looking curiously at the girl with crimson hair who looked strikingly similar to her. Let me introduce everyone. This is Mio Naruse, and this is Maria Naruse. Roy said, introducing the girls. Mio felt a pang of insecurity as she looked at Ryaz, who was even more beautiful and elegant than her. She was still a bit dazed. Roy hadn't explained much before bringing them back. They were still trying to process everything. It took them half a day to finally understand the situation, thanks to the explanations from the other girls. But understanding the truth only made them more bewildered. Roy was incredibly powerful. And to think that they had actually tried to use charm magic on him when they first met. Life returned to its peaceful routine. Roy spent his days enjoying the company of his harem. Jack, come here. I have some snacks for you. Roy called out, playing hide-and-seek with Jack the Ripper in the Lucifuge territory in the underworld. No. Jack shouted, then disappeared in an instant. Roy sighed. Jack was a problem child who didn't seem to like him very much. Instead, she was quite attached to Greyfire and even saw her as a mother figure. And Greyfire was also fond of Jack. Roy, there you are. I was looking for you. Greyfire said, approaching him. Huh? What is it, sister? Roy asked. Come with me. Greyfire took his hand, and they vanished in a magic circle. In Greyfire's room, she looked at Roy with a serious expression. I think it's time we discuss the future of the Lucifuge family. The future? Roy was confused. They were immortal devils. Why talk about the future now? Since you haven't produced any heirs yet, this is a very important matter. Greyfire explained. It's too early for that, sister. Roy said with a shrug. Having children seemed like a distant concept to him. He was only 20 years old. Besides, the birth rate for devils was already low, and it decreased even further with increased strength. That's why none of his women had gotten pregnant yet. There was no need to rush. It's not too early. You know how difficult it is for us devils to have children. We have to start working on it now to increase our chances later. Greyfire insisted. Alright, I understand. I've been working hard, haven't I? Roy said with a sigh. He had already gathered so many girls. Wasn't that enough effort? Yes, you have. But as your older sister, I should also do my part. Greyfire activated a magic circle, and her clothes vanished. Roy was stunned, but seeing Greyfire's initiative, he couldn't back down. He hadn't expected to finally conquer Greyfire. It felt like a dream. Roy spent the next few months enjoying Greyfire's company, lost in a blissful haze. Eventually, he returned to Kwa Town, prompted by the complaints from Ryaz and the others. The system had refreshed many new worlds during his absence, but only a few caught his attention. The first was problem children are coming from another world, aren't they? Roy's eyes lit up. This was the key to the world of Little Garden. But with his current stellar level power, he couldn't do whatever he wanted in Little Garden. And life there wasn't necessarily suitable for him. If he remembered correctly, some communities in Little Garden still lived a life of hard labor. In that case, it was better to stay in the world of high school DxD for now. But he would eventually visit Little Garden. Just not yet. The next two worlds made him hesitate. One was Konosuba, God's blessing on this wonderful world, and the other was, is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon? Both worlds had powerful gods that could potentially help him increase his strength. If he could contract them and advance to the solaric level, he would be able to roam freely in Little Garden. After some consideration, Roy decided to visit the world of Konosuba first. The world of Danmaki was complex, with numerous gods and factions. He wasn't sure if he could handle it with his current power. Hence Konosuba was the safer choice. Although Aqua was a bit of an airhead, she was still the goddess of water. And despite being ridiculed by many for her stupidity, Aqua was still beautiful. Roy didn't mind her flaws at all. There was also Eris, the goddess of luck, who was petite and cute, even if she was a bit flat-chested. But both Aqua and Eris seemed to dislike devils. It wouldn't be easy to win them over. And despite their seemingly unreliable personalities, they were still legitimate gods with considerable power, likely at least at the planetary level or higher. Although they weren't strong enough to help him reach the solaric level, they could still boost his power. To advance to the solaric level, he would need to contract many more planetary-level beings, or even stellar-level beings. Roy informed Ryaz and Sona of his decision. Ryaz, Sona, and the others were actually quite interested in visiting other worlds. They were eager to see what Roy's adventure worlds were like. Roy wanted to take them with him, but not yet. He would wait until he had conquered this new world first. It wouldn't take long. The girls agreed. They were looking forward to visiting another world. Roy cast a spell on himself to conceal his demonic aura. This would make it easier to approach Aqua and Eris. Having made all the necessary preparations, he vanished from the living room in a flash of white light. He reappeared above the bustling town of Axel, a popular destination for adventurers in the world of Konosuba. The town, with its unique otherworldly charm, fascinated Roy. This was sometime before the main events of the story. Kazuma Sato, the protagonist, and Aqua, the goddess of water, would soon arrive in this town. Roy had some preparations to make before that happened. First, he needed money. The currency in this world was called Eris. Yes, it was named after the goddess Eris. Roy glanced at the Eris coins in the hands of a nearby street vendor, then activated his magic. Several Eris coins materialized in his hand. The currency in this world consisted of gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins, all called Eris. Their value was roughly equivalent to Japanese yen. The gold Eris coins Roy had created were worth 10,000 Eris each. With money in hand, he headed towards the Adventurers Guild to register as an adventurer. The Adventurer Guild was filled with wooden tables and chairs, and a few adventurers were chatting and drinking. Roy, dressed in a blue cloak made of expensive-looking fabric, his tall and handsome figure exuding an air of nobility, attracted everyone's attention as he entered. "Who's that? He looks like a noble." The adventurers whispered among themselves. Roy ignored them and walked towards the counter. Several waitresses in short skirts, their legs on full display, were smitten by his appearance. But the receptionist Luna, a mature woman with golden hair and a voluptuous figure, looked at him with curiosity. She wasn't fawning over him like the other girls. She was intrigued by his presence. Luna was a kind and helpful woman. But she was also known for being stingy when it came to paying out rewards. She had explained the basics of adventuring to Kazuma and Aqua when they first arrived and helped them register. She was an idol to many adventurers, and any man who tried to get close to her would be met with hostility. Due to her busy work schedule, she was still unmarried. Even Roy was slightly interested in her, but he didn't show it. He approached her with a gentle smile. "Is this where I register as an adventurer?" he asked. "Huh?" Luna was confused. He seemed well-equipped. Why would he ask such a question? Was he not an adventurer already? "Are you not an adventurer yet?" she asked. "That's right," Roy replied with a smile and a nod. Luna was relieved. She was always a bit nervous when dealing with powerful adventurers, but she was more comfortable with newbies. After all, she had plenty of experience guiding new adventurers. "You'll need some Eris to register," she reminded him. But then, she looked at his expensive clothes and shook her head. Someone like him wouldn't be short on money. Roy didn't waste any time and placed 2 gold Eris coins on the counter. "Is this enough?" he asked with a chuckle. "Of course." Luna smiled and began the registration process. Chapter 232, Luna of the Adventurers Guild meeting the useless goddess Aqua. The device used to register adventurers was a machine with a blue crystal orb at its center, giving it a somewhat futuristic appearance. "Let me explain," Luna said, stepping out from behind the counter and approaching Roy with a friendly smile. Her ample bosom was on full display, drawing attention. But Roy remained unfazed. After all, he had seen much more revealing sights back home. Luna, noticing that he wasn't staring at her inappropriately, felt a surge of favorability towards him. Her smile became more genuine. Adventurers have various jobs. You can choose a job that suits your talents. This is a registration card. Luna explained, holding up a small card. It records your basic information, the quests you've completed, and your level. As you level up, you can learn new skills. So work hard and become stronger. Seeing Roy listening attentively, Luna smiled again. She couldn't help but feel a connection with this charming young man, and she found herself explaining things in more detail than usual. Roy listened patiently with a smile. Luna got carried away and started sharing stories about adventurers, but Roy didn't interrupt her. He listened with genuine interest. They chatted and got to know each other. After a while, "I'm sorry for talking so much. Now, Roy-san, please place your hand on this crystal orb," Luna said, finally remembering her duties. The other adventurers in the guild hall, seeing this, felt a pang of jealousy. Their Luna had never been this friendly to a newbie before. Was their precious flower about to be plucked? They glared at Roy with hostility. He suppressed his magic power and placed his hand on the crystal orb. The orb glowed brightly, illuminating the entire guild hall with a blue light. Even though Roy had suppressed his power, the slightest trace of his magic caused a dramatic reaction. The adventurers were stunned and stood up to see what was happening. The receptionists, blinded by the intense light, shielded their eyes. Only Luna stared at the orb with her mouth agape. She had never seen anything like this before. She knew that the brighter the light, the greater the potential of the person being tested. She had encountered a talented adventurer before who had made the orb glow quite brightly, but compared to this, it was like a firefly compared to the sun. Roy was like the radiant sun. Luna was both excited and curious about his talent. The light from the orb then formed a beam that shone on a blank adventurer card, inscribing information on it like a typewriter. Usually, this process was quick, but this time it took a while. Luna waited patiently, then finally snatched up the card when it was finished. "How did it go?" Roy asked with a smile. Let me see." Luna's eyes widened as she read the first line. "Magic aptitude, max. Fire magic affinity, max. Water magic affinity, max. Ice magic affinity, max." As she read the stats aloud, the guild hall fell silent, the only sound being the gulps of stunned adventurers. And no way. Even a great mage wouldn't have such magic aptitude. This is insane. Is the machine broken? Has a hero who can defeat the Demon King finally appeared in our humble town? The adventurers whispered among themselves, unable to believe what they were hearing. Magic aptitude at max? That was unheard of. But Luna wasn't finished yet. Strength, max. Agility, max. Swordsmanship, max. Spearmanship, max. Luck, max. Intelligence, max. She continued. The adventurers were speechless. Every stat she read was max. Of course, this was to be expected. Roy was a stellar-level being. Testing him with a device meant for novice adventurers was like using a ruler to measure the size of a planet. It was only natural for him to max out all the stats. Luna finally finished reading all the stats and let out a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but wonder if Roy was a god in disguise. "Roy-sama, this is your information. Based on your talents, you can choose to become an archmage, a magic swordsman, a magic knight. Anything you want," she said, her tone unconsciously becoming respectful. Roy smiled. "Then I'll choose to be a magic swordsman." "That's an excellent choice. It's one of the highest-ranking jobs," Luna explained with a wink. She quickly updated his registration card. Roy was now officially a magic swordsman. In this world, all beings possessed a soul within their bodies. Whenever a creature was killed or consumed, or its life force extinguished through other means, a portion of its soul and memories would be absorbed. This was known as experience points EXP. Normally, this process was invisible to the naked eye. By absorbing experience points, adventurers would level up and become stronger. Their adventurer cards would also gain upgrade points, which could be used to learn new skills or enhance existing ones. This world had a comprehensive leveling system, similar to that of a video game. Adventurers could quickly gain strength by defeating monsters and leveling up. Roy even considered going to the world of Black Bullet to gather the cursed children and mass-produce adventurers here. After all, the world of Black Bullet was also one of the worlds that had been refreshed in the system. But he decided to put that plan on hold for now and focus on the current world. Having successfully registered as an adventurer, it was time to leave the guild hall. "Thank you, Luna-san. I'll be going now," Roy said with a smile. Luna handed him his adventurer card, then bowed deeply along with the other smitten receptionists. "Roy-sama, we wish you good luck on your adventures. We look forward to seeing your future achievements." Roy couldn't help but glance at their ample bosoms, which were barely concealed by their skimpy outfits. Luna, noticing his gaze, smiled to herself. It seemed this young man wasn't completely immune to her charms. Thank you for your blessings. But I suggest you wear something a bit more modest in the future, Luna-san. Roy said with a chuckle before turning to leave. Luna blushed and looked down at her revealing outfit. Perhaps she should dress more conservatively. After all, no one would want to marry her if she kept dressing like this. Roy left the guild hall and quickly located Kazuma and Aqua with his senses. Aqua was throwing a tantrum, having just arrived in this world. Roy walked towards them. What should I do? What am I going to do now? Aqua wailed, tugging on Kazuma's collar, her face a mask of despair. People stared at her, then quickly averted their gazes. What was with this crazy girl? She was so embarrassing. Even Roy, approaching them, couldn't help but cringe. Aqua wasn't very appealing in this state. But he still walked towards them. After all, Aqua was still a goddess, and she could be trained. If all else failed, he could always use a spell to make her maintain a goddess-like expression. Ahem. Excuse me, do you need any help? Roy asked with a friendly smile. Ah, yes, please. Could you tell us where the Adventurers Guild is? Kazuma asked, relieved that someone had offered to help. Aqua also looked at Roy curiously. Are you planning to become adventurers? Then follow me. Roy said, leading the way. Thank you so much. Kazuma exclaimed gratefully. They followed him. Roy smirked. His plan was going smoothly. Aqua, having just arrived in this world, was naturally wary of strangers. She only trusted Kazuma. So, to win her over, he had to gain their trust first. Then, he would simply get rid of Kazuma. That was his plan. And he wouldn't underestimate Aqua's trust in Kazuma. In the original story, one of the people who had been reincarnated into this world with a cheat ability from Aqua was Kyoya Mitsurugi, who respected Aqua greatly. When he first met Aqua, he had tried to recruit her, but she refused. She preferred to suffer with Kazuma, a low-level adventurer, rather than join Kyoya, who possessed a powerful magic sword. This showed how important trust was. By the way, I'm Kazuma Sato. May I know your name? Kazuma asked, trying to gather information about Roy. I'm Roy Lucifuge. And what about her? Roy introduced himself, then looked at Aqua. I'm Goddess Aqua. Aqua declared proudly, puffing out her chest. Goddess? Roy raised an eyebrow. She's a bit eccentric. Don't mind her. Kazuma explained awkwardly. Roy chuckled. Kazuma then asked about the town, and Roy patiently answered his questions. He knew quite a bit about this town. Chapter 233, Aqua is still pretty great. The giant toad extermination quest. The trio arrived at the Adventurers Guild. So this is the Adventurers Guild? Kazuma said with a hint of awe in his voice. It's scary. Aqua exclaimed, clutching her clothes tightly. Roy chuckled, finding her reaction amusing. Huh? That guy's back. One of the adventurers exclaimed as they entered the guild hall. The adventurers all remembered Roy and his incredible talent. Roy-san, do you know these people? Kazuma asked, curious about the attention they were receiving. No, I don't. I just registered as an adventurer today. Roy replied. Really? I didn't expect you to be a newbie too. Kazuma said, surprised. The registration counter is over there. Roy pointed towards the counter. They ignored the curious gazes of the other adventurers and approached the counter. Roy-sama, you're back. Luna greeted him with a bright smile. Roy was surprised. Luna was now wearing a more modest outfit. Although it was less revealing than before, she still looked beautiful and elegant. Yes, I brought 2 friends to register as adventurers. Roy explained. Luna, noticing his surprise, smiled even wider. No problem. She retrieved the blue crystal orb used for registration. So, who wants to go first? And by the way, there's a registration fee. She reminded them with a professional smile. Okay. Wait, a fee? Kazuma's face fell as he realized he might have to pay. He turned to Aqua. Hey, do you have any money? Aqua shook her head. I was brought here suddenly. How could I have any money? Kazuma sighed. Useless goddess. He thought. Roy stepped in to save them. I'll pay the registration fee. He offered, placing 4 gold Daris coins on the counter. Ah, thank you so much. Aqua exclaimed gratefully, taking the coins and glaring at Kazuma. Useless man. She then handed the coins to Luna. Kazuma's eye twitched, annoyed at being called useless by the useless goddess. Luna collected the fee and explained the basics of adventuring to them. Now, please place your hands on the crystal orb. Who wants to go first? Me. Aqua volunteered, stepping forward and placing her hand on the orb. A bright light emanated from the orb, attracting the attention of the surrounding adventurers. Wow! Aside from your intelligence being below average and your luck being abysmal, all your other stats are far above average. You even have a few max stats. Luna exclaimed, looking at Aqua's adventurer card. Really? So I'm awesome? Aqua asked with a smug grin. More than awesome. Although you can't be a mage, which requires high intelligence, you can choose any other job you want. It's a shame, though. A shame? What do you mean? It's a shame that someone with even higher stats has already appeared. Otherwise, your stats would be the highest in history. Luna explained with a sigh. Although Aqua's initial stats were impressive, they were nothing compared to Roy's. This was to be expected. As a goddess who had been reincarnated, her power was limited. It was normal for her stats to be lower. There's someone stronger than me? Who is it? Aqua asked curiously. She was a goddess. She couldn't believe there was someone with better initial stats than her. It's Roy-sama. Luna replied, gesturing towards Roy. Huh? Kazuma and Aqua were surprised. They hadn't expected the person who brought them here to be powerful. Roy simply smiled and shrugged. Luna turned to Aqua. Aqua-sama, you can choose to be a crusader, a sword master, an archbishop. Any advanced job you want. So, what will it be? It's a shame there's no goddess job. I'll be an archbishop then. I'll heal my companions. Aqua declared proudly. Archbishop? It's a versatile and powerful job that allows you to use all kinds of healing and support magic. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild, Aqua-sama. Luna and the other receptionists bowed deeply to Aqua. This was a sign of respect for an advanced job. Only those with advanced jobs received such treatment. The other adventurers also cheered. As everyone was celebrating Aqua's impressive stats, Kazuma also placed his hand on the crystal orb. The orb didn't glow and quickly finished analyzing his stats. Luna picked up his adventurer card and examined it. So? Am I a genius too? What job should I choose? Sword master? Crusader? Kazuma mumbled, already lost in his fantasies. Sato Kazuma-san, is it? Well. Your stats are quite average. Aside from your slightly above average intelligence and decent luck. Luna trailed off. But those stats aren't very useful for an adventurer. With your luck, I'd recommend becoming a merchant. Kazuma's face fell. Aqua couldn't help but snicker. Hey, your life as an adventurer is already over before it even began. No one's going to defeat the Demon King now. Ha ha ha, defeating the Demon King, you say? A bald adventurer nearby burst out laughing, and the others joined in. With your stats, you should listen to Luna-san and become a merchant. You'll just die if you become an adventurer. A female adventurer chimed in. Of course, they were just trying to discourage him from throwing his life away. Kazuma's face hardened. It seemed this world was more dangerous than he had anticipated. Perhaps he should just become a merchant. But then, he shook his head. He had came to this world for an adventure. He couldn't give up before he even started. I won't give up. I'll be a basic adventurer then. Please. He insisted. Alright, you can always change your job later after you level up. Luna said with a professional smile, updating his card and handing it to him. Kazuma, although disappointed, accepted the card. What should we do now? Aqua asked. Take on a quest and go on an adventure, of course. Roy, who had been silent until now, declared. That's right. Kazuma agreed. But you don't even have any weapons. How can you go on a quest? Luna asked, confused. Eh? Kazuma and Aqua exchanged glances. Haha, don't worry about that. I might not have much money, but I can still afford some basic weapons. As a friend I just met, I'll buy you some. Roy offered generously. Roy-san, thank you so much. Kazuma exclaimed, almost in tears. Thank you, Roy. You're such a good person. Aqua added with a smile. Roy's lips twitched at the compliment. He wasn't a good person at all. So, what kind of quest are you interested in? We have plenty to choose from. Luna said, showing them the quest board. They examined the available quests. Kazuma spotted a quest to subjugate giant frogs. He figured that even if the frogs were large, they shouldn't be too difficult to kill. It seemed much easier than hunting wolves or other wild beasts. Let's take this one. He declared. No problem. Roy agreed. Aqua also had no objections. They accepted the quest and went to the weapon shop. Roy bought them some basic weapons. Kazuma and Roy each got a short sword, and Aqua got a wooden staff. They were all very basic and cheap weapons. Then, they set off towards the giant frog's habitat. It was getting late. They had to complete the quest and find a place to stay before nightfall. They soon arrived at a vast grassland. Roy was surprised that the giant frogs lived in a grassland. It didn't seem like a suitable environment for them. Is that a giant frog? Kazuma asked, staring at the massive creature that was as big as an elephant. Yes, that's a giant frog. It's one of the easiest monsters to defeat on a quest board. Roy confirmed with a smile. It's so big. Aqua exclaimed. Kazuma gulped, then said with feigned bravery, then I'll go first. He gripped his sword tightly and cautiously approached the giant frog. Roy and Aqua watched from behind, not offering any assistance. But as soon as Kazuma got close, the giant frog noticed him. It leaped towards Kazuma with surprising speed. Its massive body crashed onto the ground, shaking the earth. Kazuma's courage instantly evaporated, and he turned and fled, screaming, Aqua, help. Roy-san, help. He ran as fast as he could, regretting his decision to take this quest. Wouldn't it have been better to become a merchant? With his knowledge from his past life and his intelligence, he could have been successful. Chapter 234, Kazuma Merchant Dream. Aqua gets held in the mouth. Aqua watched Kazuma flee, then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. Kazuma's running away. Ha 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 ha. Roy, seeing her unrestrained laughter, was speechless. Aqua, can you not laugh so foolishly? He asked, sighing. As expected of the goddess of uselessness, even her laughter was exaggerated. Huh? Aqua stopped laughing and glared at him, her hands on her hips. I'm a goddess. How dare you call me foolish? Oh? What kind of goddess? Roy asked, feigning ignorance. Listen carefully. I'm Aqua, the goddess worshipped by the Axis cult. The goddess of water. So you should address me as Aqua-sama, she declared, puffing out her chest and pointing a finger at Roy. But to avoid attention, you can just call me Aqua, she added generously. I see. Roy chuckled. She was indeed a goddess, although most people wouldn't believe it. Eh? You believe me? Aqua was surprised by his reaction. Most people wouldn't believe her claims. I have no reason not to believe you. But now's not the time for that. I should go save Kazuma, Roy said, then headed towards Kazuma. If he didn't hurry, Kazuma would be eaten by the giant frog. Kazuma, seeing Roy approaching, sighed in relief and ran towards him, panting heavily. Roy-san, be careful. Those giant frogs are tough, he warned. Although Kazuma was a bit of a wimp, he was still loyal to his friends. Roy didn't dislike him. Don't worry, I can handle it. Roy reassured him with a smile and a confident wink, then walked towards the giant frog with his sword drawn. Boom! The giant frog leaped towards Roy, its massive body crashing onto the ground. But Roy simply swung his sword. A deep gash appeared on the frog's belly, and it collapsed, dead. He had killed it with a single strike. Kazuma's eyes widened in shock. Amazing. Humphrey, Kazuma, you're so useless. Aqua scoffed. Kazuma glared at her, annoyed. He wondered why he was so afraid of the frog while Roy could defeat it so easily. Feeling a surge of courage, he charged towards another giant frog. He was determined to prove himself. But the giant frog's skin was thick and tough. An ordinary human couldn't even scratch it. Roy could easily defeat it because he was incredibly powerful. Even a low-class devil could kill a giant frog with ease, let alone Roy. Kazuma, however, was just a regular guy. As expected, his attack was useless. His sword bounced harmlessly off the frog's skin, and he was swallowed whole. Wahahaha. He was eaten by a frog. That's so funny. Aqua laughed, clutching her stomach. But she celebrated too soon. She didn't notice another giant frog approaching her from behind. The frog leaped and swallowed her in one gulp. Roy shrugged. He didn't stop the frog. Rescuing Aqua after she was eaten would earn him even more favor with her. After both Kazuma and Aqua were swallowed, he leisurely rescued Aqua first. Wah! Aqua cried, not caring about her appearance. Thank you, Roy. She sobbed, clinging to him. Although she was covered in smelly frog slime, Roy didn't push her away. He gently patted her back and comforted her. It's okay. I've defeated the frog. Roy reassured her. Wah! How can it be okay? I've been defiled. Aqua wailed. If the Axis cultists see me like this, my reputation as the beautiful and charming Aqua-sama will be ruined. Roy almost laughed. Was she praising herself? It's fine. Look. He snapped his fingers, and the frog slime on them vanished. Eh? Aqua looked at herself, surprised. She was clean again. That's amazing. It's just a simple cleaning spell, Roy said with a shrug. He was amused by her reaction. A normal girl would be embarrassed to be hugging someone while covered in slime. But Aqua didn't seem to care. No, I can't let this stand. I'm a goddess. I'll show that frog what I'm made of. Aqua suddenly declared, then charged towards another giant frog with a determined roar. Roy sighed. He didn't stop her. He would rescue Kazuma first. Ahem. Thank you, Roy-san. Kazuma coughed, his face pale. Don't mention it. Roy-san, I think I'm not suited to be an adventurer. I'll just become a merchant," Kazuma said dejectedly. Facing death again had made him realize his limitations. He wasn't cut out to be an adventurer. Compared to Roy, he was useless. This realization made him want to give up. Roy smirked inwardly. This was exactly what he wanted. He could have simply used a spell to remove Kazuma from the party, but he didn't want to resort to such forceful methods. Being a merchant isn't bad either. With your intelligence, you'll surely become successful. I support your decision, Roy said, patting his shoulder encouragingly. Really? That's great. It seems like being a merchant is my true calling, Kazuma exclaimed, his confidence returning. Since you've decided to become a merchant, I'll give you some money as startup capital, Roy offered. Kazuma was touched. Thank you, Roy-san. Haha, don't mention it. We're friends, after all, Roy said with a smile. Kazuma was overwhelmed with gratitude. Just then, Aqua, who had charged towards the giant frog, was once again swallowed whole. Her power was limited, and her healing magic was ineffective against the giant frog. Roy and Kazuma exchanged glances. Roy-san, I'll leave Aqua to you, Kazuma said, although he felt a bit reluctant to abandon the goddess he had brought to this world. But he knew he couldn't defeat the Demon King, let alone a giant frog. So, he made the difficult decision to give up on Aqua. Don't worry, I'll take care of her, Roy assured him. He walked towards the giant frog and quickly rescued Aqua. What? Kazuma, you're really going to become a merchant? Then what am I supposed to do? If no one defeats the Demon King, I can't go back home, Aqua wailed, shaking Kazuma's collar. Kazuma sighed. He really wasn't suited to be an adventurer. Don't worry, Aqua. I'll take care of the Demon King, Roy said. That's right. With Roy-san here, defeating the Demon King will be a piece of cake. And once I become a successful merchant, I'll support your quest to defeat the Demon King, Kazuma added. Aqua was still unhappy, but she didn't say anything. She had also mocked Kazuma's stats. He was indeed not cut out to be an adventurer. She finally sighed and gave up on persuading him. They fell silent. All right, let's not worry about that now. Let's focus on completing the quest, Roy said, breaking the silence. You're right. It's getting late. We should finish the quest and find a place to stay, Kazuma agreed. He also needed the reward money to start his business. Roy then put on a show. He casually walked towards a giant frog, his sword flashing, and killed it in an instant. It looked so easy that even Kazuma thought, I could do that too. But he knew he couldn't. Roy quickly finished off the remaining giant frogs, completing the quest. Alright, the quest is done. Let's go back, Roy said, and they headed towards the town to report their success at the Adventurers Guild. Chapter 235, Inviting Luna to Eat Together. Recruiting members, Enter Megaman. Back at the Adventurers Guild, the sky had begun to darken, and the hall was filled with the lively chatter of adventurers returning from their quests. Luna, we're back to report our success, Roy announced with a smile, approaching the counter. Eh? You've already completed the quest? Luna asked in surprise. It was unusual for newbies to complete a quest so quickly, even one as simple as subjugating giant frogs. She had only allowed them to take the quest because of Roy's exceptional talent. Yes, Roy confirmed with a nod, handing her his adventurer card, which automatically recorded completed quests. Amazing. As expected of Roy-sama, Luna exclaimed, checking his card. Haha, it's all thanks to everyone's help, Roy said modestly, patting Kazuma's shoulder. Yeah, Kazuma mumbled, scratching his head awkwardly. He knew he hadn't contributed much to the quest. In fact, he had needed Roy to rescue him. That's right. Aqua chimed in, taking full credit for their success. Here's the reward for subjugating the giant frogs and the compensation for the carcasses, 110. Rs. Please accept it, Luna said with a smile, handing them a stack of coins. Thank you, Roy said, accepting the reward. Although 110,000 Rs sounded like a lot, it was only equivalent to about $1,000 in purchasing power. Split 3 ways, it wasn't much. But the cost of living was relatively low in this world, so it was enough to last them a few days. Luna, would you like to join us for dinner? Roy suddenly asked, surprising Luna. Sure. Let's go over there, Luna replied with a smile, leading them to a quiet corner of the hall. The other adventurers were stunned. Luna had never accepted anyone's invitation to dinner before. Hey, what's going on? Is our guild's beauty going to have dinner with someone? A newly returned adventurer asked in disbelief. You haven't heard? That young man just registered as an adventurer today. He has incredible talent and started with an advanced job. And that girl also has an advanced job, another adventurer explained. The news quickly spread, and everyone in the guild hall learned about Roy and his companions. Meanwhile, as Luna and the others sat down at their table, a waitress rushed over. "Luna-san, it's rare to see you accept someone's invitation to dinner." The waitress teased with a giggle. Luna blushed and glared at her, and the waitress quickly fell silent. "Roy-sama, what would you like to order?" Luna asked, handing him the menu. "Just bring us some of your recommendations," Roy replied, handing the menu back to her. Luna nodded and gave the order to the waitress. "By the way, Luna, we don't have a place to stay tonight. Could you recommend a good inn?" Roy asked. "Of course. There's an inn right next to the guild that caters to adventurers. It's very convenient," Luna replied. "Ah, thank you so much," Kazuma said gratefully. He had been worried about finding a place to stay. "Kazuma, you said you wanted to be a merchant, right? Have you figured out what you're going to do?" Aqua suddenly asked. "Not yet." Kazuma sighed. Although he had decided to become a merchant, he didn't know where to start. He was also feeling a bit melancholic about parting ways with Roy and Aqua. The waiters soon brought their food and drinks. They chatted as they ate. "Kazuma, you're leaving tomorrow. Let's have a toast," Roy said, raising his glass. "Yes, Kazuma, you might be a useless NEET, but I believe you'll become a great merchant," Aqua added, already slightly drunk. "Aqua, stop drinking. You're going to get drunk," Roy said, taking her glass and finishing her drink. "To your success," Luna said, her cheeks flushed from the alcohol. "No, give it back. I want to drink," Aqua protested, clinging to Roy and trying to grab her glass back. "Aqua, you're drunk. No more drinking for you," Roy said, holding her firmly to prevent her from causing a scene. Aqua soon calmed down and fell asleep. Kazuma, seeing this, felt a pang of sadness and drank a few more glasses. After a few rounds of drinks they decided to go to the inn. "See you tomorrow, Luna," Roy said, waving goodbye. "Yes, see you tomorrow." Roy carried the sleeping Aqua and walked to the inn with Kazuma. "Roy-san, Aqua is actually a goddess. I hope you can really help her defeat the Demon King," Kazuma confessed as they reached the inn's entrance. "I know. Aqua already told me. Don't worry, I'll defeat the Demon King," Roy reassured him with a smile. Kazuma sighed in relief. "I see. Then I'll see you tomorrow." He entered the inn. Roy carried Aqua to her room, tucked her into bed, then went to his own room to rest. The next morning, Roy woke up Aqua, whose sleeping posture was as terrible as ever, and they went to the Adventurers Guild. Kazuma had already left to explore business opportunities. Their paths were diverging. "Good morning, Luna. We're here to take on a quest." Roy greeted Luna with a smile. "Good morning. What kind of quest are you interested in, Roy-sama?" Luna asked with a sweet smile. Roy and Aqua looked at the quest board and chose a quest to subjugate a pack of wolves. They had to kill 10 wolves for a reward of 1 million eris. This quest was more difficult than the giant frog quest, but the reward was also much higher. "Roy-sama, for this quest, I suggest you recruit some teammates," Luna said with a concerned frown. "Yes, our party is a bit small. Let's recruit some people." Aqua agreed. "Alright, let's do that," Roy said with a smile. "I'll handle it." Aqua excitedly went to the bulletin board and wrote a recruitment notice. Roy's lips twitched as he read it. It said, "A fun and friendly party, led by the beautiful and noble Archbishop Aqua-sama, is looking for new members to join our adventure." The rest of the notice was filled with nonsensical and Chayunabu-esque phrases. But he didn't change anything. After all, this kind of notice was perfect for attracting Megaman, the crazy explosion girl in darkness, the masochistic crusader. Roy and Aqua waited in the guild hall. Since the notice was posted by 2 advanced job holders, it attracted a lot of attention. But the requirement for new members to also have advanced jobs deterred most adventurers. After all, this was a town for novice adventurers. Advanced jobs were rare. They waited until noon. Seeing Aqua dozing off on the table, Roy ordered some food. "Wow, food. It smells so good. I'm starving," Aqua suddenly exclaimed, her energy restored as she grabbed a frog leg and started munching on it. Roy sighed. "Roy, you should eat too," Aqua said, offering him a frog leg. Roy chuckled and accepted it. Aqua might be a bit of an airhead, but she still knew how to care for others. Roy suspected that she simply lacked proper guidance. If someone taught her some manners and etiquette, she might actually act like a proper goddess. He was starting to look forward to that. Just then, a little girl wearing a red mage robe and carrying a staff approached them. Roy instantly recognized her as Megaman. "I saw your recruitment notice," she declared. Aqua and Roy looked at her. Megaman gulped, eyeing the food on the table, then said, "This encounter is fate. I've been waiting for people like you." She paused, then struck a dramatic pose. "I am Megaman. An archmage. Wielder of the strongest offensive magic explosion. Roy's lips twitched at her Chunabu-esque introduction, but he found her quite endearing. With her black hair, red eyes, and petite figure, she was an adorable little girl. This forbidden power, feared and envied by the world, do you desire it? Megaman asked dramatically, covering half her face with her cloak. Roy understood what she meant. She was asking if they needed her as their archmage. Welcome to the party, Megaman. Roy said with a smile. Oh really? Megaman was surprised that he agreed so easily. Of course. Hey. You have good taste. After all, my ultimate magic, explosion, can shatter. Megaman suddenly swayed and almost fell, but Roy caught her just in time. Megaman, are you alright? He asked with concern. Her stomach growled in response. Megaman blushed. Actually, I haven't eaten in 3 days. Roy's eye twitched. That was rough. If they hadn't accepted her, she might have starved to death. Here, have some food. Roy said gently, placing her on a chair. Really? Megaman's eyes lit up, staring at the food on the table. Of course. Eat up. Roy chuckled, patting her hat. Megaman didn't hesitate and started devouring the food. Chapter 236, Megaman's Explosion Magic Demon Wolves Extermination Quest. Red Eyes. Are you a crimson demon? Aqua suddenly asked, noticing Megaman's distinctive feature. Indeed. I am Megaman, one of the most powerful mages of the Crimson Demon clan. Megaman declared, striking a dramatic pose as she munched on a frog leg, much to Roy's amusement. While Megaman was eating, Aqua asked to see her adventurer card. After examining it, she confirmed that Megaman wasn't lying. Hey, Roy, she really is an arch-wizard. An advanced job that can use powerful magic. Yes, that's right. Roy replied with a smile and a nod. So, she's in? Definitely. Megaman is a perfect fit for our party. Megaman, overhearing their conversation, beamed with joy. The party was formed. After finishing their lunch, they set off towards the plains where the demon wolves roamed. These wolves would often attack merchant caravans, which is why a quest to subjugate them had been posted. However, the wolves were numerous, and it wasn't realistic to try and kill only 10 of them. After all, they were pack creatures. Attacking one would likely anger the entire pack. That's why no one had taken this quest yet. But Roy wasn't worried. They arrived near the wolf den. Looking down at the hundreds of wolves gathered below, Megaman and Aqua gulped. Are we really going to fight them? They look scary. Megaman said, her legs trembling slightly. Don't worry, with Roy here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Aqua assured her, her confidence in Roy unwavering. Yes, Megaman, trust me. I can handle these wolves. But first, let's see your explosion magic. Fire one at the center of the pack. Roy said, pointing towards the wolves. Megaman's eyes lit up, and she couldn't resist the urge to show off her magic. She began chanting. A powerful wind picked up, and magical energy gathered around her staff. Darkness blacker than black and darker than dark, I beseech thee, grant me the crimson light. The time of awakening has come. The absurd and contradictory laws of the world shall be twisted and distorted. Dance, dance, dance. The collapse of the origin of my power, the unparalleled destruction that incinerates all creation. This is the ultimate explosion magic, explosion. As she finished the incantation, the sky changed color. A massive amount of magical energy converged, forming a crimson beam of light that struck the wolves. Boom. The earth shook violently, and Aqua lost her balance, falling onto Roy's back. After a while the tremors subsided. A massive crater, tens of meters in diameter, now scarred the earth where the wolves had been. Only scorched earth and molten rock remained. Megaman's explosion magic was powerful. It had wiped out nearly half the wolf pack with a single blast. But the cost was also immense. Megaman collapsed, her magical energy completely depleted. Roy caught her just in time. Megaman, are you alright? He asked with concern. My ultimate magic, explosion, consumes a tremendous amount of magical energy due to its immense power. In other words, because I used magic beyond my limits, I can't move now. So, I'll leave the rest to you. Megaman explained weakly. Alright. Roy sighed. Although he knew Megaman was the type of mage who could only cast one spell before collapsing, he still couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Hey, Roy, those wolves are coming towards us. Aqua exclaimed, shaking his shoulder. Roy turned around and saw the remaining wolves charging towards them like a cavalry charge. He handed Megaman to Aqua. It's my turn now, he said, drawing his sword and fearlessly facing the wolves. Aqua and Megaman watched nervously. Could he really handle so many wolves alone? Their worries were soon dispelled as Roy's movements shocked them. His sword flashed like silver lightning, each strike cutting down one or more wolves. He danced through the pack, his movements graceful and deadly. In a matter of moments, the number of wolves dwindled significantly. Amazing. Megaman gasped. Was he really a novice adventurer with such incredible strength? Humphrey, of course he's strong. He's going to defeat the Demon King. Aqua said. Defeat the Demon King? That's amazing. Megaman exclaimed. The Demon King was the most powerful and evil being in this world. Countless adventurers had tried and failed to defeat him. Within moments, Roy had single-handedly defeated all the remaining wolves. Incredible. Megaman couldn't help but exclaim again. She looked at Roy with admiration. Let's go back and have someone collect the carcasses, Roy said. The wolf carcasses could be sold for a good price, even more than the reward for the quest. He scooped Megaman up in a princess carry, and they headed back to town. Megaman blushed, feeling flustered by the close proximity to Roy. She remained silent the entire way back. Roy-sama, you defeated all those wolves? Luna exclaimed, checking Roy's adventurer card back at the guild hall. The other adventurers were also stunned. The quest to subjugate the demon wolves had been on the board for a long time. And now, a 3-person party had accomplished it. The news spread quickly, shocking everyone in the town. Roy-sama, here's your reward, 3 million eris. Luna said, handing him the coins. The reward included the money from selling the wolf carcasses and the quest reward. Luna would send someone to collect the carcasses later. Hey, we were able to defeat those wolves so quickly thanks to our powerful arch-wizard. Roy said with a smile, patting Megaman's head. Megaman had recovered some of her magical energy and could now move on her own. She blushed flustered by his praise. No one had ever complimented her magic before. The other adventurers she had joined had always complained about her only being able to cast one spell before collapsing. Roy, do you really think I'm a powerful arch-wizard? She asked, her eyes sparkling with hope. Of course. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to defeat those wolves so easily. Roy replied sincerely. Megaman's explosion had killed the Wolf King, which had been a huge help. You really don't mind that I can only cast one spell before collapsing? Megaman asked again, touched by his words. Everyone has their strengths. Although you can only cast explosion once, its power is immense. If used strategically, it can be a great asset to our party. Roy explained with a smile. Megaman, feeling a sense of validation, threw her arms around him in a hug. This was the first time someone had acknowledged her magic and appreciated her for who she was. If Roy's system had a favorability rating, Megaman's would be close to maxing out. Why can you only cast one spell? If you can use explosion, you should be able to use other spells too, right? Aqua asked, confused. Explosion was a high-level spell, incredibly difficult to master. If Megaman could use such a powerful spell, she should be able to use weaker spells as well. Humphrey. I only like explosion magic. Megaman declared proudly, striking a dramatic pose. Roy wasn't surprised. He already knew this. But Aqua and Luna were confused. If you learned other spells, adventuring would be much easier. Luna said. But I can only love explosion. Megaman insisted. Even if I can only cast it once a day, even if I collapse afterwards, I still only love explosion. Because it was explosion that led me to the path of becoming an arch-wizard. Megaman's voice grew louder and more passionate with every word. It was like those who dedicated their lives to the way of the sword, only practicing swordsmanship. Such people could achieve great things in their chosen field. Luna, however, was speechless. This kind of mage would definitely be a burden, collapsing after a single spell and needing constant protection. But she didn't say anything and simply smiled politely. Some of the adventurers around them understood Megaman's dedication, while others didn't. Chapter 237, The Masochist Crusader, Darkness Goddess of Luck, Eris. This is so delicious. Megaman moaned, savoring the frog leg. It was the best meal she had ever had since becoming an adventurer. Due to her insistence on only using explosion magic, she had been rejected by many parties and had never enjoyed such a luxurious meal before. And she had finally found people who acknowledged her. She was so lucky. Megaman glanced at Roy, then quickly lowered her head and continued eating with blush. Roy, noticing her gaze, smirked. "Oh, this is so good!" Aqua exclaimed, taking a sip of her drink. Roy had allowed her to have a drink since they had just completed a quest. Aqua was a notorious alcoholic and had been quite insistent on having some booze. After their satisfying meal, Megaman and Aqua returned to the inn to take a bath and rest. Roy, however, stayed at the Adventurers Guild, sipping his tea and waiting. He had seen a vision of Darkness arriving and asking to join their party through his prophecy magic. Darkness was also a problem child. Her attacks never hit, so no party wanted her. She would definitely be interested in joining their party after seeing Aqua's ridiculous recruitment notice. And Roy was quite interested in training this masochistic crusader. He had many ideas in mind, such as bullet play and other kinky things. Soon he saw a girl with blonde hair tied in a ponytail and clad in shining armor approaching the bulletin board. It was Darkness. She read the notice, scanned the guild hall, then walked towards Roy. "I saw your recruitment notice. Are you still looking for members?" she asked with a serious expression. Roy, who had been observing her, couldn't help but be amused. She was a beautiful girl, and it was hard to believe that this noble lady was a masochist. "Yes, we are," he replied with a smile. "Really? That's great. I've been looking for a party like yours. My name is Darkness. I'm a crusader, and I'd like to join your party," she said, her voice slightly breathless. Noticing her flushed cheeks, Roy smirked. "Joining our party is fine, but there are some conditions." "Tell me." "I'll agree to anything," Darkness said with a determined nod. "Oh? Even being tied up or forced to wear cat ears and a tail?" Darkness's eyes widened, and her blush deepened. "Yes, I agree. Please let me join your party," she exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. "What a kinky request. It seems I've found the right people," she thought with a thrill. Roy chuckled inwardly. "All right, then you're in." "Thank you." Darkness bowed deeply. Roy suddenly had an idea. Darkness's family was a noble family, wasn't it? Perhaps he could ask them to send someone to teach Aqua some etiquette. But that wasn't a priority right now. "Darkness, I'm Roy, the leader of this party. Just call me Roy," he said. "Roy-san," Darkness repeated, then added with a blush, "Actually, there's something I'm not very good at. Although I'm confident in my strength and endurance, I can't hit anything." "That's not a problem. We already have a useless goddess and an archwizard who collapses after casting one spell. Adding a useless crusader won't change much," Roy replied with a shrug and a grin. "Ugh, how can you be so blunt about calling me useless?" Darkness exclaimed, her face flushed with masochistic pleasure. "Roy-san, although I'm a useless crusader, I'll still do my best to protect the party. Please use me as a shield as much as you like," she declared, leaning closer to Roy until she was practically in his arms. "Of course. Now, Darkness, go back and prepare. Meet us here tomorrow," Roy said, gently pushing her away. "Yes, sir." Darkness nodded and left. Roy watched her leave with a smile. He remembered that Eris, the goddess of luck, was Darkness's friend. The Dustiness family had been worshipping Eris for generations, and Darkness, due to her eccentric personality, had no friends. But Eris was a kind, gentle, and generous goddess who occasionally enjoyed playing pranks. She was also very responsible. When Darkness had prayed to Eris for a friend, Eris had descended to the mortal world in the form of a thief named Chris and befriended Darkness. She had also been retrieving the cheat abilities that Aqua had given to other humans, essentially cleaning up Aqua's mess. As the goddess of luck, she was unbeatable in games of chance, such as drawing lots or rock paper scissors. And she often used this to threaten Aqua. The next day, Roy, Aqua, and Megaman went to the Adventurers Guild. "Roy, you're saying that after we went back last night, you recruited another party member?" Aqua asked, surprised. She was curious about who he had recruited. "That's right. A crusader with an advanced job," Roy confirmed with a nod and a smile. "Really? That's great," Aqua exclaimed. Having another advanced job holder in their party was definitely a good thing. "By the way, Roy, you've leveled up, right? Do you want to learn some new skills? Like explosion?" Megaman suddenly chimed in. "I remember you're a magic swordsman, Roy. That means you can learn magic now." Aqua also expressed her interest. "How about learning my water magic?" Roy's lips twitched. Even Aqua, the goddess of water, couldn't compare to him when it came to water magic. Although his natural affinity was ice, he was still proficient in water magic. As for explosion magic, he had already learned it. "I'll pass on the water magic, Aqua. But I wouldn't mind learning explosion," Roy replied. He had learned explosion after witnessing Megaman cast it. He had to admit, explosion was a powerful spell. If he used it, he could easily destroy the planet. The power of explosion was determined by the caster's magic power. The more magic power, the stronger the explosion. And once learned, it was like a skill ingrained in one's DNA, easily cast at will. So, Megaman's long and dramatic incantation was just her being Chayunabiu. See? Explosion is the strongest," Megaman exclaimed, throwing her arms around Roy in excitement. "Calm down, little girl." Roy chuckled, gently pushing her away. Megaman froze, hearing his words. "A little girl? He called me a little girl?" she mumbled, her face pale. It seemed the term little girl was a serious blow to her pride. But she was indeed a little girl. Roy patted her head and said with a smile, "Yes, Megaman, you're an adorable little girl. See cute." Megaman blushed, flustered by the compliment. Just then, they heard footsteps approaching. A Lilicon? This. Darkness stared at Roy with wide eyes, her finger pointing at him accusingly. This is amazing. I knew I was right about you, she exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. Roy's eye twitched. Darkness's loud outburst had attracted the attention of everyone in the guild hall. Scary. Chris, who was standing behind Darkness, pretended to be frightened, her arms wrapped around herself. Of course, she was just messing with them. Who was this? Roy asked, pretending not to know Chris. Haha, I'm Chris, a thief and a friend of Darkness. Chris replied with a playful wink. Nice to meet you, Chris. Call me Roy. By the way, I heard you leveled up. Would you be interested in learning some thief skills? Chris offered. She was grateful to Roy for accepting Darkness into his party. Thief skills, huh? Sure, I wouldn't mind learning a few. Roy replied with a shrug. He was particularly interested in the steal skill, which could randomly steal items from others. Then follow me, Chris said with a grin. She led them out of the guild hall and into an isolated alley. Chapter 238, Stealing Goddess Darkness. Game thieves have various skills like sensing enemies and hiding. But my specialty is this. I'll show you. Watch closely. Chris, standing in an isolated alley, turned to Roy with a playful grin and extended her hand towards him. Roy could clearly see her rather disappointing figure. With her short white hair and black banda, she had the body of a young girl. Go ahead, Chris-san, he said with a chuckle and a nod. Chris didn't waste any time and shouted steal. A bright light enveloped her hand. Roy could feel a strange power trying to affect him, but he didn't resist. Instead, he focused the power on the ordinary sword at his waist. He didn't want her to steal anything important. In the next moment the sword appeared in Chris's hand. Whoa! It's Roy's sword! Megaman exclaimed. This skill was quite something. If someone stole her staff during battle, she would be doomed. This is the thief skill, steal. If it's successful, you can take anything from your target. Amazing, right? Chris explained with a smug grin, then returned the sword to Roy. It is quite impressive, Roy admitted, then learned the steal skill through his adventurer card. Once he learned it, it felt like an instinct, something he could do effortlessly. Steal. Roy reached out towards Chris with his hand. He could feel the skill's power probing Chris, and he realized he could actually control what it targeted. This was amazing. While others could only steal random items, he could choose his target. He could steal anything he wanted. He focused his mind, and a soft object materialized in his hand. Roy smirked, feeling the soft fabric. Chris suddenly blushed and covered her shorts, glaring at him with embarrassment. Eh? What did you steal, Roy? Aqua asked, curious. Ahem. It seems I made a mistake. I didn't steal anything. Roy coughed, quickly putting the stolen item in his pocket. Chris, hearing this, didn't reveal that her panties had been stolen. It was too embarrassing. Oh, that's too bad. It seems this skill isn't that easy to learn, Megaman said, relieved. It just takes practice. Anyway, let's head back to the guild and celebrate Darkness joining our party, Roy said, quickly changing the subject. He didn't want Chris to blurt out that he had stolen her panties. Okay. Aqua and Megaman readily agreed. Darkness and Chris, with a slight blush, also nodded. Back at the guild hall, they sat down at a table. Roy noticed that Chris was acting a bit strange. It was probably because she wasn't wearing any panties and the chair was cold. He couldn't help but smirk. Chris, noticing his amusement, glared at him. They chatted and got to know each other better. Aqua and Megaman welcomed Darkness to the party. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the guild hall. Emergency quest. Emergency quest. Luna's voice boomed through the loudspeakers. All adventurers, please gather at the main gate immediately. I repeat, all adventurers, please gather at the main gate immediately. The adventurers in the hall were confused but still headed towards the town gate. The entire town was in a commotion as the residents also heard the announcement. Roy chuckled. The cause of this chaos was cabbages. These cabbages, not wanting to be eaten, had become sentient and were migrating across mountains and lakes, seeking a peaceful place to die. And now, they had arrived at Axel, the town of novice adventurers. The adventurers' task was to capture these cabbages. But these weren't ordinary cabbages. They could fly at high speeds, and their impact was strong enough to injure or even kill a person. Ordinary adventurers couldn't stop them. This was a town for novice adventurers. Most of them weren't very strong. In the original story, if Megaman hadn't used explosion magic, the adventurers would have been wiped out. No one could stop the flying cabbages. But using explosion came with a heavy price. These cabbages were actually delicious and valuable. A single cabbage was worth 10,000 iris. and there were thousands of them heading towards the town. Roy, Aqua, Megaman, Darkness, and Chris arrived at the town gate. Give it back," Chris hissed, approaching Roy with a flushed face. She was demanding the return of her stolen panties. "Chris, did I take something from you?" Roy asked innocently with a smile. Chris puffed out her cheeks and glared at him. This guy was pretending that nothing had happened. How shameless. Chris was also a mischievous girl who wasn't afraid of embarrassment. In the original story, she had even publicly revealed that her panties had been stolen. But since no one else knew about it yet, she was too embarrassed to say anything now. But Roy couldn't push her too far. If she decided to expose him, it would be troublesome. Ahem. "Chris, don't worry. After we complete this quest, came to the inn and I'll return it to you," he promised. "Really?" Chris looked at him skeptically. "Of course. I wouldn't lie to you," Roy said with a sincere nod. Chris rolled her eyes. Wasn't he the one who had just denied taking anything from her? Fine. She agreed reluctantly. She couldn't reveal her secret here with so many adventurers around. Roy smirked. This goddess was quite naive. Just then, the adventurers gasped. Even Megaman couldn't help but strike a dramatic pose. "The storm is finally here," she declared. "Everyone, get ready. It's harvest time." Aqua also exclaimed excitedly. The cabbages had finally arrived. They filled the sky, a green swarm flying towards the town. They had black eyes and could even make sounds, making them look somewhat cute. "Charge!" a bald adventurer shouted, and the adventurers rushed towards the cabbages. Roy, Aqua, Megaman, Darkness, and Chris, however, didn't join the fray immediately. "Everyone, the annual cabbage harvest has arrived. These cabbages are of excellent quality. Each one is worth 10,000 iris," Luna announced. "So please try to catch as many as you can and bring them here." She pointed at several large cages that had been prepared. The adventurers cheered and rushed towards the cabbages with renewed enthusiasm. "Roy-sama, please do your best," Luna said to Roy, seeing that he wasn't moving. "Don't worry, none of these cabbages will escape," Roy replied with a confident smile. He glanced at Luna, who was now dressed more modestly. "Roy, shouldn't we be doing something?" Aqua asked impatiently, seeing the other adventurers already catching cabbages. Megaman and Darkness also looked at him questioningly. "Don't worry, these cabbages aren't that easy to deal with. And they won't be able to catch them all," Roy explained. The cabbages were hostile towards humans. Some even deliberately rammed into them. As if to prove his point, a scream suddenly echoed from the battlefield. An adventurer had been sent flying by a cabbage. More and more screams followed. The adventurers were gradually overwhelmed by the sheer number of cabbages. Just then, Darkness couldn't take it anymore and charged into the fray. She saw an adventurer lying on the ground, injured and unable to move, with more cabbages heading towards him. "Danger!" she shouted, jumping in front of the adventurer. Thud. The cabbage slammed into her with tremendous force, but she only stumbled slightly. Then, more cabbages rammed into her. Roy sighed. Darkness's masochistic side was acting up again. He teleported to her side, swatting away the cabbages and pulling her into his arms. "If you want to play games, I'll play with you back home. But I won't allow you to do anything reckless in public," he whispered in her ear. Darkness nodded obediently, her face flushed with anticipation for the games Roy had promised her. Chapter 239, Harvesting Cabbages. Eris joins the party. Roy, hugging Darkness, suddenly slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about another problem child in their party. Megaman, her eyes glowing red, stepped forward, her cape billowing dramatically. "Before my ultimate explosion magic no one can stand. Mwahahaha," she declared, then suddenly blushed and giggled, clearly eager to unleash her destructive spell. But Roy couldn't allow her to use explosion. It would damage most of the cabbages. He was planning to capture them and sell them for money to buy a house. "Megaman, stop right there," Roy said, teleporting to her side and gently ruffling her hair. "Roy, what are you doing? I can't resist the urge to unleash my explosion magic against such a massive army," Megaman protested, struggling to break free from his grasp. "You idiot," Roy sighed, feeling a headache coming on. "Megaman, these cabbages are worth a lot of money. It would be a waste to destroy them. How about we capture them all and use the money to buy you a better staff?" "Yes. We have to catch them all," Aqua chimed in, her eyes sparkling with greed. "Really? You'll buy me a new staff?" Megaman's eyes lit up. No mage could resist the allure of a good staff. "Of course, I promise," Roy assured her, patting her head. "But how do we catch them? It looks like the others are struggling," Chris said, pointing towards the adventurers, who were being overwhelmed by the cabbages. Luna, standing behind them, also looked worried. The town was filled with defenseless civilians. They wouldn't stand a chance against the flying cabbages. Don't worry, leave it to me, Roy said with a confident smile, then stepped forward. The girls watched expectantly, curious to see how he would handle this situation. Roy smirked, then extended his hand towards the swarm of cabbages. Suddenly, all the cabbages froze in midair, then flew towards the cages Luna had prepared. Under Roy's magic, they flew into the cages one after another. Everyone was stunned. Controlling so many cabbages at once, it was an incredible feat, especially for a novice adventurer. But everyone knew that Roy had only registered as an adventurer a few days ago. Amazing. As expected of Roy-sama, Luna exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. Although she knew Roy was talented, she hadn't expected him to be this powerful. Megaman and Darkness were also impressed. Thank you, Roy-sama. Thank you. We would have been in trouble without you. You saved us, Roy-sama. The injured adventurers expressed their gratitude. If Roy hadn't intervened, they might have been killed. Don't mention it. Protecting the town is our duty, Roy said with a dismissive wave of his hand and a smirk. He had saved them as an afterthought. The important thing was that he had captured almost all the cabbages. They would fetch a hefty sum. The other adventurers didn't mind that he had taken all the credit. After all, he had saved their lives. They returned to the guild hall. The staff were busy cleaning up the battlefield and counting the cabbages. It would take a while, as there were simply too many cabbages. It wasn't until evening that they finally finished counting. Roy and the others were enjoying a meal made with the cabbages. This is delicious, Roy commented, savoring the taste. Even with simple cooking methods, the cabbages were quite tasty. If he or Shizuka and Suko were to cook them, they would be even more delicious. Fortunately, he had used magic to store some of the cabbages earlier. He would take them back and let the girls try them. You're a true crusader, Darkness. To stand up to those dangerous cabbages and protect others with your sturdy body, even the cabbages couldn't penetrate your defenses, Aqua suddenly exclaimed, praising Darkness. After the battle, Aqua had grown fond of Darkness. Darkness blushed. It's nothing. I'm just a slightly tough woman. I'm useless at everything else except protecting others. Roy's lips twitched. You're not just slightly tough. You're a masochist, he thought. Aqua, Darkness, and Megaman chatted and got to know each other better. But then, the conversation shifted to Roy. Roy is amazing too, Aqua suddenly exclaimed, leaning closer to him with a smile. Yes. Although he doesn't have powerful destructive magic, that spell that made all the cabbages fly into the cages was incredible, Megaman added with admiration. Yeah, that magic was amazing. I wonder what it feels like to be controlled by it, Darkness mused, her eyes sparkling with masochistic curiosity. Even Chris, who was secretly a goddess, was impressed. Roy, seeing their gazes, shrugged and chuckled. It was just a simple spell. But with this, our party is becoming more and more amazing. All four of us have advanced jobs now, Aqua exclaimed. Speaking of which, I haven't told Megaman and Darkness about our party's goal yet, have I? Roy said. Megaman and Darkness looked at him curiously. That's right. The ultimate goal of our party is to defeat the Demon King. If you don't have that resolve, Roy declared, using reverse psychology. He knew Megaman and Darkness wouldn't be able to resist such a challenge. That's right. That's right, Aqua chimed in. Darkness's eyes lit up. Fighting the Demon King is dangerous. But it has always been a crusader's duty to battle the Demon King. So, I have a good reason to join now. Roy's lips twitched. Well, since she was so eager to battle him, the Demon King, he wouldn't disappoint her. Megaman suddenly slammed her hands on the table and stood up, her red eyes blazing. I am Megaman, the #1 mage of the Crimson Daemon clan, wielder of explosion. My ultimate magic will bring down the Demon King, she declared passionately. Excellent. Welcome to the party. Now, Roy turned to Chris. Chris, what about you? Me? Chris was surprised. She hadn't planned on joining them. Her purpose in coming to this world was simply to retrieve the artifacts. Yes, would you like to join us? Roy asked with a smile. Well, just as Chris was about to decline, she heard Roy's voice in her head. Chris, if you don't agree, you won't get your panties back. Chris froze, then looked at Roy, then at Aqua and Megaman, who seemed oblivious to their telepathic conversation. He was threatening her with her panties again. How shameless. She bit her lip, then sighed in defeat. Fine, I'll join. But I can't promise I'll stay with you forever, she said. She had to travel the world to collect the artifacts. She couldn't stay in one place for too long. No problem, Roy said with a chuckle. As long as she joined now, he would find a way to keep her around. He didn't want her to disappear like she did in the original story. He raised his glass. Then let's toast to our new party. Cheers. They all raised their glasses and drank happily. Meanwhile, the guild staff had finished counting the cabbages. Roy-sama, we've counted the cabbages you caught. There are 135,000 of them, worth 1.3 billion eris. Luna reported, approaching Roy. But since the Novice Adventurers Guild doesn't have that much money, I've contacted the headquarters. They'll send the full amount soon. Roy smiled at Luna, who was bowing respectfully. Thank you for your hard work. Have a drink with us. He was growing increasingly fond of Luna. He might even consider making her his servant, even though she wasn't a fighter. He didn't always choose his servants based on their strength. Yes, Roy-sama. Luna sat beside him and poured him a drink, then poured one for herself. Congratulations on your successful harvest, Roy-sama. Cheers. She said, downing her drink in one gulp. The other adventurers were stunned. Luna had never had a drink with any adventurer before, let alone offered a toast. But remembering Roy's incredible talent and power, they remained silent. Chapter 240, Capturing Darkness. Arrival of a Demon King's Army. Wow! So much money. Does this mean I can buy anything I want? Aqua exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she heard about the massive amount of Eris Roy had earned. Not a chance. You don't need anything, Aqua. And you're definitely not allowed to use it for gambling or alcohol. Roy said sternly. He had to help Aqua get rid of her bad habits. Aqua's face crumpled, and she latched onto Roy, wailing, no. Roy, you earned so much. Give me some. Just a little. A few 100 million will do. Roy's eye twitched as he gently pushed the blubbering Aqua away. A few 100 million? That was outrageous. Get a grip, Aqua. You look ridiculous. He scolded. As soon as he finished speaking, Aqua instantly transformed, her demeanor shifting from a sobbing mess to that of a graceful lady. Her mood swings are insane. Roy thought, shaking his head. Royani-chan, please give me some money. I promise I won't waste it. Aqua pleaded, her voice sweet and innocent. She had switched from her usual idiotic persona to that of a charming goddess, even calling him Money-chan with a seductive tone. Roy almost caved. Fine. Here's 1 million eris. But no gambling or excessive drinking. If I find out you've been misbehaving, you're in trouble. Understand? Aqua snatched the money and cheered, I knew you were the best, Roy. She had conveniently ignored his warning. Don't worry, Megaman, Darkness, and Chris, I'll give you your share later. Roy assured the others. Yay. I'm going to buy a fancy new staff. Megaman exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She had always wanted a better staff. Darkness, however, didn't seem too interested. As a noble, she wasn't short on money. I get a share too? Chris asked in surprise. Of course. Just tell me what you want. Roy said with a smile and a nod. Wonderful. Roy, I want a staff too. Aqua suddenly chimed in, clinging to Roy and acting cute. After spending so much time with him, she had learned how to manipulate him. They played around for a while, then finally returned to the inn late at night. Roy was about to go to bed when he heard a knock on his door. He opened the door and saw Chris standing there. He knew what she wanted. Roy, give me back my panties. She demanded, holding out her hand. About that. Come in first. Roy said, pulling her into the room and closing the door behind them. Chris was startled, and her face flushed slightly. This was the first time a man had held her hand. What are you doing? She asked nervously. Didn't you want your panties back? Roy teased with a grin. Suddenly, he realized that Chris wasn't wearing any panties now that he had them. He glanced at her skirt, his imagination running wild. Chris, noticing his gaze, instinctively covered her skirt and puffed out her cheeks. Give them back. Or else. Although she didn't finish her sentence, she had already decided to make him pay if he didn't return her panties. Here you go. Roy didn't play dumb. He took out her panties from his pocket. Chris snatched them and ran out of the room. Roy sighed, a bit disappointed. He had wanted to tease the naive goddess a bit more. But not long after Chris left, there was another knock on his door. He opened it and saw Darkness standing there. Had she actually taken his words from earlier seriously and come here for some special training? If so, he would gladly oblige. Darkness, what brings you here so late? Roy asked curiously. Didn't you say you wanted to play that game with me? Darkness mumbled, blushing and avoiding his gaze. Roy was surprised. So she really was here for that. But he was also a bit puzzled. Darkness, despite her masochistic tendencies, wouldn't normally engage in such activities with just anyone. After all, she was a noble woman. Darkness, why do you want to play this game with me? It's not something you should play with just anyone, right? He asked directly. Because when I first saw you, Roy-san, I knew you were the same kind of person as me. So I don't mind playing that game with you. I like you. Darkness confessed, her face flushed. Roy was stunned. He hadn't expected to be seen as a pervert by the masochistic crusader, and he certainly hadn't expected a confession. But he wasn't going to refuse a willing Darkness. And so, they played their game in his room. And Roy, of course, didn't hold back. The next morning, Roy and the girls went to the Adventurers Guild. But before that, they had visited the weapons shop and bought new equipment for Aqua, Megaman, and Darkness. Megaman was ecstatic about her new staff and refused to let go of it. Roy chuckled, finding her reaction amusing. Aqua, however, was disappointed. She had thought she could finally enjoy some drinks now that they had money. But Roy had already spoken to Luna asking her not to sell any alcohol to Aqua. Luna, out of respect for Roy, readily agreed. That's why Aqua was sulking. Chris was nowhere to be seen. So, only the four of them went to the guild hall. Now that everyone has new equipment, let's take on a quest. Darkness declared. She hadn't changed her armor, as it was already high quality. Yes, and it has to be one with lots of weaklings. Megaman added eagerly, clutching her new staff. She had been holding back her explosion magic since the cabbage incident. Now, with her new staff, she was eager to unleash it. No, I want something that hits hard. Darkness chimed in, her face flushed and her thighs squeezing together. Megaman and Aqua didn't find her behavior strange. But Roy smirked inwardly. He had put a toy inside Darkness earlier that morning. That's why she had already climaxed several times on their way to the guild. But thanks to his magic, there were no visible signs of her excitement. Roy was impressed by her ability to maintain her composure in such a state. He looked at the blushing and panting Darkness with amusement. They reached the quest board. Huh? Why are there only high-level quests left? Darkness and Megaman wondered. Usually, the board was filled with quests. But now, there were only a few left, and they were all high-level, too dangerous for their party with an average level of only around 10. Megaman had reached level 11 after defeating the wolves. Roy was level 13. And Darkness was also around level 10. Without Roy, it would be risky for them to take on a high-level quest. I apologize. Luna said, approaching them with an apologetic smile. It seems that a Demon King General has been stationed near the town recently. Due to his influence, the weaker monsters have all gone into hiding, and only the stronger ones remain. So, there are fewer quests available. I see. Aqua sighed. They couldn't take on any quests like this. What do we do now? Megaman whined. She had just gotten a new staff and was eager to test it out. Luna, is there a quest about the Demon King General? Roy asked. Eh? Luna was surprised, then replied, yes, there is. There's a hefty reward for defeating him. But it's a very difficult quest, so it's not posted here. You'll have to go to the headquarters to accept it. And so far, no adventurer has taken it. Darkness and Megaman's faces turned grim. This quest was undoubtedly dangerous. Then we'll take it. Roy declared with a confident smirk. What? The girls were shocked. They hadn't expected Roy to accept such a dangerous quest. With their current levels, it was practically suicide. Roy looked at the stunned Darkness and Megaman and chuckled. What's wrong? Is the strongest explosion mage and the masochistic crusader scared? How could I be scared? I'm the one who controls the strongest magic, explosion. Megaman retorted, her pride wounded. Yes, as a crusader, I won't back down from a fight. Darkness agreed with a determined nod. They had been riled up by Roy's taunts. Aqua, however, looked worried. Roy, I'm scared. Why don't we get stronger first, then challenge the Demon King General? She pleaded. Roy sighed. She was a goddess, yet she was so timid. Chapter 241, The Demon King General Extermination Quest. The Power of Explosion. Luna, please accept the quest for us. Roy-san, are you sure you want to take this quest? Luna asked, her voice laced with concern. Yes. Roy nodded, his expression serious. All right. Luna sighed and accepted the quest to defeat the Demon King General. Let's get ready and head out, Roy said to the girls. They soon left the town. According to the map, it should be this way. Let's go. Darkness declared, consulting the map provided by the Adventurers Guild and leading the way. They marched towards the Demon King General's castle under the setting sun. They soon spotted the castle in the distance. Wow! Is that the Demon King General's castle? It's huge. Megaman exclaimed, gazing at the imposing fortress on the hill. Yes, that's it. Let's hurry and finish this, Roy said with a smirk. You seem awfully confident, Roy. Aqua commented. They quickened their pace. But although the castle seemed close, it was still quite a distance. Megaman, the weakest physically, was the first to tire out. Roy had no choice but to carry her on his back. Without Megaman slowing them down, they quickly reached the castle. Roy, what's our plan? Darkness asked. How about I blast it with explosion? Megaman suggested from Roy's back. No. Roy said, playfully patting her bottom. You can only use explosion once, Megaman. We have to save it for a critical moment. Darkness, I need you to lure the Demon King General out of the castle. He instructed. Leave it to me. Darkness declared confidently. She walked towards the ominous castle without fear. Meanwhile, the Demon King General inside the castle had noticed their approach. He ordered his forces to attack. Just as Darkness reached the castle gate, it swung open. A horde of monsters swarmed out, startling Darkness. Roy quickly pulled her back with his magic. But the monsters didn't pursue them. They simply lined up outside the castle. Roy and the others estimated that there were thousands of high-level monsters. This force alone could easily destroy Axel. Then the monsters parted, and a headless knight emerged from their midst. Of course, he wasn't actually headless. He was carrying his head in his arms. The headless knight stopped before them and laughed. Ha ha ha. So you're the adventurers who came to challenge me? The girls, despite facing a massive army of monsters and a Demon King General, showed no fear. Humphrey. I am Megaman, wielder of the strongest magic explosion. Megaman declared dramatically, covering half her face with her cloak and revealing one glowing red eye. That's right. We're here to defeat you, Demon King General. Darkness added, standing protectively in front of the others. The headless knight was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha, you fledglings barely out of your nest, think you can defeat this Demon King General? He laughed so hard that he doubled over. Megaman, prepare explosion. Roy said with a chuckle, patting Megaman's head. Okay. Megaman nodded seriously, then began chanting her incantation. Crimson black flames, in the name of destruction and ruin, the hammer of purgatory descends upon my hand. Explosion. The intense magical energy gathering around her caught the headless knight's attention. He could sense the destructive power of her spell. Although he wasn't afraid, his subordinates wouldn't be able to withstand it. He charged towards them, attempting to interrupt the casting. I won't let you pass. Darkness shouted, blocking his path with her sword. But Roy pulled her back. With her current level, even with her high-quality armor, she wouldn't be able to withstand the headless knight's charge. Darkness, protect Megaman while she casts her spell. I'll stop the headless knight. Roy ordered. Darkness reluctantly agreed. Be careful, she said. Don't worry. Roy gave her a thumbs up, then drew his sword and faced the headless knight. Clang. To Darkness and Megaman's surprise, Roy blocked the headless knight's charge with his average sword. The blade didn't even bend or break. Chow. The headless knight exclaimed in shock. How could a novice adventurer block his attack? He was a Demon King General. This is impossible. The headless knight roared and swung his sword again. This time, his attack was even stronger. The air rippled with the force of his swing. But Roy remained calm and effortlessly blocked the attack. Normally, an average sword would be no match for a Demon King General's weapon. But in Roy's hands, it was as if the sword had become indestructible. Meanwhile, Megaman had finished her incantation. The sky darkened as a massive amount of magical energy gathered. A devastating beam of crimson light descended from the sky, striking the center of the monster army. Boom! The explosion shook the earth, and the flames soared into the sky. Even the headless knight paused his attack. When the dust settled, half of the monster army was gone. Damn you! You killed so many of my subordinates. You've angered me. The headless knight roared. He waved his hand, and the remaining monsters charged towards them. He had abandoned any pretense of knightly honor and simply ordered his troops to attack. Aqua, it's your turn. Use your purification magic. Roy shouted, seeing the approaching horde. Megaman had collapsed after casting explosion. Oh, okay. Aqua replied, then unleashed her purification magic. A low-level spell was child's play for her. She didn't even need an incantation. A few blasts of purification magic wiped out most of the remaining monsters. Darkness blocked the rest, allowing them to be easily defeated. Within moments, all the monsters were gone. The headless knight was shocked. Were his troops really that weak? It was Megaman's explosion and Aqua's purification magic that had made the difference. Explosion was incredibly powerful, and purification was the natural enemy of these monsters. You adventurers are quite capable. Ha ha ha. The headless knight suddenly burst out laughing. His subordinates were all dead, yet he was laughing? Aqua, Darkness, and the others exchanged confused glances. What I meant to say is that I can summon as many subordinates as I want. Come forth, my knights. The headless knight raised his arms, and hundreds of skeletal knights appeared around him. I alone can slaughter the entire town of Axel. Mwahahaha. Darkness and Megaman were horrified. Don't worry, I can purify any number of these monsters. Aqua assured them confidently. She had regained her confidence after defeating so many monsters earlier. Just watch, she declared, unleashing a powerful purification spell that enveloped a wide area, including the Headless Knight. Ah! The Headless Knight screamed in pain. Ha ha, got him. Aqua exclaimed triumphantly. Roy chuckled. Aqua's purification magic was powerful, and most monsters couldn't withstand it. As Aqua was celebrating, the Headless Knight stood up again. Are you really novice adventurers from Axel? He asked in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. Although he was trying to act tough, he was clearly afraid of Aqua's purification magic. Chapter 242, Aqua's hands feel pretty good hunting the snow sprites. We are novice adventurers from Axel. Now face the divine power of purification, Aqua declared, seeing the Headless Knight's hesitation. She unleashed another blast of purification magic. Ah! The Headless Knight screamed in pain, rolling on the ground. But he didn't seem to be disintegrating. Aqua took a step back, fear creeping into her eyes. Roy, my purification magic isn't working on him, she exclaimed. Roy's eye twitched. The Headless Knight was writhing in pain, yet she claimed it wasn't working. Was she serious? But he didn't say anything and simply chuckled. Let me handle this. He handed the unconscious Megaman to Darkness, then walked towards the Headless Knight. Darkness, Megaman, and Aqua watched expectantly, curious to see how he would defeat the Demon King General. The Headless Knight stopped rolling around. Regardless of whether his power was weakened or not, he was still a weakling in Roy's eyes. Ha ha ha, human, your magic is useless against me. Don't waste your energy. The Headless Knight taunted, pretending to be unharmed. You're quite brave to fight me alone. Then, as a knight, I shall accept your duel. Don't underestimate me. I was a great knight in my life. Roy couldn't help but laugh. This Demon King General was trying to trick him into a duel? Fine. Don't worry, they won't interfere, Roy assured him, reaching the Headless Knight and swinging his average sword. Ha ha ha, human, your weak attacks are useless against me. The Headless Knight laughed, not even bothering to dodge. He would take this attack head-on. But just as the sword was about to hit him, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. Roy's sword sliced through him effortlessly. Slice. The Headless Knight, along with the head he was holding, was cleaved in two. Chow. He gasped before vanishing into dust. Amazing. Darkness and Megaman stared at Roy in shock. He had slain a Demon King General in a single strike using nothing but an ordinary sword. I knew I didn't choose the wrong person. Roy will definitely defeat the Demon King, Aqua exclaimed, throwing her arms around him in a hug. She was overjoyed. Once Roy defeated the Demon King, she could return to being a goddess. Roy wrapped his arms around her waist and patted her bottom, but she didn't react. Alright, now that the Demon King General and his monsters are gone, let's go loot the castle, Roy said with a grin. Yes, there must be lots of treasures inside. Megaman agreed, having recovered some of her magical energy and striking a dramatic pose. Aqua, the greedy goddess, was the most excited. Let's go then, she exclaimed, struggling to break free from Roy's embrace. But she couldn't escape his grasp. And she didn't even seem to mind being groped. As expected of the useless goddess. Roy chuckled inwardly. Taking advantage of a goddess, even a useless one, was still quite satisfying. Let's go find some treasure, Roy declared, leading the way towards the castle. The castle was massive, but since the Demon King General had only recently moved in, there wasn't much treasure inside. Even so, they still found valuables worth over 100 million eris. If the castle hadn't been occupied by monsters, Roy might have even considered making it their new home. But he wasn't short on money now. He would find a suitable place later. They couldn't carry all the treasure with them, so they decided to return to the Adventurers Guild and let them handle it. By the time they returned to Axel, it was already evening. Roy-sama, you're finally back, Luna exclaimed, her worried expression replaced by relief as she saw Roy. She rushed over to him. Don't worry, the quest is complete, Roy reassured her with a smile. Even if you didn't complete it. What? It's complete? Luna's eyes widened in surprise. Roy-sama, are you saying that you defeated the Demon King General? She asked cautiously. Of course. If you don't believe me, send someone to check the castle, Roy said with a shrug and a grin. No, I believe you, Luna quickly explained. But Roy interrupted her. No need to explain. Just prepare a feast for us. And have someone go to the castle and collect the valuables. There are spoils of war, he instructed. Luna nodded. Yes, Roy-sama, I'll arrange it right away. She didn't question him any further and immediately went to make the arrangements. Roy was pleased with her efficiency. After enjoying a delicious meal, Luna returned, her face filled with excitement and shock. Roy-sama, we've confirmed that the Demon King General has indeed been defeated. The treasures in the castle have also been accounted for. The total value is 200 million eris. And with the reward for defeating the Demon King General, that's a total of 500 million eris. She reported. What about the castle, Roy-sama? What would you like us to do with it? 500 million eris? Aqua squealed in delight. She hadn't received much from the cabbage harvest since Roy had captured them all himself. But this time, she had contributed significantly. She deserved a share of the reward. As for the castle, do whatever you want with it. Roy said with a dismissive wave of his hand. He didn't care about money. He had taken on a quest for the experience and to deepen his bonds with the girls. Yes, Roy-sama. I'll handle it. Luna replied and left to attend to her duties. She was quite busy now that the Demon King General was gone. The news of their victory spread quickly through the guild hall. The other adventurers looked at them with a mixture of awe and envy. They're amazing. They actually defeated a Demon King General. Aren't they novice adventurers? How are they so strong? You haven't heard? Roy-sama is the powerful mage who single-handedly captured all the cabbages. No, he's a swordsman, isn't he? Roy and the others ignored the gossip and enjoyed their after-dinner tea. Now that the Demon King General was gone, they could finally take on some normal quests. The next day, at the quest board. Roy, let's take this quest to subjugate the White Wolves. The reward is 1 million eris. And just imagine being ravaged by those wolves. It would be so blissful. Darkness exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. Roy sighed at her masochistic fantasies. Roy, how about this one? Megaman asked, tugging on his arm and pointing at a quest to defeat a one-hit bear. Let's see who can deliver the stronger blow, my explosion or that bear's. She declared with a dramatic pose. This quest to subjugate the snow sprites is good too. 10,000 eris per snow sprites. Aqua chimed in. The three girls looked at Roy expectantly. Then let's take all three. Roy declared. After all, these quests were child's play for him. No problem. The girls replied in unison. They made some preparations and set off to hunt the white wolves. These wolves were stronger than the demon wolves they had faced before. But Roy and the girls were also stronger now. They had all reached level 20 or higher after defeating the Demon King General. Megaman's explosion magic was also much more powerful now. The quest to subjugate the White Wolves was a breeze. Megaman's explosion wiped out most of the pack, and Roy and Darkness finished off the rest. They completed the quest in less than a day. They then moved on to the next quest, defeating the one-hit bear. The bear was massive, but since Megaman had already used explosion, Roy had to deal with it himself. After easily completing the first two quests, they returned to the Adventurers Guild. The next day, they set off to complete the third quest, subjugating the snow sprites. Bundled up in warm clothes, they arrived at a snow-covered region. The air was filled with snowflakes, and small, fist-sized snowballs were flying around. These were the snow sprites. It's said that defeating a snow sprite brings spring closer. Darkness explained. This place is quite beautiful. Roy commented, admiring the scenery. The snow-covered landscape and the dancing snow spirits were indeed a sight to behold. But they had a quest to complete. Megaman, use explosion to wipe them out. Roy instructed. Okay. Megaman nodded and began her Chaunabu-esque chant. But perhaps due to the cold, she cut it short and unleashed her explosion magic. Boom! The earth shook violently, and a large crater appeared where the snow sprites had been concentrated. Countless snow sprites were instantly vaporized. Chapter 243, The Voluptuous Lich, Wisnu Mansion. The next day, after searching for a while, they finally found a suitable property. But before they could buy it, they had to help the owner get rid of some ghosts in the graveyard. This was the haunted mansion from the original story. They accepted the quest and went to the graveyard at night. But they weren't alone. Damn undead. Are you the one causing trouble here? Aqua shouted, charging towards a figure standing in the graveyard. Her divine power was ineffective against most monsters but was the natural enemy of the undead. Her attack instantly interrupted the figure's spellcasting. Roy's eyes lit up. The figure was Wizzle Lich and a former Demon King General. She had once been the leader of the strongest adventurer party. Although she wasn't a crimson demon, she was proficient in various magic. Due to her ruthlessness towards monsters, she was also called the Ice Witch. To save her cursed companion she had become a lich with the help of the Demon Duke, Vanir. She had served as one of the Demon King's generals responsible for maintaining the barrier around the Demon King's castle. Now, she was the owner of a magic item shop in Axel, struggling to make ends meet. It was hard to imagine that the once cold and ruthless Wiz had become a ditzy and impoverished shopkeeper. Roy found her quite endearing. Eek! Help! Wiz shrieked, suddenly feeling a powerful divine aura that disrupted her spellcasting. A wave of fear washed over her and she saw a blinding light heading towards her. Aqua's divine power was deadly to the undead. At the last moment, someone stepped in front of her and caught Aqua's fist. Aqua, can you at least figure out what's going on before attacking? Roy sighed. Eh? Roy, didn't you see this undead causing trouble? Aqua asked, pointing at Wiz. Wiz, terrified, hid behind Roy like a scared kitten. She was now utterly terrified of Aqua. And she had also guessed that Aqua was a goddess. Otherwise she wouldn't feel such a strong sense of danger. Idiot, can't you see she's exorcising the spirits? Roy said, flicking Aqua's forehead lightly. Aqua clutched her head. But she's just an undead. She protested. But she is exorcising the spirits, isn't she? Darkness chimed in, defending Wiz. What's your name? Roy asked, turning to Wiz. I'm Wiz. A lich, as you can see. I'm exorcising the spirits here. Wiz replied nervously. Since her identity had been exposed, she had no choice but to confess. A lich! Megaman exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Darkness frowned. She felt like she had seen Wiz somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where. Humphrey. She's still an undead. Take this. Aqua declared, charging towards Wiz again. Wiz quickly hid behind Roy, realizing that he was her only protector now. Idiot, don't just attack any undead you see. Can't you see she's helping us? Roy said, stopping Aqua. He sighed inwardly. He turned to Wiz and said with a reassuring smile, don't worry, Wiz. I won't let Aqua hurt you. But we've accepted the quest to exorcise the spirits here, so we'll take over. Wiz was touched. Thank you. Then I'll be going now. She bowed and quickly left. She was truly afraid of Aqua. Why did you let her go? Aqua complained, pouting. She's not a bad person. Now, let's exorcise these spirits. Roy said with a shrug. Aqua, although still unhappy, didn't argue and started exorcising the spirits. As an archpriest, this was a simple task for her. Roy remembered that in the original story, Aqua had been too lazy to exorcise all the spirits, which had led to them infesting the mansion. This time, he made sure she finished the job properly. I'm exhausted. Aqua said, collapsing onto Roy, who caught her. Since the quest is complete, let's go back and check out that mansion. Roy suggested. Okay. Aqua perked up at the mention of the mansion. Megaman and Darkness also nodded eagerly. They reported their success at the Adventurers Guild, then went to meet the owner of the mansion and bought it. The mansion was quite dilapidated. It was no wonder it was being sold. Even Roy found it a bit too shabby. He waved his hand. The mansion was instantly renovated. Aqua, Megaman, and Darkness stared in awe. Roy, what? What kind of magic is that? That's incredible. It's even better than divine power. Roy chuckled, amused by their reactions. Let's go inside. This is our new home, he said, leading the way. Home? The girls exchanged glances, a hint of anticipation in their eyes, then followed him inside. Wow! It's so beautiful! Megaman exclaimed, marveling at the interior. Even Darkness was impressed. The decorations here were even more luxurious than those in her family's mansion. Aqua, however, wasn't interested in the decorations. She was drawn to a large and comfortable-looking bed. She jumped onto it and started rolling around happily. This bed is so soft. Megaman and Darkness also couldn't resist the temptation and joined her on the bed. Winter arrived and life settled into a peaceful routine. Roy found himself a bit bored. Aside from his daily training with Darkness, there wasn't much to do. As the weather grew colder, Megaman and Aqua also became less inclined to go on quests. Roy even considered just defeating the Demon King to end this game early. But he decided against it. After all, Yun, Megaman's rival, hadn't appeared yet. He couldn't end this adventure without meeting her. One day, Kazuma unexpectedly visited them. Haha, Roy, I didn't expect you to become such a famous adventurer in such a short time. I found this place easily just by asking around. Kazuma said, a confident grin on his face as he sat in the living room, dressed in an expensive fur coat. It seemed his dream of becoming a successful merchant had come true. Of course. We've already defeated a Demon King general. We'll be taking on the Demon King himself soon. Aqua declared proudly. Really? Congratulations. Kazuma said with a forced smile. He felt a mix of emotions, but he quickly pushed them aside. They chatted for a while, and Kazuma shared his experiences as a merchant. To Roy's surprise, Kazuma had become a regular at the Succubus pub, having invented several useful gadgets for them. Roy knew about the Succubus pub in this town, but he had never been there. Roy, I have something to discuss with you in private. Kazuma suddenly said, leaning closer. Huh? What is it that you can't tell me in front of everyone? Aqua asked suspiciously. Megaman and Darkness also looked at them curiously. Kazuma blushed, embarrassed. Roy, curious about what he wanted to say, agreed. Aqua, could you and the others excuse us for a moment? Ugh. Fine. Aqua reluctantly left the living room, followed by Darkness and Megaman. Alright, you can talk now. Roy said to Kazuma. Hey. Kazuma grinned and pulled out a card, whispering, this is a secret for men. With this card, you can enjoy the services of a succubus. How about it? Want to try it? So that was it. Roy's interest waned. He had Darkness at home, and he was planning to conquer Megaman soon. He wasn't interested in visiting the succubus pub. Sorry, I'm not interested. Roy said with a chuckle, declining the offer. Eh? Kazuma's face fell. He had been confident that Roy would accept. Why? Is it because? He suddenly realized that Roy had several beautiful girls in his party, especially that blonde girl with an impressive figure. He sighed in defeat. Alright then. Sorry to bother you. He left, feeling dejected. Roy, what did he say to you? Aqua asked as she and the others returned to the living room. What's this? Darkness picked up the card on the table. Succubus services. She read aloud, then blushed. Succubus services? Roy, how could you? Aqua exclaimed. You have so many beautiful girls at home. Megaman added. Am I just a toy to be used and discarded? Darkness cried dramatically. You idiots. What are you thinking? Roy said, flicking Aqua and Megaman and Darkness on their foreheads. That was just something Kazuma left behind. I'm not interested in succubi. Really? Aqua asked suspiciously. Of course. Why would I need succubi when I have all of you beautiful girls? Roy sighed. Megaman and Darkness blushed. Aqua, however, took a step back with a suspicious look on her face. So you do have ulterior motives towards me? She accused. Roy rolled his eyes and didn't bother explaining. He simply gave her a look that said, use your brain. Aqua, seeing his expression, exploded. What's with that look? Are you looking down on me? I'm a goddess. She shouted, jumping on him and hitting him playfully. But after Roy spanked her a few times, she calmed down. Chapter 244, The Mobile Fortress Attacks. Latina is not a perverted knight. One day, Darkness's family sent a large shipment of food and other supplies. Her father was still worried about her adventuring and wanted to make sure she was well fed. Chris also returned. Haha, I didn't expect you to buy this mansion, Roy. Do I have a room here? She asked with a grin. Roy replied with a warm smile, of course you do. You're always welcome here, Chris. This is your home. Chris's heart skipped a beat. She had just been joking, but Roy's words touched her. Why are you saying such sweet things? Are you trying to win me over? She asked, wiping a tear from her eye. You're a bit flat-chested, but you're still cute. I suppose you meet my standards. Roy said with a thoughtful expression, pretending to consider her seriously. Chris's eye twitched. Give me back my touching moment. She grumbled. Megaman, hearing this, looked down at her own flat chest and thought, if Chris is acceptable, then I should be fine too, right? Roy, you're becoming more and more depraved. Even a flat-chested girl like that. Aqua commented with a smirk. Chris and Megaman glared at her. After some playful banter, Darkness went to prepare lunch with the ingredients her family had sent. Soon, a table full of delicious food was ready. Wow, it smells so good. Megaman exclaimed, drooling. Aqua was also practically drooling. Let's eat. Roy announced. Itadakimasu. Aqua immediately started eating before he even finished speaking. The steamed crabs, dipped in sauce, were incredibly delicious. Even Roy, who was usually picky with his food, couldn't help but indulge. Just as they finished their meal, the emergency bell in the Adventurers Guild rang. Alert! Alert! The mobile fortress destroyer is approaching the town. All citizens please evacuate immediately. Adventurers please equip yourselves and gather at the Adventurers Guild. Luna's voice boomed through the loudspeakers, reaching everyone in the town. The town was instantly thrown into chaos. Aqua, who had been relaxing after her meal, jumped up in fear. Roy, let's run. As far away as possible. She cried, clinging to him. Roy sighed and held her head to calm her down. The mobile fortress destroyer. Fighting that thing is suicide. Even Megaman, who was usually fearless, said with a shudder. Darkness, seeing that Roy might not know about the destroyer, explained, the mobile fortress destroyer is an ancient weapon that has gone berserk. It's said to destroy everything in its path. So? Is it stronger than the Demon King generals? Roy asked with a smirk. Even if it is, so what? No enemy can make me back down. His words, although spoken calmly, contained an undeniable air of confidence and determination. The girl's eyes lit up. Chris looked at him with admiration. His unwavering confidence was truly heroic. Even a goddess couldn't help but be attracted to such a presence. Then let's go to the Adventurers Guild, Darkness said, her confidence restored. They headed to the guild hall. Roy-sama, you're finally here. Luna sighed in relief, seeing them arrive. Almost all the adventurers in town were gathered there. They also seemed calmer now that Roy and his party had arrived. What's the situation? Roy asked Luna. A receptionist brought over a crystal orb that showed the location of the destroyer. Currently, the destroyer is northwest of the town. It should arrive in about an hour, she reported. The adventurers gasped. They didn't have much time. The crystal orb showed a massive, spider-like machine with 8 legs marching towards the town. The ground cracked and trees snapped under its weight. It was like a giant plow, tearing through the earth. The adventurers were silent, their faces grim. That mobile fortress is an ancient magical weapon, isn't it? Didn't the one who created it leave behind any way to stop it? A red-haired mage suddenly asked. The other adventurers also wondered about that. Such a powerful weapon should have some kind of control mechanism. The country that created the destroyer was destroyed when it went berserk. So, we don't know if there's a way to control it. Luna explained. There's probably no way to control it. Otherwise, why would the ancient magic kingdom be destroyed? Darkness said. Her words dashed the adventurers' hopes of controlling the destroyer. We should just run, Chris suggested. No, the townspeople will be left homeless. Darkness objected. You're so stubborn, Darkness. Chris sighed. Roy, you must have a plan, right? Tell us. Chris said, tugging on Roy's sleeve. Aqua, you should be able to break the destroyer's barrier, right? Roy asked Aqua. Although he could easily handle the destroyer himself, he wanted to give the girls a chance to shine. I'm not sure. I'll have to try it first. Aqua replied. Can you really break the destroyer's barrier? Luna asked excitedly. No problem. Roy assured her with a smile. That's great. Then, as long as we have powerful enough magic, we can destroy it. Luna said. Don't we have someone with powerful magic right here? One of the adventurers said, reminding everyone of Megaman. Yeah, that crazy girl. That's right, that crazy girl. Megaman's eye twitched. She didn't realize they were talking about her at first. But when everyone turned to look at her, she knew. Wait a minute. If you're talking about me, stop calling me crazy. Or else, I'll show you just how crazy I can be. She declared with a serious expression. Roy chuckled. She was so cute. Megaman, they're just teasing you. Don't be angry, he said, patting her head gently. Megaman pouted. Sorry I'm late. A voice suddenly called out. Wiz squeezed through the crowd of adventurers. I'm the owner of the Wiz Magic Item Shop. Technically, I'm still a qualified adventurer. Please let me help, she declared. Most of the adventurers in the guild hall knew Wiz. They cheered, seeing her. All right, everyone, the emergency quest begins, Luna announced, her voice filled with excitement. The adventurers gathered at the northwestern gate of the town, ready to face the destroyer. They had less than an hour before it arrived. Everyone made their preparations. Roy didn't need to do anything, but Darkness pulled him aside for a private conversation. Roy, have I given you the wrong impression? Do you really think I'm that kind of woman who's obsessed with those kinds of things? She asked with an unusually serious expression. If he didn't know any better, he would have thought she was a normal crusader. What do you mean? Roy asked with a shrug. Darkness blushed. See? That's exactly what I mean. Roy chuckled. No, it's not that. Actually, my real name is Dustiness Ford Lalatina. Darkness confessed, her face turning even redder. I'm the daughter of the Dustiness family, the rulers of this region. Okay, and? Roy raised an eyebrow. I'm a crusader. Protecting the people of this land is my duty and my pride. So, I won't back down, even if the enemy is the mobile fortress destroyer. Darkness declared, her voice filled with determination. Then, she blushed even harder. So, Lalatina, you don't have faith in me? Roy teased. Don't call me that. Darkness exclaimed, flustered. Roy smirked. He knew calling her by her real name embarrassed her. Roy, do you like me like this? Darkness asked, her blue eyes searching his face for an answer. Roy pulled her into a hug and said with a smile, of course I do. You're the first woman who allowed me to truly be myself. Darkness blushed, her eyes filled with love. Chapter 245, The Allure of Explosion Magic. Taking Luna as a servant. As they were talking, the mobile fortress destroyer finally appeared on the horizon. The sight of the colossal machine filled the adventurers with dread. After all, it was a legendary weapon of destruction that had once razed an entire city, and no one had ever been able to stop it. Even Megaman, standing beside Roy, couldn't help but tremble. "Don't be afraid, Megaman. It's just a machine," Roy said, gently patting her head to comfort her. I'll use explosion to blow it up," Megaman stammered, her voice trembling. They were standing on the town walls, while Aqua and Wiz were on the other side. "Hey, Roy. Is everything alright over there?" Aqua shouted. Roy glanced at Megaman, who was still shaking like a leaf, and sighed. "Everything's fine. Don't worry," he shouted back, then turned to Megaman with a smile. "If you're not feeling up to it, you don't have to force yourself. Just stay behind me. Remember, I've also learned explosion magic." He stepped forward, his expression calm as he faced the approaching destroyer. Megaman, seeing him standing protectively in front of her, felt her fear subside. She stared at him with wide eyes. As the destroyer drew closer, Aqua finally began casting her spell. She raised her flower-shaped staff and shouted, "Sacred Break Spell." 5 golden magic circles appeared in the sky and 5 beams of light converged into a single massive beam that struck the destroyer. Boom! The reason the destroyer had been unstoppable for so many years was its magic barrier. The barrier prevented anyone from damaging its core. But under Aqua's powerful attack, the barrier shattered. "Now's our chance, Megaman. Let's do this together," Wiz exclaimed, turning to Megaman, only to find her clinging to Roy's back. She was stunned. "It's fine. I can use explosion too," Roy said with a chuckle. But then no. Megaman suddenly stepped forward. "I will never back down from a fight, not even against the Demon King. Watch this is the true power of explosion," she declared, her Chaunabiu spirit reignited. Roy smiled. Megaman had overcome her fear. They both began chanting the incantation for explosion. "Darkness blacker than black and darker than dark, I beseech thee, grant me the crimson light. The time of awakening has come. The absurd and contradictory laws of the world shall be twisted and distorted." Explosion. As they finished the incantation, 2 massive red magic circles appeared in the sky, dyeing it crimson. 2 powerful beams of light shot towards the destroyer. Boom! The destroyer, unable to dodge in time, was struck head-on. When the smoke cleared, the machine had stopped moving. It had been destroyed by the 2 explosions. The adventurers cheered. Megaman collapsed into Roy's arms, her face etched with frustration. "As expected of a lich. She's much stronger than me. I'm not giving up. Megaman, you were amazing. You're still young. It's understandable that you're not as strong as Wiz, who has been practicing magic for who knows how long. But I believe you'll surpass her one day," Roy said encouragingly. He was telling the truth. Wiz was a renowned arch-wizard, while Megaman was still a novice adventurer. It was only natural for her to be weaker. Megaman blushed, flustered by his praise. Just then, the adventurers started panicking again. The seemingly deactivated destroyer's lights flickered ominously. "Warning! Warning! The main body has sustained critical damage. Self-destruct sequence activated. All personnel, please evacuate immediately," a mechanical voice announced from the destroyer. The adventurers, hearing this, fled in terror. But then, Darkness suddenly started running towards the destroyer. Roy quickly grabbed her. "Darkness, calm down. I'll handle this," he said. "Roy-sama, do you have a plan? If not, we should run," Luna exclaimed, rushing over to them. She was worried about Roy. Roy was touched by her concern. Even in this dangerous situation, she had come to check on him instead of running away. "Luna, after this is over, become my servant," he said with a smile. Hey, don't jinx it," Megaman protested. She thought Roy was just speaking metaphorically, like a Chaunabiu. Luna, however, was stunned. But Roy didn't give her a chance to ask any questions. "Let's go. It's time to finish this," Roy declared, jumping off the wall with Megaman in his arms. Darkness and Luna followed him. Aqua, who had been about to run away, hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and followed them as well. They soon reached the destroyer. "Roy, do you really have a plan? If not, let's just run," Aqua pleaded, looking at the massive machine with fear. "Stay here. Don't follow me," Roy said. He walked towards the destroyer, stopping a short distance away from it. He then drew his sword and casually swung it at the machine. "What is Roy doing? He can't reach the destroyer from that distance," Aqua exclaimed in disbelief. But as soon as she finished speaking, a massive wave of energy erupted from Roy's sword, slicing through the destroyer like a hot knife through butter. Boom! After a moment, the destroyer slowly toppled over. "Warning! Self-destruct sequence initiated. Countdown, 3, 2, the mechanical voice suddenly stopped. Luna, Aqua, and the others were stunned. Then, cheers erupted. We did it. We defeated it. Luna exclaimed, looking at Roy with admiration. She couldn't believe he had defeated the destroyer so easily. The destroyer was powered by a coronatide, a magical core that provided it with near-infinite energy. But Roy's attack had shattered the coronatide and destroyed the destroyer's energy reserves. The crisis was averted. This destroyer was a powerful weapon. If it were in the world of Akom Ga Kill, no one would be able to destroy it, not even Azdeeth. The adventurers who had fled earlier also returned, seeing that the danger was gone. Roy-sama defeated the destroyer. Everyone, it's safe now. Roy-sama is amazing. Thank you, Roy-sama, for saving us. The adventurers expressed their gratitude to Roy. That night, Roy, Aqua, Megaman, Darkness, Chris, and Luna celebrated their victory at the Adventurers Guild. Chris, who had mysteriously disappeared when the destroyer arrived and only reappeared after it was defeated, was also present. After the celebration, they returned to the mansion to rest. But Roy then went to the Adventurers Guild alone. Roy-sama, you haven't left yet? Luna asked in surprise, seeing him. She was also about to go home. Hey, Luna, do you remember what I said earlier today? Huh? Luna thought for a moment, then said hesitantly, about making me your servant? That's right. Are you hesitant? Roy asked with a smile. No, I agree. But... Luna was overjoyed, but she didn't quite understand what being his servant entailed. Would she become his family? Or something else? She didn't consider the possibility of Roy being a devil. Since you agree, accept my power. Roy said, offering her an evil piece. This is... Luna looked at the chess piece with confusion. Don't ask. Just accept it. All right. Luna agreed after a moment of hesitation. She took the evil piece, and it instantly merged with her body. A magic circle appeared beneath her feet, lifting her into the air. A bright light enveloped her. Roy smirked. It seemed Luna had successfully become a devil. The light faded. A pair of black devil wings sprouted from her back, flapping gently and keeping her afloat. Luna opened her eyes. She looked at her hands, then at her wings, and finally understood what had happened. She had become a devil. But she didn't regret it. Her original dream had been to become a powerful adventurer, but her lack of talent had forced her to give up on that dream. And now, she had finally obtained power. She was overjoyed, especially since her appearance hadn't changed much. In fact, she looked even more beautiful now. Thank you, Roy-sama. Luna exclaimed, retracting her wings and kneeling respectfully. Don't mention it. From now on you belong to me. Understand? Roy said, helping her up. Yes, everything I have belongs to Roy-sama. Luna replied with a nod, then leaned closer to him and whispered seductively, So, Roy-sama, would you like to come to my place tonight? Roy's heart skipped a beat. Sure. He replied with a smirk. Then please follow me, Roy-sama. Luna smiled and led him away. It seemed tonight would be another sleepless night as he worked on conquering this mature beauty. Chapter 246, Yunyun's chest is huge. Chayunabiu reunion. The next day Roy got dressed with Luna's help and returned to the mansion. As soon as he arrived, Darkness pounced on him, followed by Aqua, Megaman, and Chris. Why? Have I been abandoned? The wife is alone at home, while her husband spends the night out with another woman. This is so exciting. Darkness wailed dramatically, her face flushed with masochistic pleasure. Aqua and Megaman rolled their eyes at her antics. But they also realized what Darkness was implying. Darkness, are you serious about being his wife? Chris asked. Darkness blushed and turned away, unable to answer. But her reaction was enough to confirm the truth. Chris, Aqua, and Megaman all turned to Roy. After all, he was the only man in their party. Roy, you've already made a move on Darkness? That's so mean. I was here first. Aqua protested, although it was hard to tell if she was serious or not. Pervert. Megaman simply commented, but she felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Roy was surprised that Darkness had revealed their relationship. Was she trying to confirm their status? But since she had already said it, he couldn't deny it without seeming like a jerk. That's right. Lalitina is my woman now, Roy declared, pulling Darkness into his arms and using her real name. Darkness blushed and buried her face in his chest. Really? Then Roy, you have to treat Darkness well. Chris said, happy for her friend. After all, Roy was perfect in both looks and strength. Even she had never met anyone like him. And he had just shown his responsible side by acknowledging his relationship with Darkness. So, she sincerely wished them well. Hey, don't worry. Roy replied with a smile and a nod. And no more flirting with other girls. Chris added with a playful wink. No. Darkness suddenly objected. It's normal for nobles to have multiple wives. So Megaman, Aqua, Chris, even if you all join, it's fine. She said, her voice trembling slightly as she confessed her true desires. The girls were stunned. No way. Chris immediately refused. I won't join either. And as a goddess, I can't be someone's mistress. Aqua added, shaking her head. Only Megaman remained silent, her face flushed. Roy sighed. He hadn't expected Darkness to be so eager to share him. It seemed he would have to reward her extra tonight. The commotion eventually subsided. Aqua and Chris didn't seem to have any particular thoughts on the matter. But Megaman was different. After spending time with Roy, she had fallen for him. And now, Darkness had taken the first step. Shouldn't she do something too? But Megaman was too shy to act on her feelings. Roy, however, noticed her inner turmoil. It seemed Megaman had also been conquered. But she was still too young, in every sense of the word. He would have to nurture her feelings for a while longer. If it were Yunyan, it would be a different story. That night, Roy showed off his cooking skills and prepared a delicious dinner with Darkness. Wow, this is so good! Megaman exclaimed, completely won over by the food. I didn't know you could cook, Roy. This is amazing, Aqua also praised, stuffing her face. Hey, I'm glad you all like it. Roy replied with a smile. Darkness looked at him with admiration. She hadn't expected him to be a better cook than her. She was determined to improve her cooking skills. The delicious meal further increased the girls' affection for Roy. Their peaceful days continued. One day, they visited Wiz's magic item shop. Hey, Wiz. Roy called out as they entered the shop. Wiz was sitting behind the counter, seemingly lost in thought. Roy-sama, Aqua-sama, welcome. She greeted them with a smile. Roy and Megaman noticed a pair of red eyes staring at them from behind a shelf. Megaman, seeing the familiar red eyes, quickly averted her gaze. This action, however, caught the attention of the figure behind the shelf. You saw me, didn't you? Why are you ignoring me? A girl with black hair, red eyes, and an impressive figure jumped out from behind the shelf. This was Yunyan, Megaman's classmate and self-proclaimed rival. Despite being around the same age as Megaman, her figure was surprisingly well developed. Her assets were truly remarkable. Roy's eyes widened as he looked at Yunyan. She was a perfect example of a lily bombshell. Aqua and Darkness looked at the two girls curiously. Isn't that Yunyan, the one who calls herself my rival? Megaman said with a smirk. Don't say calls herself my rival. Yunyan retorted. Oh, is that wrong? Yes, it is. We're rivals. Megaman's nonchalant attitude made Yunyan feel a bit mistreated. Back in the Crimson Demon Village, Megaman and Yunyan were actually good friends. But Megaman loved to tease Yunyan just like now. Megaman. Yunyan pointed at her with a determined glint in her eyes. Although I didn't expect to run into you here, this is perfect. Today, we'll settle this once and for all. But Megaman remained unfazed by her challenge. Why bother? I've always won, haven't I? She said casually. Yunyan's shoulders slumped. Yunyan. Roy suddenly interjected, you've already won, haven't you? Eh? Yunyan looked at him with confusion. We haven't been properly introduced yet, have we? I'm Roy, Megaman's party leader. Roy said with a smile, gently patting Megaman's hat. He couldn't give her a head pat since she was wearing her hat. I'm Aqua. I'm Darkness. Ah, I'm Yunyan, Megaman's classmate. After exchanging introductions, Yunyan returned to Roy's previous statement. Roy-san, what did you mean by I've already won? Well, it's obvious, isn't it? Roy chuckled, glancing at Yunyan's impressive figure. Megaman followed his gaze and instantly understood. She narrowed her eyes, looking at Yunyan with a hint of jealousy. Eh? Yunyan was confused, then she noticed Megaman stare and looked down at herself, blushing and covering her chest with her arms. Roy is becoming more and more of a pervert. Megaman commented. Yunyan's face turned even redder, and she hid her face in her hands. Yunyan heard that you, Megaman, often come here to play, so that's why she comes to the shop every day, was suddenly revealed. Yunyan was flustered. Yunyan, don't be shy. You're welcome to visit our mansion anytime. Darkness said, inviting her over. Really? Yunyan was surprised. But if I bring a lot of snacks and drinks, you won't say, why did you actually come? Do you even know what a polite invitation means? Yunyan asked, imitating Megaman's voice. It seemed Megaman had teased Yunyan quite a bit in the past. Megaman, embarrassed that her past actions had been revealed, puffed out her cheeks and was about to retort when Roy interrupted. Of course you're welcome, Yunyan. By the way, you don't have a party yet, do you? Why don't you join ours? That way, you can be with Megaman all the time. He offered. Really? Yunyan's eyes lit up. The thought of adventuring with Megaman filled her with excitement. But Megaman immediately objected. No. I refuse. Eh? Why, Megaman? Aren't you two good friends? Aqua asked, confused. We're not friends. Megaman denied, turning away. Yunyun's eyes welled up with tears. Just then a hand gently patted her head. Don't worry, Yunyun. I'm the leader of this party. Megaman doesn't have the right to refuse. So, you're in. Roy said with a smile. Really? Yunyun looked at him with hope. Of course. From today onwards, you're a member of our party. Yunyun's tears turned into a joyful smile. Megaman, seeing that Roy had ignored her objections and accepted Yunyun, pouted. But she was secretly happy that Yunyun was joining them. After all, they were childhood friends. The two girls soon started playing together, although it seemed like Megaman was mostly teasing Yunyun. There were many interesting items in Wiz's shop, but due to her poor business skills, she was always struggling financially. Roy and the others bought a few trinkets. After playing around for a while, they took Yunyun back to the mansion. Chapter 247, Returning to DxD, New World. Black Bullet meeting Tendoki Saura. Roy had spent quite some time in the world of Konosuba. He had conquered Wiz, Yunyun, Megaman, Aqua, and even the elusive Chris. Having achieved his goals in this world, he decided to return to the world of high school DxD. As for the Demon King of this world, well, he wasn't defeated yet. But that didn't matter. Ryaz, Kano, and the others were eager to experience an adventure in another world. He could let them deal with the Demon King. Leaving Luna behind as a guide for Ryaz and the others, and with Chris managing this world, Roy returned to the world of high school DxD. He then sent Ryaz, Kano, Konko, Aquakuryu, Nezuko Kamado, Shinobu Akam, Kiram, Claire, Rinslet, and the others to the world of Konosuba. With Luna's help the girls began their adventure in another world. Roy, meanwhile, stayed home and comforted Grafaya, Sona, Tsubaki, Yasaka, Shizuka, Sako, Asdeeth, and the others. A month later, Roy embarked on a new journey. This time, he wasn't going to a high-level world. Instead, he chose a world with a lower power level. That was because his system had finally been upgraded. Previously, he could only increase his strength by forming contracts with powerful beings using his evil pieces. But now, whenever a servant he had contracted with an evil piece grew stronger, he would also receive a portion of their power. In other words, he could now increase his strength by nurturing weaker servants. So, he set his sights on the world of Black Bullet. This was a world where humanity had been defeated by Gastri, a virus-like parasitic creature. In this world, pregnant women infected with the Gastri virus gave birth to children with special abilities. These children, known as cursed children, possessed the traits of the Gastri they were infected with. And all the cursed children were adorable little girls. However, as the virus within them progressed, they would eventually transform into Gastri themselves. This made them feared and ostracized by humans even though their powers were essential for fighting the Gastri. Some cursed children partnered with humans to eliminate Gastri. These children were called initiators. And their human partners were called promoters. Most promoters saw the initiators as mere tools. In this world most cursed children were hated, bullied, and even killed by humans. Humanity had become corrupted and twisted due to the Gastri threat. The cursed children lived in the shadows, like rats in the sewers. Humans relied on their power but also persecuted them. This world was darker and more twisted than any other world Roy had visited. But he didn't care. If he got annoyed, he could always just destroy this world with a single explosion spell. His purpose in coming here was to save the cursed children. These girls were born with incredible power. With proper training, they could become incredibly strong. But how many cursed children were there in the world? Roy didn't know the exact number. But he knew that in the original story, the protagonist, Ranta Urosatomi, had an initial promoter rank, IP rank, of 123,452. As a new promoter he was likely at the bottom of the rankings. This meant there were at least 123,452 other promoters. And each promoter had an initiator partner. So, there were at least 123,452 cursed children who were initiators. But how many cursed children were there in total? Many more cursed children were still living in the shadows, like rats in the sewers. The total number might even exceed 1,000,000. And all these cursed children were potential servants for Roy. Imagine if he could raise their power to Mao class or even higher. The boost to his own strength would be immense. He might even be able to reach the Solaric level. And even if he couldn't increase his power, saving these little girls was still a noble cause. Who could refuse having 1,000,000 little sisters? With that in mind, Roy used the system to teleport to the world of Black Bullet. So this is the Black Bullet world, Roy muttered, looking down at the earth from high in the sky. Massive towering structures, reaching towards the heavens, dotted the landscape. These were the monoliths, gigantic structures made of rhenium that emitted a special magnetic field to repel gas tree. They had been built after humanity's defeat in the war against the gas tree. And within these monoliths humans lived in protected zones. Japan was divided into 5 areas by these monoliths, and Roy was currently in the area where the original story took place. Saving all the cursed children in the world was a simple task for him. He could just use his magic to gather them all and take them away. But some of the initiators in the original story had formed bonds with humans. In this world, 99% of humans saw the initiators as mere tools. Roy could easily take those children away with his magic. But there were a few humans who genuinely cared for the cursed children. Like the protagonist or the old man who took care of the cursed children in the outer area. He couldn't use force to take those children away. The children living in the sewers of the outer area were easy to deal with, but Inju Ehara, who had formed a close bond with the protagonist Rentaro Satami, would be more difficult. Roy was also fond of this adorable little girl and didn't want to let her suffer. As a cursed child, Inju was destined to turn into a gas tree eventually. Only Roy could save her. And to prevent her from forming a bond with Rentaro, he simply had to go back in time to before they met. That was a year before the start of the original story, when Inju and Rentaro first encountered each other. It was also when Rentaro left the Tendo family and formed the Tendo Civil Security Corporation with Kisaura Tendo. Kisaura, a beautiful young woman with long black hair and an impressive figure, was also a skilled swordswoman. She was quite similar to Sako Bujujima in some ways. But Kisaura had been saved by Rentaro when she was younger, making it difficult to poach her. So Roy used his time magic to go back to the night when Kisaura was attacked by a gas tree. Although Kisaura was the eldest daughter of the main Tendo family, her parents had been targeted by other members of the family for trying to expose their corruption. And so, on that night, Kisaura and her parents were attacked by a gas tree that suddenly appeared in their home. Boom! A massive spider-like gas tree smashed through the wall. The seemingly sturdy house quickly collapsed. Kisaura, run! No. Dad, Mom. A young Kisaura with black hair and eyes cried out as her parents fought the gas tree with their handguns. But they were no match for the creature. Her parents were both impaled by the gas tree's legs. Kisaura screamed in anguish, but no one came to help. Rentaro, who was living with the Tendo family at the time, watched in shock. The gas tree turned towards them, and just as it was about to attack, rumble! A rift suddenly opened in the sky, catching their attention. Roy, dressed in the elegant and noble attire of the Lucifuge family, emerged from the rift. He had used his own power to travel through time. Only Lukoa among his servants could use time magic. After becoming a stellar-level being, he had asked Lukoa to teach him how to manipulate time. And after much research and practice, he had finally mastered it. Now, he could freely travel through time within the same world without relying on the system. Looking at the 2 stunned children and the gas tree, Roy smiled and waved his hand. The gas tree instantly turned to ash and vanished. Young Kisaura, witnessing this scene, was awestruck. This moment would be forever etched in her memory. Are you a god? She wondered aloud. No, I'm a devil. Roy replied with a smile, descending from the sky and landing before her. A devil? Whatever you are, please save my parents. Kisaura pleaded, falling to her knees. Chapter 248, Making a Contract with Tendo. Kisaura. 16-year-old Kisaura is wonderful. Young Kisaura suddenly knelt before Roy, begging him to save her parents. Roy was momentarily surprised, then smiled. Making a deal with the devil comes at a price. What can you offer? He asked. Kisaura didn't hesitate. Anything. I'll give you anything. Please save my parents. Roy smirked and an evil piece floated towards Kisaura. Without a word, Kisaura understood. She reached out and grabbed the evil piece. A magic circle appeared beneath her feet, and a gentle light enveloped her. Transforming into a devil wouldn't significantly increase her strength, but it would greatly enhance her talent and potential. As a natural-born swordswoman, her future achievements would surely surpass those of her original self. The transformation would take some time. Roy glanced at Rentaro, who was still in shock, then turned his attention to Kisaura's parents. They had been impaled by the gas tree and were clearly dead. Fortunately, they hadn't been dead for long. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to revive them. Roy waved his hand, and Kisaura's parents' bodies were restored. After finishing his task, he looked at Kisaura, who was still enveloped in the magic circle, and left a message in her mind before disappearing from this point in time. Kisaura woke up after the devil transformation was complete. A voice echoed in her mind. Kisaura Tendo, I will return when you've grown up. Don't disappoint me. Kisaura was startled, then realized that it must have been the devil who had saved her. She looked towards the collapsed house. Her father suddenly stirred and sat up. Her mother also woke up. Kisara's eyes filled with tears. Dad. Mom. She rushed towards them with incredible speed, surprising her father. Kisara. Weren't we dead? He asked hesitantly. Yes. Where's that monster? Her mother also asked, confused. She remembered being killed by the gas tree. Why was she alive now? It's okay, as long as you're both alive. Kisara cried, hugging her parents tightly. She didn't mention the deal she had made with the devil. Her parents, seeing her reaction, didn't question her further. After all, it was normal for a child to be confused in such a situation. But Rentaro, who had witnessed everything, would never forget this night. Meanwhile, Roy returned to the present timeline, eager to see how Kisara had grown. He also wanted to observe if his actions in the past had caused any significant changes to this world. He scanned the world with his senses and instantly grasped the current situation. To his surprise, Kisara's parents had been attacked by another gas tree a year after he revived them. And this time the gas tree was much stronger. Kisara's parents hadn't been able to escape and were killed. After all, they couldn't have been completely unaware of the previous attack. And the other members of the Tendo family, knowing that their treachery had been exposed, wouldn't allow them to live. So, Kisara, like in the original story, became an orphan. This only intensified her hatred for the Tendo family. She trained relentlessly in swordsmanship, having already mastered the Tendo style Iai Jutsu at a young age. She even created her own, more powerful swordsmanship techniques. By this time, her strength had reached the level of a middle-class devil. Although not invincible in this world, she was still one of the strongest humans. At least until the new humanity creation plan was developed. Kisara, armed with her newfound power, sought revenge against the Tendo family. But she ultimately failed. Not because she wasn't strong enough, but because she was manipulated by Kikunojo Tendo's guilt-tripping tactics. Young Kisara was no match for the cunning old man. And like in the original story, at the age of 16, she finally left the Tendo family and established the Tendo Civil Security Corporation. It seems nothing much has changed. Roy mused. The only difference was Kisara's relationship with Rentaro. Although Kisara had still taken Rentaro with her when she left the Tendo family, they were only friends now, not lovers. After all, she hadn't been saved by Rentaro this time, and she had already formed a contract with a devil. At the Tendo Civil Security Corporation. Kisara Tendo, a beautiful young woman with long black hair, exquisite features, and a stunning figure, leaned against her desk, gazing out the window. She was lost in thought, reminiscing about a life-changing event from her childhood. He said he would come back to see me when I grew up. I wonder when that will be. She murmured. And I've already formed a servant contract with him. So, I guess I belong to him now. She blushed. The image of the handsome and mysterious Roy lingered in her mind. That's right, you do belong to me. A familiar voice suddenly said from behind her. Kisara jumped, startled. She instinctively reached for her sword, ready to attack, but then she froze. It's you. She gasped, recognizing Roy. Although many years had passed, Roy hadn't aged a day. He was still the same handsome and mysterious man she remembered. She blushed, remembering her earlier thoughts. Why, you finally came. She stammered, her hands fidgeting nervously. Yes, I did. You were expecting me, weren't you? Roy teased with a smirk, taking a seat and observing her carefully. Kisara was really beautiful, with a figure and demeanor similar to Sakobu Jujimus. Roy was quite fond of her. Kisara blushed under his intense gaze and looked away shyly. That. She wanted to change the subject but realized she didn't even know his name. I'm Roy Lucifuge. Just call me Roy. Or Master if you prefer. Roy said with a playful grin. Kisara's face turned even redder. Calling him by his first name seemed too intimate, but calling him Master was too embarrassing. After a moment of hesitation, she finally said, Roy. Yes, Kisara? What did you want to say? Roy asked, casually using her first name. Roy, who are you? Are you really a devil from hell? Kisara asked curiously. Hell? Roy chuckled. Of course not. There's no such thing as hell in this world. Or perhaps this world is hell itself. I'm from another world. Another world? Kisara's curiosity grew. She didn't question his statement about this world being hell. Perhaps she agreed with him subconsciously. After losing the war against the gas tree, humanity was confined to a small area, living like caged birds. And they were constantly under threat from the gas tree. The monoliths couldn't stop the most powerful gas tree, the Stage V. Any Stage V gas tree could potentially destroy an entire city, turning millions of humans into food. They continued chatting. Kisara gradually relaxed. She realized that Roy, despite being a mysterious devil, was quite approachable. And the more she learned about him, the more intrigued she became. Roy, what's your purpose in coming to this world? She suddenly asked. It's for the cursed children. Roy replied with a smile. Cursed children? Kisara frowned in confusion. Yes, the cursed children of this world are born with great power. And they're excellent candidates for becoming my followers, Roy explained. Kisara's eyes widened in surprise, then she asked with hope, can you solve the problem of the cursed children turning into Gastri? She was a kind girl who wanted to save those children from their suffering. Of course. Roy confirmed with a nod. She smiled again. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Kisara-san, are you there? It was Rentaro Satami. It's Rentaro. Come in. Kisara said, glancing at Roy. Seeing that he didn't object, she let Rentaro in. Rentaro entered and froze when he saw Roy. The memories of that fateful night flooded back, and his expression changed. Rentaro, you should know him too. This is Roy-sama. Kisara introduced, then turned to Roy and introduced Rentaro. Rentaro immediately knelt on one knee and bowed his head respectfully. Roy-sama. He couldn't help but show respect. After all, this man was like a god to him. He often recalled that shocking night, when Roy had effortlessly eradicated the Gastri and revived the dead. He wished he had met Roy sooner. Perhaps his parents would still be alive then. Chapter 249, How Spectacular It Is to Explode a Planet with Explosion Magic. Blessing Cursed Children. Roy nodded, observing Rentaro's respectful demeanor. He wasn't particularly fond of Rentaro. In fact, he found him rather annoying. Rentaro was too idealistic, wanting to save the world but lacking the power to do so. And in the end he had chosen humanity over the cursed children. That was why Roy didn't like him. But he also didn't care enough to bother with him. Kisara, seeing Roy's indifferent expression, realized that he wasn't interested in Rentaro and quickly changed the subject. So now that the Tendo Civil Security Corporation is established, and Rentaro is our first civil officer, I'll apply for an initiator to assist him. She glanced at Roy, noticing his interest, and continued, Roy, do you need me to apply for another initiator? She remembered Roy's interest in the cursed children. Although she didn't know how he planned to save them, this should be helpful, right? But is that okay? Rentaro asked hesitantly. Their company had just been founded, and he was the only civil officer registered. Would they really approve his request for 2 initiators? Don't worry, I'll talk to them personally. Kisara said with a confident smirk. Her strength had made her a formidable figure among the various factions. And the ruler of this area, Seitanshai, was her friend. It wouldn't be a problem to make such a small request. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. Roy said with a nod. His main goal in coming to this world was to save Anju Ehara. She should be among the initiators assigned to them. But that wasn't enough. The cursed children in this world were treated unfairly. Many of them were persecuted and killed every day. He had to use his power to protect them. With that in mind, he waved his hand, dismissing Rentaro. He then took Kisara to the sky. They looked down at the areas enclosed by the monoliths. The humans were like livestock confined to a limited space. And they were constantly under threat from the Gastri. Yet, they blamed all their misfortunes on the cursed children. It was truly tragic. Their presence in the sky was immediately detected by satellites. But Roy simply glanced at them and they malfunctioned and fell from orbit. Alright, let's begin. He said. What are you going to do, Roy? Kisara asked curiously. Protect the cursed children, of course. Roy began chanting an incantation. By my will, O cursed children, accept my protection. As he chanted, a powerful wave of energy washed over the planet. All the cursed children heard Roy's gentle and comforting voice in their minds, a voice that felt as warm and safe as a mother's embrace. They all accepted his protection without hesitation. Meanwhile, in one of the areas, a horrific scene was unfolding. Several civil officers were brutally beating a cursed child, their faces contorted with hatred. Then, they drew their guns ready to kill her. The battered and bruised cursed child suddenly heard a comforting voice and instinctively accepted its protection. Her wounds instantly healed. The civil officers fired their guns. The cursed child didn't even have time to react. But as the bullets reached her, a barrier of light enveloped her. The bullets harmlessly bounced off the barrier. The civil officers were stunned, then fired again. But it was useless. Roy, having received the responses from the cursed children and witnessed their suffering, felt a surge of anger. He immediately ordered them to fight back. Ordinary guns were useless against cursed children. If they fought back, the civil officers wouldn't stand a chance. Soon reports of cursed children attacking humans flooded in from all over the world. The world was in chaos. People were terrified. They couldn't harm the cursed children, and any attempt to hurt or control them was met with lethal force. Under Roy's protection, the cursed children were safe. And they had a new faith, a new savior, Roy. He was the one who had rescued them from the darkness. Roy could have used his magic to bring all the cursed children to him right now. But he had just arrived in this world. He wanted to stay for a few days and observe. And after seeing the suffering of the cursed children, he was considering whether to destroy this world with explosion magic. The sight of a planet exploding would be quite spectacular. Kisara, unaware of Roy's thoughts, took him back to her home. "I'm sorry, but this is the only place I have to offer you," she said apologetically. Her apartment was small and shabby. "It's fine," Roy replied with a shrug, making himself comfortable on the sofa. Like in the original story, Kisara was struggling financially. She had just started her business, and Rentaro, her only employee, hadn't completed any quests yet. She didn't have much money. Even this apartment was rented. "I'll make you some dinner," Kisara said, blushing slightly as she went to the kitchen. The kitchen was close to the living room, and Roy could see her preparing the meal. It was a heartwarming sight. But the ingredients didn't look very impressive. She was indeed poor. Kisara hadn't been this poor initially, but she had spent a lot of money to enroll in the prestigious Magata Institute. That's why she was struggling now. "Kisara, there's no need. Come and eat," Roy said, waving his hand. A variety of delicious dishes appeared on the small table, filling the room with a mouth-watering aroma. Kisara, initially confused, was instantly distracted by the smell of the food. "This is?" she asked, setting down her cooking utensils and approaching the table, unable to resist the temptation. Having lived in poverty for so long, she had never enjoyed such a luxurious meal before. "Don't ask. Just eat," Roy said with a smile, beckoning her over. Kisara blushed but obediently sat down. "It smells so good," she murmured, practically drooling. Kisara was a beautiful girl with long black hair, fair skin, and sharp eyes. She usually had a melancholic expression on her face. Roy thought she would look even more adorable if she smiled more often. Kisara blushed under his gaze. Her usual gloomy aura vanished, replaced by a youthful charm that made Roy's heart skip a beat. "Eat more if you like it," he said gently. Kisara nodded and started eating with gusto, her cheeks stuffed with food. She didn't even seem to notice Roy's surprised gaze. After finishing her meal, she finally blushed and looked down, embarrassed by her lack of table manners. Roy chuckled. It seemed that all girls were foodies, even Kisara Tendo. After cleaning up the dishes, Kisara suddenly realized something and froze. There was only one bedroom in this apartment. What were they going to do tonight? Her face flushed red again. She had maintained a cold and aloof persona for over 10 years, but now, in front of Roy, she was constantly blushing and acting flustered. She slapped her cheek slightly, trying to calm down, then approached Roy. It's fine. I don't mind sharing the bed with you, Kisara." Roy interrupted her, seemingly knowing what she was going to say. Kisara's face turned even redder. If anyone else had said such a shameless thing, she would have put them in their place with her swordsmanship. But coming from Roy, it was different. She didn't know how to respond and fled to the bathroom in embarrassment. Roy chuckled. It was fun to tease this usually stoic girl. However, he hadn't expected her to take his words seriously. That night she came to his bed. And Roy, not being a saint, couldn't resist. Kisara experienced a life-changing night. The next day, Kisara had to go to the higher-ups to apply for an initiator. Roy, having nothing else to do, decided to accompany her. As they walked through the streets, Kisara was surprised by the tense atmosphere. Due to the cursed children's resistance and the humans' inability to harm them, people were terrified of them. But there were still some who refused to back down and continued to harass the cursed children. And those people were killed without mercy. As a result, people avoided the cursed children whenever possible. Seeing a few cursed children stealing food on the streets, he decided to take them away soon. Although they were protected by his magic, they were still vulnerable to hunger and other dangers. Chapter 250, Little Lightina Sprout and Ahara in Jutendo Family Massacre. "This is it. Roy, do you want to come inside with me?" Kisara asked as they arrived at a luxurious building. This was the headquarters of the Tendo family, where her grandfather, Kikuna Jutendo, resided. He was also the advisor to Seitanshai, the ruler of this area. They needed his permission to apply for an initiator. Roy would have been interested in meeting Seitanshai, but he had no interest in this old man. "I'll pass," he said, shaking his head. Kisara sighed. "All right, then wait for me here." "Okay, go ahead." Roy smiled and waved her off. Kisara entered the building. Roy wandered down the street, bored. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. A little girl with wavy blonde hair, dressed in a green dress, was dozing off on a bench in a nearby park. Roy instantly recognized her as Tina Sprout. She was Kisara's initiator partner in the original story. But initially Tina had been hired to assassinate Kisara. The one who had hired her was Sojun Saitake, the ruler of Osaka area. He had later tried to assassinate Seitan as well, but he had failed. Tina possessed the owl factor, making her most powerful at night. During the day, she was prone to drowsiness and needed caffeine to stay active. And she was incredibly strong, even stronger than in Uehara. Roy found it adorable that she was taking a nap here. He remembered that this was around the time she received the assassination request. So, she must be here to carry out her mission. With that in mind, Roy walked over and sat down next to her. Tina didn't react. She didn't seem to sense any danger. Roy gently pulled her into his arms. Tina snuggled closer, enjoying the warmth, and continued sleeping. Roy chuckled. She was so cute when she was sleepy. Perhaps because she was so comfortable, Tina soon woke up. She blinked, surprised to find herself in someone's arms. Then, she saw Roy and her eyes lit up. "Kami-sama," she exclaimed. She recognized Roy as the god who had granted them his protection. And she felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to him. "Tina, just call me Royani-chan," Roy said with a smile, patting her head. "Royani-chan," Tina repeated, feeling instantly comfortable with him. All the cursed children who had received Roy's protection felt a sense of trust and affection towards him. "Tina, you're here for the assassination mission, aren't you?" Roy suddenly asked. "Yes, that's right," Tina confirmed with a nod. "Forget about that mission. Come with me," Roy said, standing up and taking her hand. "Okay." Tina readily agreed with a smile. She didn't feel any attachment to her previous employer. Kisara had been inside the building for a while now, but she still hadn't come out. Roy used his magic to see what was happening inside. And what he saw displeased him. "Let's go, Tina. We're going to find Kisara and take her home." "Going home?" "Yay." They entered the building. The guards at the entrance didn't react to their presence. Roy and Tina soon reached an office. Without knocking, Roy pushed the door open. Inside, several members of the Tendo family were mocking Kisara for requesting another initiator. Kikunojo Tendo was among them. A young man about the same age as Kisara was particularly vocal in his insults. When Kisara had tried to kill the Tendo family members who had framed her parents, Kikunojo had stopped her with a guilt trip, claiming that her actions would endanger the entire region. And now, they seemed to have forgotten about Kisara's strength, or perhaps her constant tolerance had emboldened them. "Kisara, I won't allow them to bully you like this. These people are your enemies, right? If you can't bring yourself to kill them, I can do it for you," Roy declared, ignoring their protests about his intrusion. In his eyes, these people were nothing but ants. But Kisara hesitated. The Tendo family was an influential power in this region. Even Seitan relied on Kikunojo Tendo's guidance. If the important members of the Tendo family were killed, the entire region might fall into chaos. That's why Kisara had been forced to give up on her revenge, threatened with the lives of everyone in the region. And her tolerance had only emboldened them. "Royani-chan, do you need me to take care of them?" Tina asked in a soft voice, her eyes narrowed dangerously. Although she looked harmless, she was a skilled assassin, proficient in using sniper rifles, handguns, and even close combat. Roy patted her head, signaling her to calm down. Just then, Kazumitsu Tendo clapped his hands, and several guards rushed in, aiming their guns at them. He believed that even Kisara wouldn't be able to defeat so many armed guards. Kisara frowned and drew her sword, but she hesitated. Roy sighed inwardly. This uncorrupted Kisara was too soft-hearted. If it were Siko, she would have attacked without hesitation, regardless of the consequences. It seemed Kisara needed some training as well. Roy's eyes gleamed, and he cast an illusion on Kisara. Kisara, who had been glaring at Kazumitsu, suddenly found herself back in that tragic night when her parents were killed. She saw her parents being slaughtered by the Gastari, and the Tendo family members laughing cruelly. Kisara's heart was filled with rage, and she finally snapped. She emerged from the illusion, her sword flashing. Slash. The guards behind her were decapitated, their blood splattering across the room. The Tendo family members were horrified. They hadn't expected Kisara to actually attack, and so ruthlessly. "Kisara, you have to understand. If you kill us, the entire region will fall into chaos. You'll be responsible for the deaths of everyone," Kikunojo exclaimed, resorting to his usual guilt-tripping tactics. But Kisara, consumed by her rage, ignored him. "Ah!" she shouted, her sword dancing through the air. When the dust settled, only corpses remained in the office. All the members of the Tendo family were dead. Roy, looking at the bloodthirsty Kisara, sighed. It seemed she couldn't snap out of this state on her own. He snapped his fingers, and Kisara returned to normal. She stared at the carnage in horror. What happened? Did you do this, Roy? She asked, her voice trembling. She didn't remember what she had done in her rage. No, you did. Roy replied calmly. Kisara looked at the wounds on the bodies and realized that they were indeed caused by her sword. She frowned, but she also felt a sense of satisfaction. She had finally done what she had always wanted to do but never dared to. But then, worry washed over her. Without Kikuna Jutendo, Seitanshai wouldn't be able to manage this region. Chaos would ensue. And humanity would be doomed. Don't worry about it. You're not human anymore, remember? Roy said with a smile, patting her head gently. Kisara blinked, but she still couldn't shake off her worry. Let's go. Roy took Tina's hand and left the office. The news of the Tendo family massacre spread quickly. The entire region was in a panic. The cursed children's rebellion coupled with the deaths of the Tendo family leaders had thrown the region into chaos. The next day, someone brought 2 initiators to the Tendo Civil Security Corporation. Kisara-san, these are the initiators assigned to you by Seitanshai-sama. A group of officials said, presenting 2 little girls. One was Inju Ehara, with her long crimson hair and a melancholic expression. The other was Kao Senshu, a girl with emotionless black eyes and short blonde hair. She was the initiator partnered with Shouji Nikama in the original story. She possessed the dolphin factor, which gave her an IQ of 210, but her regeneration abilities were weaker than those of other initiators. But it seemed she hadn't met Shoujin yet. Thank you. Kisara said politely. The officials left. I didn't expect Seitanshai to have the time to deal with this. Kisara mused. With the region in chaos, Seitanshai must be very busy. She hadn't expected her request for initiators to be processed so quickly. She was right. Not only was the region in chaos, but there was also unrest within the government. Without Kikuna Jutendo to keep them in check, the other factions were vying for power. After all, everyone knew that Seitanshai was just a figurehead. Chapter 251, The Beautiful Seitanshai Shopping Spree. Roy ignored everything else and focused on the 2 little girls who had rushed towards him. Kami-sama. Inju Ehara and Kao Senju both leaped into his arms, their small bodies trembling with excitement. All the cursed children who had received his protection had become his believers. And as his believers, they naturally recognized him. You're Inju Ehara, right? Roy asked. Yes, Kami-sama. Inju replied with a cheerful smile. And you're Kao Senju? Yes, Kami-sama. Kao confirmed with a nod, her expression blank. Although she was also happy to see him, her face didn't show any emotion. Inju, Kao, just call me Royani-chan. Roy said with a smile. The 2 girls exchanged glances, then said in unison, Royani-chan. Good girls. Here's a treat for you. Roy gave them each a piece of candy. Kisara, watching them interact, was a bit surprised and even slightly jealous. Roy then took the 2 little girls and Kisara back to the apartment. He wanted to give the girls a bath and change their clothes. As he was playing with them in the bathroom, Tina, who had been sleeping, also joined in. Things got a bit chaotic. But they were just little girls. Roy wasn't tempted. After their bath, he dressed them in cute princess dresses he had created with his magic. You're all so adorable. Come here and give me a kiss. Roy said, puckering his lips. Inju, Kao, and Tina each gave him a peck on the cheek. Kisara watched them with a hint of envy. Dinner's ready. Come and eat. She called out, setting the table. They all enjoyed a delicious meal together. Since there was only one bedroom, they all slept together. Kisara slept on Roy's left side, while Inju and Kao snuggled between him and Kisara. Tina was even bolder and slept on top of him. Kisara was a bit annoyed, but there was nothing she could do. In the middle of the night, they were awakened by a tapping sound at the window. Kisara opened her eyes and saw a beautiful girl with snow-white skin and long black hair standing outside wearing a white dress. Seitanshai? Kisara was surprised. Why was Seitanshai here so late at night? Roy, wake up. Seitanshai is here. She whispered, shaking Roy awake. Roy had already sensed Seitanshai's presence but had chosen to ignore her. Although Seitanshai was undeniably beautiful, she was just a puppet. But since Kisara had woken him up, he couldn't pretend to be asleep anymore. Kisara, what's wrong? Seitanshai is here. Kisara explained. They let Seitanshai in. Kisara made her a cup of tea. Thank you. Seitanshai said politely, still blushing as she looked at them. Kisara also blushed, embarrassed that Seitanshai had seen them like that. But she was also curious about why Seitanshai was here so late. Seitanshai, what brings you here? She asked. Seitanshai hesitated, then sighed. The government has been in chaos since Kikuna Jutendo's death. I can't control the situation anymore. As expected, the other factions were vying for power. No one respected her authority as the leader. And Scientia could only watch helplessly. In the end, she had decided to run away. But she didn't know where to go, so she came here. She and Kisara were classmates and friends. After all, she had helped Kisara with her initiator application. Kisara, hearing her explanation, was speechless. She hadn't expected Scientia, the ruler of this region, to simply run away. But it was probably a wise decision. Who knew what would happen to her once the power struggle ended? She might be forced to remain a puppet or even worse, be killed. So you want to stay here? Kisara asked. Yes. Scientia replied with a nod. Unfortunately, we don't have any spare rooms. Kisara said, spreading her hands apologetically. Scientia's face fell. If no one took her in, she wouldn't survive long in this chaotic world. Roy, seeing her pitiful expression, couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Although she was just a figurehead, she was still an innocent girl. We have a spare room at home. He suddenly said. Eh? Kisara was confused. Follow me. Roy stood up and led them to the bedroom, then used his magic to create a new room beside theirs. Kisara's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't known there was another room here. You can stay here, Roy said, opening the door to the new room. It was fully furnished. Thank you. I don't know your name yet. Scientia said. Just call me Roy. Roy replied. Thank you, Roy. Scientia said with a grateful smile. All right, now let me rest, Roy said, waving his hand dismissively, then pulled Kisara towards their room. Kisara blushed, embarrassed by his public display of affection. Scientia also blushed, seeing Roy pull Kisara away. She muttered something under her breath, then went to her room to rest. The next morning, Scientia felt bad for staying without contributing, so she woke up early and helped Kisara prepare breakfast. Roy, meanwhile, was busy dressing up the three sleepy little girls. He tied Inju's long crimson hair into twin tails. Inju, you look so cute like this, he commented, admiring the adorable little girl. Hee hee, really? Inju giggled, her eyes sparkling with joy. In the kitchen, Kisara and Scientia were chatting. Scientia, are you really not going back? Kisara asked casually as she washed the vegetables. Scientia flinched. She wanted to be a good ruler, but she lacked the ability and the power. And she had been manipulated by Kikuna Jutendo for so long that she had no real authority. She could only watch helplessly as the region descended into chaos. Seeing that Scientia didn't answer, Kisara shrugged. She was partly responsible for the current situation. But she didn't regret her actions. I guess the only one who can solve this mess is Roy, she said with a sigh. Scientia's ears perked up. Could Roy really solve this? She had just met him and had assumed he was just an average person. But Kisara's words made him seem extraordinary. The current chaos in the region wasn't just due to the power struggle within the government. The Cursed Children's rebellion was also a major factor. Even if Kikuna Jutendo were to be revived, it wouldn't help. The conflict between humans and cursed children would only escalate. And the cursed children, who had once been oppressed, were now protected by a mysterious power and couldn't be harmed. If a full-scale conflict erupted, humanity would surely lose. These were Scientia's worries. But Kisara didn't seem to be lying. This made Scientia curious about Roy. Breakfast is ready. Roy, come and eat, Kisara called out, setting the table. Scientia also helped carry the dishes. But she tripped over her long skirt. Just as she braced herself for the fall, she felt a pair of strong arms catching her. But the arms were wrapped around her in a rather suggestive way, and Scientia blushed as she quickly pulled away. Thank you, she mumbled. Don't mention it, Roy replied with a shrug, placing the dishes on the table. He couldn't help but think, as expected of a flower vase girl. She's beautiful, but she can't even carry a plate without dripping. After breakfast, Roy suggested going out to buy some clothes for the little girls. Going out? But it's chaotic outside. And the Tendo Civil Security Corporation hasn't received any requests yet, Kisara said with a sigh. She had just started her business and was eager to get to work, but the recent events had put everything on hold. Scientia also looked troubled. She was a public figure. If she went out, she would be recognized instantly. It's fine. The shops should still be open, right? Roy said with a shrug. Scientia, you can come too if you want. Eh? Me? But it's okay. I'll make sure no one recognizes you. Besides, you didn't bring any clothes with you, did you? Are you planning on wearing that dress forever? Alright then. Scientia blushed and agreed. They soon got ready to leave. But is it really okay for me to go out like this? Scientia asked, looking at her white dress. This was the outfit she usually wore for TV interviews. She would be recognized instantly. "Don't worry, it'll be fine," Roy assured her, taking her hand and pulling her along. He had cast a spell on her, so others would only see her as an average girl. Only Roy and his group could see her true appearance. Slow down, Scion complained, panting. But then she noticed that the people around them didn't seem to recognize her. She was surprised and a bit saddened. After all, these were her people, but they didn't know her anymore. Roy ignored her complicated emotions and continued walking, pulling the three little girls along with him. Although the region was in chaos, the shops were still open. Life had to go on for people. Chapter 252, Scien's Secret Scheme Kagain Hiroko and Hiroko Kohina. Inju, Ko, Tina, go choose some clothes you like. You can buy anything you want, Roy said to the little girls with a smile as they entered a clothing store. Thank you, Royani-chan. The three girls exclaimed, then excitedly ran off to browse the clothes. They were in the children's section, and Roy felt like a father buying clothes for his daughters. Roy is so nice to them, Scion muttered enviously. Roy overheard her comment. Scion, you should choose some clothes too, he said, waving her over. But this is the children's section, Scion said, blushing. Sigh. Kisara, take her to the women's section. Roy instructed Kisara, then sat down on a nearby chair. Okay. Kisara nodded with a smile and led Scion away. Kisara didn't have many nice clothes due to her financial situation. She was eager to take advantage of this opportunity to do some shopping. Soon, the three little girls returned with their chosen outfits. Roy had them try on the clothes. Suddenly, screams erupted from the street, and the ground shook. Roy's eyes narrowed. A gas tree was attacking. He was surprised that a gas tree would appear in broad daylight. But there should be promoters to deal with it. He wasn't going to intervene. The commotion outside caught the attention of the three little girls, Kisara, and Scion. They rushed over to Roy. Is it a gas tree? Kisara asked with a frown. Yeah, probably, Roy replied casually. Aren't there any promoters to deal with it? Scion asked worriedly. It seems like a sudden attack. The promoters probably haven't arrived yet, Kisara guessed. She wished she had brought her sword. She would have dealt with the gas tree herself. Royani-chan, do you need us to take care of it? Inju suddenly asked. As a cursed child, even without a weapon, she could easily handle most gas tree. No need. Just stay here and choose your clothes. Don't worry about it, Roy said dismissively. Kisara sighed. She couldn't do anything either. Scion was even more helpless. She could only watch anxiously. But after waiting for a while, the commotion outside didn't die down. In fact, it was getting worse. Customers, please evacuate. That monster is heading this way, the shop owner cried, rushing into the store and warning them. He then fled without looking back. He would rather lose his shop than his life. Roy frowned. It was strange that no promoter had arrived yet. He used his magic to investigate and realized that the government was in chaos. No one had the time to deal with a gas tree attack. That's why no one had come to help. They could now see the gas tree through the shop window. It was a giant cockroach-like monster, over 10 meters long, destroying everything in its path. Roy, please. Scion pleaded, tears welling up in her eyes as she watched the gas tree slaughtering people. She begged him to stop it. Roy, however, remained calm. He gently lifted her chin and said with a smirk, if you want to make a deal with the devil, you have to offer something in return. Understand? Scion bit her lip. I'll do anything. Just kill that monster. Oh? You said it. Roy's lips curled into a playful smile, and he snapped his fingers. The rampaging gas tree instantly froze in place. Shatter. The frozen gas tree exploded into countless ice crystals, vanishing into thin air. Scion stared at the scene in stunned silence. She had heard from Kisara that Roy was powerful, but she hadn't expected him to be this powerful. This was beyond human capabilities. No wonder Kisara had said that Roy could solve everything. Scion felt a new hope for the region. Although she had run away, she still cared about her people. But she had been powerless to help them. Now, she saw hope in Roy. Thank you, she said with a grateful smile. Don't thank me yet. Remember what you said, Roy said with a smirk. Scion blushed, but she nodded with determination. When the gas tree suddenly shattered into ice crystals, the people in the streets were stunned. Some couldn't believe that the monster was truly dead and continued to flee in panic. But Roy and the others didn't care. After buying clothes for the three little girls, Kisara, and Scion, they returned to the apartment. Roy sat on the sofa, playing games with the three little girls. Inju, Ko, and Tina were having a lot of fun. Even Tina, who was usually sleepy, joined in. It was noon. Kisara and Scientia were busy in the kitchen. Scientia, who had never cooked before, was more of a hindrance than a help. Kisara, there's something I want to ask you. Scientia said hesitantly, her face flushed. Kisara had noticed that she wanted to say something. What is it? Well, it's like this. Scientia finally confessed. After learning about Roy's power, she had decided to do whatever it took to save the region, even if it meant sacrificing herself. It was her responsibility as the ruler. Although she had run away, she couldn't abandon her people. She knew that if she didn't act now, the region would be doomed. Today, there had been a ghastly attack, and no one had came to help. If they hadn't been there, many more people would have died. Kisara frowned hearing Scientia's request. She didn't want to do this. But she could tell that Roy was fond of Scientia. And she was just his servant. After a moment of hesitation, she agreed to Scientia's plea. She was doing this not only to help Scientia but also to save the people of this region. Although she was no longer human, she had lived here for many years and didn't want to see it destroyed. Unbeknownst to them, Roy had overheard their conversation. He hadn't expected Scientia to offer herself in exchange for his help. It was a naive idea. When he first arrived in this world, he had considered destroying it with explosion magic. But after seeing that not everything was as dark as it seemed in the anime, he had changed his mind. There were still good people in this world who cared for the cursed children. He only despised the Tokyo area. But it had already received its punishment. Roy hadn't planned on getting involved any further, but now that Scientia and Kisara wanted to save the region, he wouldn't stop them. Saving them or not was a trivial matter. If he was in a good mood, he might even eliminate all the ghastly himself. Roy, lunch is ready. Kisara called out from the kitchen, seeing Roy playing with the little girls. She smiled. This scene felt like a real family. Alright, Inju, Ko, Dina, go wash your hands. It's time to eat. Roy said, patting the little girls' heads and stretching lazily. Playing with children was a new experience for him, and he was enjoying it. Okay. The three girls replied in unison and ran to the bathroom. After lunch, they spent the afternoon relaxing, drinking tea, and playing games. But as night approached, Scientia grew nervous. However, before she could act, something unexpected happened. Two figures were leaping across the rooftops under the night sky. Is it that house? They stopped on a rooftop, and a man wearing a tuxedo and a mask with a smiley face stared at a house with sharp eyes. It was Roy's house. The man was Kagaane Hiruko, and the little girl beside him was his daughter and initiator partner, Kohina Hiruko. Roy had also noticed their arrival. One of the reasons he had stayed in this world was because of Kohina. Kohina called Kagaane Papa. And he was indeed her father. But she was the product of artificial insemination using stolen genetic material from 5 women. And for the first 7 years of her life, she had been subjected to brutal training and brainwashing in a basement. She had then met her 4 sisters and been forced to fight them to the death. She was the only survivor. Chapter 253, Eliminating Hiruko. Kagaane adopting Kohina. Kagaane Hiruko. The man who had raised Kohina with such cruelty was undoubtedly a despicable person. But Kohina, brainwashed from a young age, was completely obedient to her papa. She was one of the few cursed children who hadn't accepted Roy's protection. Because of her brainwashing, she only listened to Kagaane and had rejected Roy's offer. Roy believed that Kagaane didn't deserve Kohina. He was just using her as a tool. So rescuing Kohina was also one of his goals. But killing Kagaane would only make Kohina hate him. This was a tricky situation. He didn't want to forcefully alter her memories with magic. He decided to try a more conventional approach first. If that didn't work, he would resort to magic. Just then, Dina, who was about to go to bed, sensed danger approaching. As the most powerful among them, she was the first to notice. Roy, there's danger nearby. She alerted him. Yes, I know. Roy replied calmly, patting her head and urging her to rest. Inju and Ko also woke up along with Kisara. Roy sighed and let them be. He opened the door and found Scientia standing there. Scientia blushed, seeing him. She had actually came to invite him out. But it seemed he had already noticed her presence. Roy, seeing through her intentions, decided to play along. Oh, you're here too. Then go make me some tea. He said casually, taking advantage of the situation. Huh? Oh, okay. Scientia was flustered, but she quickly went to prepare the tea. Kisara was confused, but she followed them out of the room. Is there an enemy? She asked. Yes. Roy confirmed with a nod. Just as he finished speaking, the window shattered. 2 figures jumped into the room. Kisara tensed up, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. The 3 little girls' eyes also turned red, their bodies entering combat mode. When cursed children use their powers, the DxD virus within them would become more active. If the infection rate exceeded a certain threshold, they would turn into DxD. This was the drawback of their powers. But the DxD virus also granted them incredible strength, comparable to that of a middle-class devil. If they were reincarnated as devils, they would likely become high-class instantly. This target is surprisingly calm. A man cackled. He didn't attack immediately as if everything was under his control. Who are you? Kisara demanded. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kagaane Hyruko. I'm Kohina Hyruko. Papa, can I kill them? A little girl with a crazed expression asked, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she looked at Roy and the others, or rather, at Anju, Ko, and Tina. Kohina was hostile towards humans, but she was eager to fight other cursed children. Kisara frowned. She didn't recognize them. What's your purpose here? She asked. We were hired to kill Scion. Kagaane revealed their mission without hesitation. As expected. Scion trembled and took a step back, her face pale. She had given up her power and run away, but they still wouldn't leave her alone. Roy, however, wasn't interested in who had hired them. He was observing Kohina. She had short blue hair, large red eyes, and a disturbingly cheerful expression. It was hard to imagine that such an adorable little girl was a ruthless killer. Kagaane Hyruko, Kohina is your biological daughter, isn't she? Roy asked, although he already knew the answer. Kagaane didn't reply and simply looked at him with amusement. A few years ago, you used stolen genetic material from 5 women to create several cursed children. And for the next few years you subjected them to brutal training and brainwashing in a basement. Finally you had them fight each other to the death. Kohina was the only survivor. Am I right? Roy revealed Kohina's past. Kagaane and Kohina's expressions remain unchanged. But Kisara, Scion, and the 3 little girls were shocked. They couldn't believe that someone would do such a cruel thing. Kohina, however, didn't seem to react at all, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Roy sighed. It seemed Kohina had been completely brainwashed by Kagaane. She was indifferent to his cruelty. He would have to use magic to solve this. Are you done talking? It's time for you to die. Kagaane suddenly snarled, seemingly angered by Roy's revelation of his past. A wave of killing intent washed over the room, making the temperature drop. Kisara was about to attack, but Roy stopped her. Kagaane and Kohina lunged towards them. Snap. Roy snapped his fingers. Kagaane and Kohina were instantly suspended in midair, unable to move. Roy casually took a sip of the tea Scion had prepared and grimaced. It wasn't very good, but considering it was Scion's first time making tea, he didn't complain. Kagaane glared at Roy, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He hadn't expected Roy to possess such terrifying power. He, a product of the new humanity creation plan, couldn't even resist. It was unbelievable. Kagaane Hyruko, let's make a deal. Roy said casually. Oh, I forgot you can't speak. He snapped his fingers again, releasing the restriction on Kagaane's speech. Who are you? Kagaane immediately asked. Me? You can think of me as a demon king who destroys worlds or a god who saves them. Whatever you prefer, Roy replied with a shrug and a smile. Demon king, huh? What kind of deal do you want to make? I want this child. I want you to give her to me. Roy said, pointing at Kohina. Since Kohina trusted Kagaane so much, if he personally handed her over to Roy, it should solve the problem. He would then teach Kohina about the world and help her become a normal girl. That was his plan. Kagaane looked at Kohina. Kohina also looked at him, her eyes filled with fear. She was afraid of being abandoned. Papa. She whimpered. Kagaane finally snapped out of his daze. Although he had developed some affection for Kohina, he still saw her as a tool. Even if he had feelings for a tool, it didn't matter. He could always find another one. With that in mind, he agreed without hesitation. I accept. Kohina, from today onwards, you're no longer my daughter.